I always wanted to serve on a jury.
I'm really super excited to be here, so I really appreciate having me. I'm looking forward to it.
Creating this whole crowd, Daddy.
I want to give a big shout out to the 13 Jury Podcast and Brandi.
Yeah, I applaud you guys. Keep doing what you're doing.
That every time we run into Phil Barber, you should reach for it. And then I just looked to the jury, and it's sort of like, look.
I was in the eye of the storm, and you guys were watching the storm.
Hey, if you're bored of work, come pop in and say, hey, want some coffee?
You are a ray of sunshine, and I love what you've done with your YouTube channel.
Hello friends. Hello. Hi friends. We are starting a little bit early today, honestly, because I need a break from working on the podcast. So I figure instead of starting later and speed trialing, which I normally love to do, I figure we'll start a little bit early today. He is expected to testify today. So we should be able to see that hot mess. That should be interesting. So we will watch that. But they just got started. They're supposed to call 2 witnesses and then the defendant. That's what is supposed to be going on. So we started a little bit early today instead of waiting because, like I said, I needed a break. So we are going to hang out and watch this mess together.
Please step up into the witness stand.
Get the popcorn. This is going to be a mess.
Clerk, please.
You do solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So
Thank you,
help God.
Mildred.
I do.
You may be seated. Please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
Robert Aguero, R-O-B-E-R-T-A-G-U-E-R-O.
Thank you. Mr. Aguero, how are you employed?
I own my own company, which is solely focused on cell phone forensics and cell tower data analysis.
If you could please tell us a little bit about your history in reference to this subject area.
I started this business about 15 years ago. I've received training from Celebrite and certification from Celebrite on extracting data, analyzing data from cell phone. I've also received training from SecureView. That's another manufacturer of different software. As far as the cell tower analysis, I've received training from GeoTime. That's the software that I use for mapping on the proper method for mapping data. I've received various trainings from different companies, all dealing with the mapping and analysis of cell phone data. And I attend yearly seminars to keep up with the latest changes in both technologies.
Thank you.
Prior to your owning DataPro, have you worked with law enforcement?
Yes, I spent 15 years in law enforcement. Half the time I worked in patrol, the other half I worked detectives. And then I retired after 15 years in a medical retirement.
Where are you currently residing?
I currently reside in the state of Washington.
Have you been called upon in other cases to give expert testimony concerning cell phone extraction?
Yes, I have.
You were contacted by the defense
The dubbing's
in
off
the
again.
State of Nevada versus Robert Tellis, correct?
Yes.
And did you prepare a report as a result of your being contracted by the defense in this
Yes.
case? Did you prepare a PowerPoint in reference to your evaluation and analysis of data that was given to you?
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, at this time we move for the admission by stipulation of Defense Exhibit A3.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Oh my gosh, Sherry
permission to
Smith's going to be so bad. It's going to be so bad.
And this is, Clark County Superior Court, but I mean, it's state of Nevada, it's the court, this matter.
Yes.
Points of interest were 7216 Bronze Circle, correct?
Correct, yes.
9624 Spanish Steps.
Correct.
Planet Fitness located on West Charleston,
Correct, yes.
and a Planet Fitness located on 230 South Decatur.
Correct, yes.
The data that you analyzed concerned cell phone number 702-533-1858, correct?
Yes.
And how was it that you verified that the information that we're about to address is tied to this cell phone number?
Well, when you look at the call detail records or all the records that I analyze, they either have the phone number or they have the international mobile subscriber identity that identifies the subscriber. So those all matched to this number.
Turning your attention to page number 3, if you could explain to the jury what is this that we're looking at?
In this page, we're looking at the T-Mobile mediation report, which is referred to as a call detail records, and that is showing you the cell towers that are used for voice transactions. Now, the T-Mobile mediation report only covered August 1st, 2022 through August 16th, 2022. So when you see a blue dot, that is the location of the cell tower, and then the shaded area would be the sector coverage. And again, the shaded area is only a visual aid to help you see the area. It is not an actual propagation map, so it's just a visual aid.
If you could explain what a propagation map is.
A radio frequency propagation map is when you're interested in a specific tower and a specific antenna, and you want to find out what the coverage is. You can either request it from the phone company or take specialized equipment, go out to the area, and you measure the radio frequencies from the tower. And then you can actually draw a map that shows the actual coverage of a specific sector.
I'll get a little bit ahead of ourselves. There came a point in time where you were asked to review pen register records, correct?
Yes.
And that would have been records beginning at or about August 7th, 2022?
Yes.
But at this point in time, just to give reference, you didn't review any pen register records, and I'll tell you they didn't exist from August 1st, 2022 to August 16th, 2022.
Yes, at this point on this map, the only item we're looking at is the T-Mobile mediation report, which again, that just details voice transactions that are made by the phone.
They said he left his cell phone at home.
In reference to
But
this X right here, bronze circle, you don't have any communication or any pings, basically would be the word, with any cell phone towers close to that.
That's correct. There's between August 1st and August 16th, there were no towers used that were near the bronze circle location.
However, we do have pings, or we have communication with cell towers in the area of 9624 Spanish Steps Lane, Las Vegas.
Yes.
As well as two Planet Fitness locations.
Correct, yes.
The one is Planet Fitness is 8945 West Charleston Boulevard.
Yes.
We have some that are right next to that, correct?
Yes, we do.
And that would indicate that the cell phone tower would be in proximity to that address.
Yeah, that tells us that that address is within coverage of this tower, so that's definitely one address where the phone could be at. Now, this data is not specific enough to pinpoint a specific location for you, just a general area.
Just the general area. Same question as to this other Planet Fitness, the address being 230 South Decatur Boulevard in Las Vegas. We do have pings near that area as well.
Correct, yes.
And again, you can't say that that means that person is specifically there, but it's a cell phone tower that's in proximity to that address.
Correct, yes.
And just so we're clear too, when you have these pings or this communication between a cell phone device and a tower, there may be various towers that are communicating or exchanging data, phone calls, text. It will show that there's activation or communication, but they don't always necessarily speak with the closest or communicate with the closest cell tower.
Correct. The cell phone will communicate with the tower that has the strongest, clearest signal. So the strongest, clearest signal can be one that's close by, but quite often if you're in a busy area or if the network will level the usage out, so you could be next to one tower, but yet your phone will connect to another tower that's a little further away. Again, it goes to the cleanest, clearest signal for connections.
If I could turn your attention to page 4. If you could please explain to us the significance of this analysis.
This is the same data we saw on the previous page. I just zoomed in so we can better see the various addresses that we've been talking about. But it's the exact same data that we saw before it was zoomed out. Now we're just zoomed into a smaller area.
You know, in this case, in the lower portion of the exhibit, it appears that we have these fanning out images. If you could explain to us what those are and what those signify in this exhibit.
Again, when you see the blue dot, that's the location of the cell tower. When you see a little pie wedge going out, that represents a sector. Typically, most towers have, a tower is just basically a tall structure or a building, and then on top you'll see a bunch of antennas all around it. The way that the carriers lay out the network, they divide them into sectors, which is, if you take a full circle around a tower, you divide it into 3 equal shapes, 3 pie wedges. Each one of those would be a sector. On some of them, you may see like a full circle going all around. That's because either a sector was not provided for us, the orientation of the sector, or it could be an
these summaries are the best.
antenna. So when you don't see a sector, it means it could be anywhere around the tower. When you see the pie wedges, then the phone is somewhere where the blue shading is located. And again, these are just visual aids. They don't represent the actual coverage for each sector.
And again, turning your attention to the 2 Planet Fitness locations, again, we have cell phone towers that were communicating in the area of this subject telephone number.
Yes.
This cell phone device.
Yes.
Turning your attention to slide number 5. Again, if you could explain to us the significance of this slide and your findings.
Yes, I was asked about the 2 Planet Fitness and when were the towers near connected. And then we see the one on the right-hand side of the map that was connected on August 9th, 2022. And then we have the time and the incoming or outgoing. It just denotes whether there's an incoming call or outgoing call. On the left side of the other Planet Fitness, there's 2 towers that were in close proximity. So I put a blue circle highlighting the 2 towers, and then those are all the dates shown there that the phone connected to those 2 towers.
And when a phone connects to a tower, if you could explain to us the various ways in which it does connect to the tower.
Well, typically a phone is a high-priced walkie-talkie, for lack of a better term. So when you hit send on your phone, it uses radio frequencies and sends a signal to the tower with the clearest, strongest signal. The tower will connect to the phone. You get authenticated as a phone user with that carrier, and then your call gets routed to whoever you're calling. And as long as you're connected, then there'll be 2-way communication. Now, the records we have in this pages, they will show typically the starting cell tower. That's what I'm mapping out here. So if you spend 10 minutes on a phone call, we have the starting tower. If you're moving around, you could hit other towers. However, they're not recorded in the records we have. So we're only being shown the tower that the initial connection made to the phone.
Turning your attention to slide 6, the pen register. Obviously, you were provided with information obtained from law enforcement concerning a pen register, correct?
Yes.
Could you explain just briefly what a pen register is?
High-priced walkie-talkie.
Basically, that's when law enforcement gets a court order, goes to the phone company,
Yeah,
and
he's
then
supposed to
they
testify
track
today.
all the calls that are made and text message, data usage by that phone during a specific time frame. And then what we're provided is a spreadsheet with the date, time, and cell towers that were connected.
Turning your attention to slide page number 7, if you could explain to us the significance and what your analysis was concerning this data that you were provided, specifically on August 28th, 2022.
For this page, I was asked to look at August 28th, 2022 for all of the connections shown on the pen register. And for that date, there was only 2 cell towers that were used. One is located to the northwest of the Spanish Steps location. And then on that tower, we have, excuse me, a breakdown. There were data sessions that were recorded between 12:39 a.m. all the way down to 11:35 p.m. There was 2 voice calls that were made, and the times are listed there. And there was 1 text message at 1:50 p.m. that connected with that tower. The other tower that was used is to the southeast of the Spanish Step location, and all of the connections to that tower were data sessions. There were no voice calls or text messages, so those are all data sessions, and these are the only 2 towers that were connected during that day.
So it's my understanding that based upon your testimony, this is all the phone usage based upon the records that were provided to you that had occurred on August 28th, 2022. We have the data sessions. We have, apparently there was 2 voice communications and 1 text message.
Correct.
And that was for the entire day of that day.
Yes.
If I told you that this was a Sunday, any reason to disagree with me?
No.
Okay, this is the day that that lady yesterday saw the guy in the park.
Is it fair to say that based upon your analysis of this cell phone data, it appears that the cell phone and presumably its user were at this address, 9624 Spanish Steps?
Okay. Again, this data gives you the general area where the phone could be, so there's no way of knowing if it was located right at Spanish Steps, but that is a location where it could have been. It could also be anywhere in that general area. Again, the data is not precise enough to pinpoint a specific address.
You don't see any other cell phone communication with any cell phone towers outside of this area in these 2 cell phone towers, fair to say?
Correct, yes.
Okay, so wait, remember that lady saw the person, she called Crime Stoppers, she saw the person. So this is his house, I guess, but that Bruce Trent Park, where she said she saw the guy, was right here.
Attention now to the pen register data that was provided to you concerning September 2nd, 2022. If you'd explain to us what we're looking at here on page 9 or slide 9 of your analysis.
Here we're looking at the pen register data for September 2nd, 2022. And again, all of the blue dots are cell towers that were used on that day for either voice, text, or data.
Again, we have cell phone towers in the area of 9624 Spanish Steps, correct?
Correct, yes.
And we also have the cell phone towers that are in the area of the Planet Fitness, being at 8945 West Charleston Boulevard.
That is correct, yes.
It appears that we have no cell phone or no data communication, either outgoing text, ingoing text, or data, the automatic communication between the cell phone and the tower over at the Planet Fitness over on Decatur, correct?
Not on this date, no.
And nor do we have any cell phone towers that were activated or communicated with or pinged on the 7216 Bronze Circle address.
That is correct, yes.
Turning your attention to this slide, page 10, slide 10, if you could explain to us what we were looking at here.
What we're going to see in the next few pages is the date broken down in smaller segments. This first segment covers between 1:34 and 6:44 a.m., where the 1 tower northwest of the home is being utilized. And again, all of the data connections are for data sessions. There were no voice calls or text messages.
And just so we're clear when we're looking at this list, I mean, because we have a data session at 1:34:14 a.m., that doesn't mean the user of this phone is on the phone. That just means that the phone is communicating or exchanging data with with the towers.
Yes, data sessions can be active usage or passive usage. Active usage is when you're going on Facebook, Instagram, searching the internet, doing something actively on the phone. And then you have passive usage where the phone will connect to the towers on its own in the background. That's just a normal part of the operation of how cell phones work. As long as it's turned on, it is constantly communicating with cell towers.
So a person could be sound asleep at 1:34 a.m. and obviously we have this data because that's what the cell phone is doing independently.
Correct, yes.
I could turn your attention to slide number 11. If you could discuss with us your findings in reference to this slide.
Here we're looking at the next time frame is from 6:45 to 6:50 a.m. and we see 4 different towers that are being utilized. The times are listed for each tower, and again, all of these are data sessions, so none of these are voice or text message.
So we don't have any active usage on the part of the person that presumably has the cell phone, if they do.
Correct. With data session, it can all be background. There's no way of knowing from these records whether it's active or background.
Okay, so that was another thing too. Remember, they said that his phone did not have any outgoing anything the whole time that that morning while everything was happening. Like his phone was just at home, but
Page
not
number 12, if you could explain to us your
acting.
analysis concerning this information.
Here we go to the next time frame. This is between 7:09 a.m. and 3:47 p.m. And again, we have the same 2 towers that we've seen used before, one to the northwest and one to the southeast of the Spanish Steps location. The one to the northwest, on the left side, we see all of the data sessions. Again, those could be background or it could be active. And then there were several text message and 3 voice calls that utilized that tower. And then on the lower right tower, we have, again, a breakdown of 1 text message, 3 voice calls, and then the rest are all data sessions that connected with the tower on the lower right.
Yeah, they're showing that all of the tower stuff wasn't near Bronze Circle, which is where Jeff lived, and then it wasn't, they're showing that it wasn't him in the park in that outfit or whatever. So I think they're trying to create reasonable doubt by saying like, hey, you know, the Crime Stopper lady, the lady who called Crime Stopper saw this other dude who had on a hat and a hoodie and was bald, and his phone wasn't there at the time.
I could turn your attention to slide page 13. If you could please discuss with us what we're viewing here.
Here we're looking at the next time frame is from 4 p.m. to 4:20 p.m. During this time frame, again, we have 5 cell towers. The one at the lower part of the map is for a voice call, so we know that's something that the phone connected to the tower. The others are all data sessions, which they could be background data sessions or active data sessions.
Based upon your review of the cell tower cell phone communication based upon this pen register, is it fair to say that the person who had this phone was in the area of the Planet Fitness?
Sustained.
Does it appear that the cell phone was in proximity or in the area of the Planet Fitness?
Yes, that's definitely one of the locations where it could have been.
Hello.
And that is consistent with the findings in your previous slides as well.
Yes.
Again, you had testified that it's not necessarily the closest cell tower that basically we have a ping, but it's the strongest.
Correct.
And that would be consistent, again, with what we see here. That this person was in, or that the cell phone was in the area of both the Spanish Steps home as well as the Planet Fitness on Charleston.
Yes, the tower on the lower right of the map, that one is, when I measured, is almost equal distance to the Spanish Steps and Planet Fitness. So either location could be a location where the phone was found or somewhere in between in that general area.
Here we have then much later in the day, again, we have, it appears, data sessions. If you could please just briefly explain this to us.
Yeah, here we're going through the end of the day from 4:27 p.m. to 11:55 p.m. and we have 3 different towers that are being utilized, and they're all for data sessions.
Again, we don't have active use where perhaps a user, we're having texts that are being sent, phone calls that are being made.
Correct, yeah, this data that we have, that we're provided with, there's no way of knowing if anyone was actually using the phone or if it was just sitting there with background connections.
If you could explain to us on this next slide the Celebrite locations and what the basis was for your analysis and what it is that we are viewing here.
Here, I was provided a Celebrite, which is a forensic software for extracting data from the phone. I was asked to look for any locations available for the year of 2022. And when I pulled the locations for 2022, this is what came up. Now, in this case, the dot represents the... Thank you.
Oh, he said, can we approach? All right, we're just a little bit behind, so we can skip forward. Oh,
Waive regarding the case rates minutes either by voice, phone, email, text, internet, investigation.
Oh, man.
We will be in recess for 10 minutes.
10-minute recess. Once I get past this and get caught up to real time, it makes me so sad. Yeah, thank you for the super chat. Thank you, thank you. Thank you.
If we could.
And just like that, we were caught up. Oh well. It's okay. Thank you for the super chat, BL. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you. Okay, let's see. Our poll so far. Oh, do I need to turn my mic down? I was recording the podcast, and sometimes that makes it way louder than that. Tell me if it's too loud. I'm just turning it down. I have to adjust all of my settings when I go from recording the podcast to streaming. Okay, so the poll results. 81% think that we'll hear him testify today. 18% say, nah. Legally Blonde says, no, see, in the Chaconis trial, we knew when the phone was being manipulated in any way. Why don't we have that here? I like it when we do those kinds of things. When we get the, when we get all of the info, all of the data, all of the everything, all of it. I love that. Like, I want to see, give me all the data. I want to see when they move it, when they change it, when they shake it, when it changes, not rotation, what's it called? Orientation, all that good stuff. Oh, jury met yesterday for the fatal attack on my neighbor. They tacked on an additional 7 charges. Plea arraignment is next Friday. Oh, dang. That's good. All right, so someone who was in court yesterday heard the judge asking if he wanted to. Yes, the person I talked to in the court said that he is testifying, and also the Vanessa Murphy, I think, posted something about it as well. So we should be hearing from him today. There are, I think, 2 witnesses from what I was told. There are 2 witnesses today, and then we will hear from him. So give us all the data. I will tell you too. Hello. I love Melanie. I love how they trust Celebrite in this case. Looking at you, Canton. Eyes on you, Canton. I will tell y'all too, while we are on this little break, I have the case that I've been telling y'all about for over a year. My friend's friend that killed her husband, allegedly, and buried him in the fire pit out back, and is blaming her 7-year-old daughter. That trial is set to go September 7th, I think. So I will be in Orlando. It's like right outside of Orlando. For that, I will be going to stay with my friends while we go to that trial. I go to that trial. So that one starts. And actually, somebody sent yesterday, I saw that Law and Crime did a story on it yesterday. So I will have we're going to do, before it comes up, I will do a stream. I've already done one video on it, or maybe two. I don't remember. And we've talked about it on lives and stuff before, but I will do a live stream on that. I may do a podcast episode on it too, depending on what I can get fit in between now and then. If I can't do it before, then I'll definitely do it after with all the information from the trial. But that trial is set for September 7th, finally. So, yeah, that one's crazy. Her name is Laurie Shaver, and she, my lifelong friends, college roommates, knew her because their kids went to school together. So when they met, she said that she, she was married to somebody else at this point. And she said that her first husband had run out, but there were a couple different stories. One of them was that he left her and the kids and went to California. One was that he left and went to Georgia. One was that he went to Afghanistan or something. There were all these different places where he supposedly went, but his family hadn't heard from him. His driver's license expired. His, debit cards and everything weren't being used. So it just gone. But there's so much more to it too. And that's why we'll do a video on it. Because we don't really have enough time to go over all of it while they're doing their little 10-minute break, but there's a lot more to it too. Kind of crazy stuff. She ended up, she had access to his Facebook and, anyway, she quit his job through his phone and stuff, saying, I'm having problems. I'm going to Georgia. You might as well fire me or I quit. I'm not coming in. His family tried to reach out to him, and, she didn't. I think one of them, his niece, I think it was his niece. I'd have to go back and look at my notes. His niece said that, she reached out and she answered on his account saying, I don't know you. I don't have a family anymore. Yeah. She's saying that her 7-year-old daughter did it. It's a mess. It is a mess. So my friends who met her, because their kids go to school together and stuff, they became friends with her. They went over there, took their kid over there to play with her kids. They all were hanging out back, and she had this nice new fire pit with a big old concrete slab over it. They sat there and roasted marshmallows, not knowing that she had buried her husband under there. So when they ended up going to do a wellness check, they said that, she was cooperative and let them come in and everything, until they said something about bringing cadaver dogs, and then she stopped being cooperative. So they ended up bringing cadaver dogs. She was having a whole relationship with another dude, and because they were having all kinds of problems. Anyway, they were splitting up. They were kind of off and on for a while. They separated. She was having a relationship with another dude. He started dating somebody else, and she didn't like that. The person that she was having a relationship with was married. So to him, apparently it was just kind of a physical thing, but she thought it was going to be more than that. So she now has Michael, the husband, out of the picture, and I think is expecting this relationship to go somewhere. She even got his name tattooed in her nether regions. Name or initials or something like that. I don't know. Anyway, but he was married and he was just physical for him. So he was not planning on leaving his wife. So she ended up sending messages to his wife through Michael's Facebook saying, hey, my wife and your husband are having an affair, and sent flowers and stuff. I mean, just like the details on this one are just off the rocker. So it's an interesting one. But yeah, my friends were there roasting marshmallows and had no idea that they were roasting marshmallows over her dead husband. Crazy. Yeah, it'll be interesting. So that one starts September 7th. I love listening to Brandi on lives. The way she articulates things matches the way my brain functions. You mean scattered and exhausted? That's how my brain works. Hello. You know, they were basically told that, you know, he was having problems and left and needed some time to himself, and she said that they got divorced. She told them, because she's telling them that, you know, yeah, he was at the divorce hearing. They never got divorced. She killed him, allegedly. But she's telling them all very different stuff. When does Sarah Bone trial start? October. It's supposed to be October. I was just talking about Lori Shaver. That is the one that starts next month. It's my friend's friend. Was my friend's friend. So I'll be going and staying with them and going to that one. Hello, Steph. Yeah, I had it set for later, but I worked 1,000,000 hours on the podcast the last couple days, and that's what I was doing today, and I'm burnt out on it and just needed a break. So I figured today he's supposed to testify anyway, so we'll go live early and hang out and watch. Not a fan of her lawyer. Yeah, me neither. Me neither. So your friend believes Shaver's guilty? Yes. And yeah. And there's yeah. I can't say too much about all of that yet, but drinking beer around a fire pit, I guess people start yapping, saying things that, anyway. Hello. Hi. Hello. It is good to see you. This guy testifying is just trying to cause confusion. It means nothing. What what good could he possibly do, right? I mean, there's so much evidence against this guy. This is one of those that's not the same kind of, not the same as the others. It's so much evidence on this one. But he's narcissist, so he thinks that, you know, he thinks he can trick everyone, control the narrative. Crazy, right? Yeah, Vegas time is different. Vegas time is very different. But it wasn't that bad with Thami. The Thami trial wasn't that bad. Was it? I don't remember it being that bad. I don't think so. Oh, and look, speaking of trials, hold on. Do you see this? Do you see my shirt? Do you remember the trial that we did that took place at the Goat in Manchester, New Hampshire? I have, thanks to Lisa Bassett, I have a, she was there and she sent me a t-shirt. You know what's interesting? Okay, so I was doing, yesterday, I was working on, because I'm going to do a podcast episode on him, and then I'm going to do one on Naya Tao, and both of them are bald men, right? I was doing the thumbnails, and they're both bald men, but the shapes of their head are so different. I'll have to show you. Very interesting. Oh, you're in Manchester right now. The blonde lady behind him is Vanessa Murphy. There's that other blonde lady on my screen. The other blonde lady. I'm not surprised either. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yes, the Canton episode I put out last night. I'm behind on it because my computer crashed last week. I had to redo everything. Everything. This one is Vanessa. And then that's Lauren. And that's Matt. I don't know if you can see them. Hello, hello. I need a vacuum, but I don't want to miss it. Just wait till lunch to vacuum. It'll be fine. Vanessa Murphy is with 8 News Now in Las Vegas.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, everyone. Please be seated.
Matt is Court TV.
Thank you. Sorry for the break, Mr. Aguero. We were discussing this slide, the 2022 media locations, and you were telling us what this was.
Yeah, this slide here is looking at the locations that were found on the cell phone when I reviewed the Celebrite extraction report. All of the locations came from basically media, photos or videos that were stored on the phone. Typically, when you take a photograph, most modern phones will get the latitude, longitude, so it'll give you a location where the photo was taken. So this is just looking at all the media that was found on the phone. And there were the little orange dots is the actual latitude and longitude reported on the media. And again, there's basically 3 locations where they're all kind of bunched together. The bulk of them is in the upper left near the Spanish Steps Lane location, and that's in January. Had 124 pictures or videos taken at that location. There was one at the bottom of the page taken in September, and then there was one on the right taken in March. Again, this is just strictly from media locations, and the media could be some that the phone took itself, or it could be some that were sent via text message or downloaded from social media or some other online site. And that's basically what we're looking at.
Now, you had prepared a report just a couple of days ago and had sent it to the parties involved, correct?
Yes.
And that presentation was not in the PowerPoint presentation. It was basically slides, fair to say?
Correct, yes.
I'm going to show you defense proposed exhibits C3 and D3. I may approach the witness. If you could review these 2 documents and tell me if you recognize them.
Yes, I do.
We can move this down to the additional. Now, in reference to these 2, is there any correlation between these 2 exhibits and what we're seeing on the screen?
Yes. This first one.
Do any of you think
C3,
he was being framed?
It was looking at all of the locations found on the phone, and they range from 2009 all the way through 2022. There was quite a bit of location, so we have a lot more dots throughout the map.
And if I could publish, Your Honor? And we could bring this up on the overhead. This is Defense Exhibit C3. If you could please explain to us again, this is just a much broader time frame.
Yes, it's, again, it's from 2009 through 2022, so there's several years worth of records and locations. And again, each of the dots represents 1 or more locations that were found at where the dot is.
Okay. Turning your attention to what's been marked and admitted, please. Yes, you could explain to us this document.
Yes, this one, B3, is just looking at the time frame of August 1st through August 30, 2022 on the map, because there were no locations found on the phone for that month.
If I may publish this. And you're saying no locations, is this in reference to media locations?
Well, just any locations that are found on the phone. The first one that we looked at were all strictly media location. This last one from 2009 through 2022 were all the locations found. From memory, I don't recall if they're strictly media or if there's other forms of location. The form will keep a variety of locations in its memory.
Has there been any change in your evaluation of the data that was presented to you?
No.
There was a slide that we had addressed concerning Oh, the September 2nd, 2022 data. I'm sorry, the September 2nd, 2022 data. Recall that line of questioning?
Yes.
Again, there's been no change in your testimony or opinions through the course of your evaluation of this data.
No.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
You know, I think I'm going to use mine. It's okay.
Absolutely.
I'll just, if I can have a second just to set up the honor. Do you mind if I, Robert, can you clear your laptop?
Oh, absolutely.
Oops. So many trials, so little time.
That's awkward.
Did he just say that's awkward?
So we don't have to toggle over. Absolutely. Thanks.
I don't know that anybody could buy the whole being framed thing because there's so much evidence against him. Like, it's not just that they found the hat or whatever. Like, all the stuff that was on his phone, all the stuff that was on his work computer. It goes so far beyond
How are you, sir?
I'm doing good, thank you.
Good.
just one thing.
So, just to be clear, this is the PowerPoint presentation that you just presented the jury this morning. Is that correct?
Yes.
His
Okay.
DNA, that was a big one.
It would be accurate to say that this report, the one that we saw today, was produced on August 21st. That would be today at 10:21 a.m. Does that sound about right?
Well, actually, this report was created last night. I copied it to a thumb drive this morning to bring it over.
Okay. So last night you created it, but this morning at 10:21 a.m. you sent that out, correct?
Well, I brought it on a thumb drive and gave it to the attorney, and that's probably when he copied. I gave it to him a few minutes before that.
Okay, understood. And just to be clear, this was not the first report that you produced, correct?
No, it's not.
Okay, and I'm going to show opposing counsel. It's already been previously marked as 373. May I approach the witness? Let the record reflect I'm showing the witness. Sir, I want you to take a look at case proposed 373. Take a quick minute, flip through it, and let me know if you recognize it.
Look quickly. Yeah,
Yes,
that
it looks like
that walk is
the original PowerPoint or the original presentation that was prepared.
And that's a fair and accurate depiction of that original report. Is that correct?
Yes, it
At
is.
this time, we ask that stage proposed 373 be admitted into evidence.
No objection.
Thank you very much. Okay, sir. So let's do this. I want to pick up where he left off at the end. So when we look at the end of your presentation, and we get to slides 15 and 16, 15 says celebrate locations. Is that correct?
Correct, yes.
And then this one focuses on media locations. Is that correct?
Well, it focuses on all the locations from 2022 that were on the phone.
Well, it's specifying media locations.
They were all media locations.
Okay. And that is with respect to Mr. Tellis's phone that was forensically downloaded, correct?
Correct, yes.
Okay. Now, if we could cue over to the Elmo. Thank you. So this is, as we can see here, that's marked as slide 14, correct? And it
Yes.
says celebrate locations, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, when I used split screens last time, y'all said that the picture wasn't big enough and you wanted to go to this one. Do you want to do split screens?
Turn
I'll do a poll.
to this slide. You were providing us a range of history from 2009 to 2022. Is that correct?
Correct, yes.
And each one of those orange dots symbolizes location data being spit out by that phone that's contained on the forensic
I'll let y'all
downloaded
pick.
phone. Would that be correct?
Correct, yes.
And just to be clear, when we look at this map, that's not all of Las Vegas. It's just a section of Las Vegas, correct?
Correct.
And it's the section of Las Vegas that contains the defendant's house. Is that right?
Yes.
I don't know if you know that or not, but at least it contains Spanish Steps. Is that correct?
Correct, yes.
Were you aware that's where the defendant lived?
I learned it in the last couple of days.
Okay. It includes an address of Bronze Circle, and you wouldn't have any reason to disagree with me that potentially is well, it's not potentially, it is the victim's home in this case.
I'll take your word.
All right. And it also includes, I believe, well, it doesn't have any Planet Fitness landmarks on this slide, correct?
Correct.
And so that is a 13-year snapshot of this section of the city regarding location data found on that phone.
Correct.
Let's talk about location data for a second on a phone. If you, for example, if you send a phone, if you take a picture on a phone, sometimes phones will actually capture where exactly you took that picture, correct?
Yes, most modern phones will capture the latitude, longitude, sometimes the altitude of where the photo was taken.
And so when phones are, for example, created on a phone and that's captured in Celebrite, you can capture location data showing, oh, I can see where, that would be a plot point potentially, correct?
Correct.
But apps are a way that location data can be generated from a Celebrite download, correct?
Well, apps can generate location and be stored on the phone, and then Celebrite would download that app location.
So for example, like Waze, the app Waze,
Correct.
Right? It shows you which way to go. You can turn on your location services, and then if you had turned it on and your phone is downloaded, Celebrite could collect what Waze following you, correct?
Correct.
Google Maps is the same way, correct?
Yes.
I mean, even like Chick-fil-A can follow. We'd like to know where you are. You can tell Chick-fil-A, hey, you can follow me anytime I'm walking around, correct?
There's a million apps that will follow people, yes.
So the owner of the phone has a lot of control over who's watching, where they're going with their phone, because they control turning on location information, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And so all you're doing is trying to see what location information was left, right?
Correct.
And when we look at a 13-year snapshot of Mr. Tallis's phone, we get all those dots for that section, correct?
Yes.
This slide was not in the newest presentation, correct?
No, the newest presentation I was requested, since there is quite a bit of data, narrow it down to 2022, and that's what I did.
Understood. So the answer to my question was no. This slide was not in the new presentation, correct?
Correct, yes.
All right, so now let's turn to the original report. Let's go to slide 16. Sir, if you could, please read the header of the slide.
August 1 through 31st, 2022, no locations.
No locations. So if I'm understanding this slide correctly, you decided to look at how much location data is on Mr. Tallis's phone for the month of August of 2022, correct?
Correct.
Your map focuses on Bronze Circle as well as his house, correct?
Correct.
And there's not a single plot point, correct?
Correct.
When we look at the 13 years, there's tons of plot points, right?
Yes.
But the month of August, dead silent.
Correct.
Sir, an owner of the phone has the ability to turn off location information, correct?
That is correct. You can turn off location history at any point.
And you don't just have the power to turn off a particular app. You can literally just turn the phone off and then it goes dark, right?
If you turn the phone off, then it will not record anything.
So if you want to go to Bronze Circle, but you don't want someone to see you, you can simply just turn off the phone, right?
That is possible, yes.
You could go through every single one of your apps that have location information and you could turn those off as well if you wanted to leave your phone on, right?
That is correct.
The power is in the holder of the phone, correct?
Yes.
And this is Mr. Tallis's phone.
Yes.
And that month, and here's the thing, when you reviewed this case, do you know the day that Mr. Dearman died?
I have no idea, sir.
Okay, so if I told you it was September 2nd, you have no reason to dispute that?
No, I don't. I don't know the date.
Okay, but just to be clear, the month before Mr. Gehrman dies, he's got no location data on his phone
That's correct.
for that area.
Correct.
So, I want to turn back to, could we cue over to his like modern presentation, the most recent one? Thank you. All right, so let's look at, sorry, I'm getting confused looking at this
Okay,
presentation. All
right
so,
now y'all are
the
saying 56% split, so we'll try
702-533-1858. You reviewed the subscriber information on this, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and just to be clear, 702-533-1858, according to the T-Mobile records, the subscriber is Robert Tellis, correct?
Correct, yes.
Okay. So when you looked at the cell phone records and the pen register, it was all affiliated with Mr. Tellis's cell phone, correct?
Correct.
Okay. When we look at this slide here, August 1st through August 16th, when we look at this information, again, these are just plot points of the phone interacting with a tower. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Just to be clear, this does not deal with September 2nd. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And also, just to be clear, if I didn't want to interact with a tower, so when we look at historical records, isn't it true that when you see the tower data, that's because of if a phone called, let's say a phone called my phone, and I picked it up and I answered it, that connection using a cell tower pops up in the record, right?
That is correct, yes.
You would agree with me that if I turn my phone off, there's not going to be a plot point of where my phone is because my phone is not talking to a cell tower, correct?
No, if you turn your phone off, there would be a record of a call coming in, going to voicemail, and there would not be a cell tower.
Right, so when we look at, if we look at August 1st through August 16th, and we see like bronze circle, it doesn't appear to be a tower that the phone is interacting.
Impossible.
Right?
Correct.
But let's just say if I turned off my phone and I went to bronze circle, it doesn't matter how many times someone calls me, it's never going to show up in the records, right?
Correct.
Because I controlled whether or not someone could see me through that tower information, right?
If you turn it off, there will be no record. Yes.
Right, because the holder of the phone controls the information, right? In terms of tower data, right?
Well,
put it another way. If I don't want any tower records of my movement, all I have to do is hit the power button and turn it off, right?
yes, you can turn it off, and then there would be no record on any record from the phone company.
So all of the information that we get to this is tied to whether or not the holder of the phone wants to keep his phone on or off, correct?
These is showing all the times that the phone is
Bad for
on,
them.
So the answer to my question is what? It all depends on whether or not the holder of the phone wants to have his location data out there, right?
Well, it depends on whether the owner of the phone wants to have communications with the phone.
Correct. And if Mr. Tellis didn't want to have his communication out there, he could simply turn it off, and you wouldn't be able to see the movement of his phone as it interacts with towers because it can't, correct?
That would be correct, yes.
Okay, and just to be clear, during this month of August, at least for this 2-week period, there's no tower interaction near Brown Circle, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Again, similarly, we see some, this is the same logic, right? So you've got these pings, but it's dependent on the phone being on to communicate with those towers. Is that right?
Yes.
Moving on to slide 5. This is kind of a tower near Planet Fitness, correct? So this is on 8/5. So this is not the day of the murder, is that correct?
Yeah, I don't know the date of the murder.
It's 9/2, so it's not 9/2, correct?
Correct.
So we're looking at we're looking in that 2-week window in August, right?
Correct.
Okay. We're looking at 8/28. That's not on 9/2, is it?
Correct.
Let's move on. Let's talk about 9/2. So on 9/2 here, you are indicating that there are data sessions from 1:30 in the morning to 6:44, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and it's interacting at a cell site tower kind of nearby Spanish Steps, right?
Correct.
So this is not incoming or outgoing, is that right?
It's strictly data sessions.
Right, and I think you said, the phone acts passively, right?
It can be active or it can be passive.
And so like people go to sleep and your phone could still be communicating with a tower through a data session. Would that be right?
Yes.
Okay. 6 a.m. to 6:45 to 6:50. Again, these are all data sessions, right?
Correct.
So no outgoing messages or voice calls from this phone, correct?
Correct.
Okay, now we're looking at, this is a very big window of time. You've got 7:09 a.m. to 3:47, is that correct?
Correct.
And it looks like you're trying to parse out what things are, is that correct?
Yeah, I'm just separating the pen register data from the voice, text, and data.
And just to be clear, one of the things I saw on an earlier slide that you don't have here is you don't denote on this slide which text, if the text messages are incoming or outgoing, correct?
That is correct.
And you don't denote if the voicemail message, the voice calls are incoming or outgoing, correct?
Correct.
Okay. I'd like to publish, you've read those pen registers. I'd like to publish Exhibit 345. Hold on. Let me bring this over. You're familiar with these records, correct?
Yes.
Oh, wait, this is the wrong one. Hold on a second. That, well, just so we can see this is the subscriber records, right?
Correct, it
That's
is.
how we can see it's Mr. Tellis and it's over at Spanish Steps. Is that right?
Correct.
All right, so I'm now publishing the pen register records. This is what they look like, correct?
Correct.
And essentially, when we look at category A, that's kind of plotting an event, right? Or like an entry point, right? Is that correct?
Column A, I believe it's just like a case number.
Okay, thank you. Column B is the number, right?
Correct.
And that's Mr. Tellis' number, is that right?
Yes.
Column D is the date, is that true?
Correct.
And call type is whether it's a voice or a text or if it's a data session, right?
Correct.
And direction is outgoing and ingoing, correct?
Correct.
Incoming. Sir, I just want to turn your attention to the end of these registers. And just so we're clear, when we were looking at your presentation before and you were mapping out the data sessions, the incoming, well, you didn't do incoming outcome, but you had text messages and voice, that was being pulled from these records that we see here, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
I can only do what I can do, y'all. It was split like 50-50, so I'm trying to...
Just want to get to... Oh, there's a glare, and I can't see the scroll button. Sorry. Let me... Okay. So, do you see this entry point here? For the record, it's 45556. Do you see that, sir?
Yes, sir.
And I think you're familiar with this. Isn't it true that this is for the morning of September 2nd, this is the last outgoing text for a while. Would that be correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and it's outgoing and it's at 8:48, right?
Correct, yes.
That's a big deal.
And we look at that other slide, when we look at, so when we're looking at, there it is, right? That's up at the top, right? The very first entry, that's an outgoing text message, correct?
Correct, yes.
Okay. So let's go back to these records. So when we start to look after 8:48, you're getting tons of outgoing data, which is kind of, as you testified to, a passive function of a phone, correct?
Can be, yes.
But then you start getting text messages, right? So here's one at 9:16, right?
Correct.
That's incoming though, right?
Correct.
There's another one at 9:16:03, another incoming text, correct?
Correct.
9:16:04, an incoming text, correct?
Yes.
9:26, another incoming text, correct?
Correct.
And this phone is not responding. It's not sending an outgoing text yet. Isn't that right?
That is correct.
We have another incoming text at 9:44. Is that right?
Correct.
Another incoming text at 9:44. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
We have another one. So we've got 1, 2, 3, all within 9:44:53. Incoming text after incoming text, correct?
Yeah, just to clear up, when you have the same time frame, it typically is one large message that's broken down into smaller segments, so it's not necessarily multiple messages. Just so it's clear.
Understood. And so we see this bulk, there's one message coming at 9:44, but it's not responded to immediately, correct?
Correct, yes.
And then at 10:16, we have another text message, right?
Correct, incoming.
And then 1 second later, so the first one's at 10:16:29, the next one's at 10:16:30, another text message, right?
Again, they could be separate, it could be one long message broken down.
Okay, so we're seeing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, all being recorded by this phone, right?
Correct.
And there's no immediate response back, right?
Correct.
Then we see at 10:35, nearly 15 minutes later, another text message comes in, or actually nearly 20 minutes later, another text message comes in, right?
Correct.
And there's no outgoing response. Isn't that right?
That is correct.
Now at 10:43, there's 2 voice calls. Isn't that right?
Incoming, correct.
Incoming. So people are now calling the phone, right?
Yes.
It's followed up by an incoming text message, right?
Correct.
We then now we're almost at 30 minutes later, we have 2 more phone calls coming in, correct?
Correct. Again, that I believe is one actual call. They're within a couple seconds.
Understood. Seems to be the same number, 2 seconds off, but nonetheless, someone is calling that phone 30 minutes after those last text messages, right?
That is correct, yes.
And yet, nothing is going out of that phone. Isn't that right?
Correct.
And then we just have tons of passive outgoing data activity, getting us to about 1:20. Isn't that right?
Yes.
And once again, at 1:20, more incoming calls. Isn't that right?
That is correct.
Or it might just be one call, right? Because it's at the same time, same number. Would that be fair?
Yes.
All right. And then we have just a minute and 15 seconds later, another incoming text, right?
Correct.
And then there's another incoming text 2 seconds later, maybe from the same place.
This part is really damning for
me.
me.
Another record of it, isn't that right?
Correct.
And then we have an incoming text from a completely different number, isn't that true?
Correct.
We have got more, so 2 more coming from that number, isn't that right?
Again, it could be one long message or multiple messages, all incoming.
Right. But the bottom line is people keep reaching out to this phone, isn't that right?
Correct.
And we're not seeing a response going out from this phone, are we?
Correct.
Now we get to 1:22. There's another incoming text, isn't that right?
Correct.
And it appears to be a series from this number.
Correct.
Right? There's 3 of them here.
Oops. Oops.
Different number, isn't that right?
Correct.
And yet the phone never sends an outgoing message, does it?
Not during this time, no.
Then we move on to 2:05. Finally, we have an outgoing text, isn't that right?
Correct.
So from 8:48 in the morning to 2:05 p.m., from the day that Mr. Garman is murdered, no outgoing texts are being sent from Robert Tellis' phone, isn't that right?
That is correct.
And there is not a
bad for
single outgoing phone call from Mr. Tellis' phone at that time, isn't that right?
That is correct.
I have no further questions for this witness.
Can you redirect?
Thank you. In reference to these messages, we'll keep this up. We don't know if it's actual people concerning this incoming data. It could be spam, correct?
It could be anything without looking at a cell phone extraction that has the copy of the messages or the message being saved through the phone company. It could be anything. We don't know.
Okay, so it would be speculating to say all these people are reaching out and trying to get a hold of this person during this period of time, and he's just not responding. Fair to say?
Again, all we know is that messages are coming into the phone. Some of these are multiple. It could be one longer message broken down. Who they're coming from without checking the numbers and see who that person is, I have no idea.
So again, and you had said multiple times during cross, this could just be a large message. It doesn't mean that multiple times a person's trying to submit or transfer information.
Yeah, text messages are SMS, short message service. They go in small increments, 160 characters. So on your phone, you can type a long letter. When you hit send for transmission purposes, that gets broken down into 160 character segments and transmitted. So on the records, you see multiple messages, but it's actually one long message. So these can be one or they could be multiple.
Okay, so again, to make the characterization, these are multiple times during this time. It's not particularly accurate. It could be one long message. Fair to say?
Correct, yes.
And I moved this up courtesy, but I'd like to address the last slide, please. Yes, yes, thank you.
So he's basically not using his phone. Thank you, Ricky Watson. Thank you. He's basically not using his phone for those 5 hours where we know that Jeff Gearman was killed. One more big piece of evidence that looks really bad.
Could bring this up. Turn your attention to the 2022 media locations, and previously there was a number of questions carrying a longer span of time, 2009 to 2022.
Correct.
This was just to focus your attention on the year in question. Fair to say?
Correct, yes.
Your conclusions are the same.
Yes, they are.
There's been no material difference whatsoever between your previous report and this report.
Correct. Just the previous one was a longer time frame with more clutter with data.
And obviously we were interested in an efficient presentation and a more focused presentation. Fair to say?
Correct.
Your opinion has not changed whatsoever.
No, it's the same.
Your conclusions have not changed whatsoever.
No, they have not.
There have been several questions concerning this, and I submit to you, it's speculation, you'd be in a better space to sell, but where a person's turning off this media location data and trying to hide their movements. Remember that line of questions?
Yes.
There was questions they could turn their phone off and they could somehow thwart being found or discovered.
Correct.
Fair to say, like they're trying to hide their locations? In this slide, and it's slide 16, this was the last slide that we were addressing for the 2022 media locations. You see in the top left corner, there's the box?
Yes.
If you could explain to us the significance of that box. It's in this report.
Yeah, it basically is just telling you that all of the media on the upper left box all occurred in January. So when we narrow it down to 1 year, it's easier to categorize how many locations are for each specific month. So those were all dated in January, and then after January, there are no media locations in that area.
Okay, so again, it appears consistent. It's not like this month of August, we have someone turning off their media locations on their phone. It appears that after January, we have February, March, April, May, June, all the way down, there's zero.
Correct.
From that location.
Correct.
Same question concerning the bottom.
Again,
The
that's
bottom
just,
box.
yeah, there was
Please
just
explain.
there was just one media location found in September. The other months, there was no location found in that area on the phone.
Same question on the right, the middle box right here. Middle of the screen to the right. Again, if you could please go through the months and explain the significance of that.
Yeah. Again, looking at the media location for the entire year, there was only one media that had location in March in that area. The other months, there was no location whatsoever on the phone.
Again, much to do about nothing. I mean, this shows that apparently the media location part of the cell phone was not being utilized.
Well, media location is when you actually take a photograph. Someone takes a photograph. The phone didn't have any other locations stored on it, such as Google locations or from apps or from any other source whatsoever. So the lack of location, there just wasn't any on the phone. And there are phones that don't store a whole lot of locations.
Okay, so obviously fair to say that based upon your experience in this area, people change their cell phones. People purchase new ones.
Yes, and then each model and each make stores data differently. Some store more locations. It depends what apps you use on your phone. Some will store more locations, others don't. The accuracy of the location can vary tremendously. So there's a lot of issues to take into account.
If I were to tell you that there was evidence, and obviously you weren't called upon to give an opinion concerning that, concerning newspaper articles, concerns in May. Again, looking at this analysis of these three for the media locations, we don't see anything going on in May, do we?
No, we don't.
We don't see anything going on in June, July, August, correct?
Correct.
We do have down here at the lower location, a media location concerning September of 1.
Correct.
Fair to say that based upon your analysis of this phone, there's not a change. It's consistent basically month in to month out, perhaps except for January of 2022.
Yes, it is pretty consistent throughout the year that there's not a whole lot of locations stored on the phone.
And again, the change in the report isn't material. Doesn't concern your conclusions. It's just to make the presentation simpler.
Correct.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you. Any requests?
I do. There's Mark. Oh, I didn't want that.
Yeah, he's had much to do. Did you get rid of your phone at a military base, sir? Did you cut up your SIM card?
Thank you very much. Sir, you remember at the beginning of cross-examination, or redirect examination, you were asked a question about substantively what's going on with those text messages. And I think you said, oh, you might have to speculate. You'd really need to look into Celebrate and study the messages, correct?
If you want to get the content, whether it's one long message or multiple small messages, yes.
And just to be clear, you did look at the content of the text messages on this phone as part of your work, isn't that correct?
No, sir. That wasn't one of the items that was requested of me.
Okay. I'm showing opposing counsel, this is marked Exhibit 375. Thank you. May I approach? Sir, do you recognize what I'm about to hand you? This is State Proposed 375.
Yes.
Okay. Please take a look at both pages.
Yeah, this is a report that I wrote back on August 17th.
You wrote that. That's a fair and accurate depiction of your report?
It is.
Okay. And you prepared that in conjunction with producing the original PowerPoint presentation that I kind of had and showed you, correct?
Yes.
Okay. At this time, we'd ask for admission of State Proposed 375. You can approach me.
And who is he talking to? And then this is why I just want to flick his bald head. He drives me nuts with that. He does this. I can't stand that. He's annoying. I don't like him. Not a fan. Not a fan.
Thank you so much. Publishing Exhibit 375. All right, sir. So we can see that okay?
Yes.
All right. So that's dated August 17th, correct?
Correct.
And you state in here that you were requested to analyze pen register records, correct?
Correct.
Yes.
You also compared this IMSI to the IMSI shown on Mr. Tellis' Celebrate extraction, correct?
Correct.
And you kind of indicate that the phone was associated with, the number we've been talking about, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You were provided a Celebrate download of Mr. Tellis' phone, isn't that right?
Correct, yes.
You just testified that you did not review the content of any text messages. You did just tell us that on cross-examination, didn't you?
Correct, yes.
I want to show you now page 2. Sir, do you see these 3 entry points here?
Yes, sir.
Isn't it true that comes from Celebrate?
Yes, it does.
doesn't that provide the content of the text messages?
Yes, and in this report, if you read it in its entirety, I'm just trying to confirm the time zone for the pen register, which is the whole reason for the report.
Sir, you said you didn't look at any text messages on the Celebrite download that had their content. You did testify to that just 2 minutes ago on cross-examination, recross, right?
Yes, I did not review the content of the message. I was looking at the date and time.
Okay. Okay, so you didn't study it, but you literally captured content, correct?
Yes,
And you put it in this email, correct?
in this report, yes.
Okay, and so just to be clear, you had the text messages, the content at your disposal, right, for the day of 9/2, isn't that right?
Yes,
Okay, so I know you say, well, I could be speculating, but the bottom line is, if you had wanted to, you could have just scrolled through and looked to see if it's spam or if it's substantive, isn't that right? You could have, right?
if that had been a request made of me, I would have done it. However, I do work with what I'm requested to do.
I understand that. At this time, we're going to approach the stage proposed 374.
Hamner gets that little bit of,
May I approach?
little bit of snark, that little bit of bite to him. He's a good prosecutor.
So I want you to take a look at this for a second. I know that you didn't prepare this, but are you familiar roughly with what you're looking at here, like what this is?
Timeline, yes, from the Celebrite extraction.
Receipts.
Yes, I'm familiar with those. I've seen them many times.
Okay, and I'm going to turn your attention to page 5.
They're all experts.
Entries 12, 13, and 14. Based off of your cover letter that we just looked at, are you familiar with what you're looking at there?
Yeah, those are the three that I copied on my report.
Okay, does this appear to be a timeline extraction from Mr. Tellis's phone?
Correct, yes.
And this appears to be a fair and accurate depiction of data extracted from that phone from that day?
The report looks like a typical timeline report that I've seen. I'm assuming nothing was left out of it, so it appears to be a timeline report.
Okay. At this time, we're going to ask that stage proposed 374 be admitted. We can approach, please.
Sure.
Oh, here we go again. For those who weren't here the other day, we had arts and crafts time.
So, if I could, I'm going to remove this staple just to make it a little easier to read. I'll just leave it. Well, may I approach for a second?
Oh, and this one.
I want
Loved
to show you
that one.
page 2. This first entry point's kind of obscured, but they have categories here. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So for example, this appears to be the 4th entry. There's a 4, but the staple seems to be blocking the numbers. Would that be correct?
Yes.
Okay, great. Okay.
Oh, and Wooly Willy. Don't forget Wooly Willy.
So, if we're looking at this here, this entry here is from, if you could tell us, what time in the morning is that coming from?
1:21 and 31 seconds a.m.
And if you look at this category here in the 3rd column, what is it denoting?
Incoming?
And if the 2nd column is telling us what type of data this is?
Yes, it's
And
email.
for this entry, what is it?
Email.
All right. So let's, whoop, did I just turn that off? Of course I broke the overhead. Okay. Sorry about that. All right. I'm turning to page 5. if you could, just, focus these pips. I don't have much luck here. Okay. Looking at this entry at the top of the page, if you could tell me, what is the date and time there?
8:47 a.m.
Is this incoming or outgoing?
It looks like an incoming text message.
Okay, and it's categorized as an instant message, is that right?
Yes.
Who is the message from? I don't know if you can read it.
The phone number.
Actually, at this point, I would object. This has been admitted through a different witness. It was admitted absent objection. He was not called upon to read the contents of these. That was covered by law enforcement. So, again, this is out of the scope of the direct. It's been addressed by the state. And
I don't know why we're doing a speaking objection. If you'd like to approach, we can.
They are not friends today. Yeah, we got tired of looking at his face. So we started having arts and crafts time. It started here. Thank you. Thank you for the super chat. That'll get us more arts and crafts. It started here, and then it evolved. After we read the part about him like biting on his coworker's ear. We thought that was gross. So then he needed to have his ear bit on. So we gave him that. And then this was a special request from Lindsay Hendricks. She wanted his head to be in the solar system. And look, ask and you shall receive at 13th juror. So his head officially became part of the solar system. That one might be my favorite. And then, of course, since it's the same prosecutors that prosecuted Thami, we figured him and Thami could be bunk buddies.
So, at 8:47, who sends Mr. Tellis a text message?
It's from 702-672-8556, and the name on the contacts is Olivia Tellis.
Okay, so that's at 8:47, and the request is what?
The message, what it says?
Yep.
Can I go to Croquet Club today? It ends around 4.
All right, I'd like to read the next entry. How quickly is there a response? What's the time of the response, sir?
8:48 and 6 seconds a.m.
So the owner of the phone responds, is that correct? Based on this entry. It's from who? Olivia Tellis or the owner?
From the owner of the phone to Olivia Tellis.
And what's the answer?
Okay, go ahead.
So within a minute, the owner of the phone responds, correct?
Yes.
Okay. If you could read the next incoming instant message. Is this from Olivia again?
It's from Olivia at 8:48 and 19 seconds a.m.
Okay. And then there's a response, right? All right, thank you, correct?
Correct, yes.
Okay. Now we see there's another incoming email, is that right?
Correct.
At the top of this document, do we see another incoming email?
Correct.
I'm going to try to maybe zoom out just a little bit to make it a little bit easier. Now we see entry number 17. This is a lot easier to see over here. Entry number 17. There is another incoming instant message, correct?
Correct.
We have, and it appears to be maybe like almost like a spam message or something like that, correct?
I haven't read it, so I can take the time to read it if you like.
It's okay. Looking at entry 18, it's another incoming message. Is that correct?
Correct.
It's from Macy's. Is that right?
So again, I haven't read these, so I can sit down and read them to answer your questions.
Again, I object to his reading the messages. I mean, he was not brought in for that purpose. It was a location.
No, I'm trying to just move it along. Isn't it true it says Macy's on there?
I Again, sir, I haven't read them, so I don't know what it says.
Sir,
I can take the time to read them if you like.
I understand that, but the image is right in front of you.
Okay, so would you like me to read it? I haven't read the message.
Go ahead.
This is going well. Thank you, True Crime Ranch.
Well, number 17, I don't see Macy's on there.
Sir, it's entry 18.
Oh, I think you were talking about 17.
No, it just says, it appears to be like a Macy's spam text, correct? Okay, you get
Yes.
25 to 6% off, right? Something like that. Additionally, entry number 19, there seems to be another incoming instant message, isn't that right?
Yes, they're actually just native messages, not instant messages.
Okay, and I was only basing that off of this column here saying instant message. What's the difference between native message and instant message?
Native messages are when you use your phone's native text message application. Instant messages typically are associated with iPhones, where one iPhone communicates with another iPhone, and the message goes through Apple. For Celebrite purposes, they bunch them all together under the category instant messages. But again, if you look at the source, it says native messages.
And to be clear, Mr. Tells' phone is a Google Pixel phone, isn't that
Correct.
right? All right. Moving on to page 7. There seems to be a text message incoming from a number. Can you please read out what that number is?
Okay, can you pull it down just a little bit?
Yeah.
Okay, it's another message incoming.
Okay. It indicates that it's a pending assignment, is that correct?
It says caseworker pending assignments. Again, I haven't read the message.
Moving here, there's another, the next one is what, an email that comes in?
An email, correct.
We have another incoming message from 855-712-0964, is that correct?
Correct.
We have another incoming text message from 702-858-1693, is that right?
Correct.
There then is a second message from the exact same number, isn't that right?
I'm sorry, I'm seeing
Entry
one.
number 24 appears to be a second native message from 702-858-1693. Is that correct?
Well, they're dated the same time, so I believe it's the same message we're looking at.
Okay.
There's two images.
I'll put this, there's 2 entry points on this report, is that right?
Correct.
All right. And then there appears to be a call, is that correct? An incoming call.
Correct. There's an incoming call.
And what is the significance of the 00000?
There was no duration on the call, so someone that called and
Not picked up.
not picked up.
Moving to page 9. Now we're at about 10:49 a.m. Apparently we have an incoming email, is that correct?
Correct.
We have another incoming call, correct, at 11:16.
Yes.
Again, it has the 000, so that means that call wasn't answered, isn't that right?
Not answer correct.
We have another incoming email from Samsung, is that right?
Yes.
That's at 11:30 in the morning?
11:28.
11:28, I'm sorry. Moving on to page 9. Appears to be some type of calendar entry. Moving to entry number 30, there's another incoming email, is that correct?
Correct.
That appears to be coming from Peacock or NBC, would that be fair?
Yes.
Peacock TV, right? Isn't that their subscriber? They're like the streaming service. There's a calendar appointment that pops up here, is that right?
Correct.
We have a user account, something regarding Clark County SharePoint, is that right?
Correct.
We have another incoming call coming in at 1:20:29, isn't that right?
Yes.
Is that phone call answered?
Not in the Celebrite report, no.
Okay. By 1:20, there's another call log at 1:21, is that right?
I can't see that far down.
Understood. Sorry.
Yes, there's the call at 1:21.
Okay. And there's an instant message that's incoming as well, is that right?
Correct.
And it's at 1:21:50, is that right?
Correct.
Turning to page 11. we have another incoming text message, is that right?
Correct.
As of 1:21:53, we have another incoming text message, is that right?
Correct.
At 1:22:37, we have another incoming text message.
Correct.
At 1:26, we have another incoming text message, is that right?
Correct.
And then at 2:05, we have an outgoing text message, correct?
I can't see the bottom of the
Sorry
page.
about that. We have an outgoing text message at that point, right?
At 2:05, yes.
Okay, and just to be clear, that first text message comes in from that number, 702-325-2821 at 1:26, isn't that correct?
Correct.
And we don't get a response until 2:05 p.m., isn't that right?
Yes,
Responding
correct.
to that same number, isn't that right?
Yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions from this witness.
I can have that. Sure. Mr. Rivera, there have been a number of questions concerning the events of September 2nd, where the state had asked you that people kept trying to reach out to Mr. Tellis and that there was no response, correct?
Correct.
Remember the testimony that you had given that these could have been automated? That
Correct.
could be data texts, things of that nature.
Correct.
That's pretty much confirmed what you had said, has it not?
Yes, a lot of those seem to be junk.
They're junk.
Yes.
Automated junk, fair to say?
Yes.
So again, that he's trying to be reached out and he's not responding because he's supposedly, or the inference is he's doing something nefarious. How often do you respond to junk messages?
I don't. I just put them in the junk folder and delete.
So it's fair to say on the morning and early afternoon of September 2nd, he was receiving a lot of junk messages.
It appears that way, yes.
And he wasn't responding to them, correct?
Correct.
So that's consistent with what your testimony has been.
Yes.
If I could have this brought up, it's currently on the laptop. It's the PowerPoint.
He's trying to say that he didn't have any outgoing because these are junk messages, so he wouldn't have been responding to them anyway. So he's trying to explain away why there's a dark period in the phone.
And this will go back to the jury. Again, this just confirms there was a bunch of junk messages they were receiving on that one.
Correct.
You were asked to review the phone contents and the activity to determine a pattern of behavior. Fair to say?
A pattern of locations where the phone is located at various times.
Correct. And the testimony and the data that you've been provided has been consistent with that request.
Correct.
There are a number of questions concerning the gym based upon your review of August at least. There was activity, the location activity, which is what you're testifying today concerning.
Yes.
It's consistent. There were visits to that gym.
Yes, the gym is definitely a location where the phone could have been.
And on September 2nd, 2022, about noon, there was the data that you reviewed was consistent with that phone being in the area.
Correct.
In reference to the media locations, again, we were asked concerning the media locations, the significance of that. There was these inferences that somehow he was turning off his phone to avoid detection. It appears that for the year of 2022, these media locations concerning your analysis of the phone were fairly consistent. I mean, we have a big month in January.
Yes, the media locations are consistent, and as far as the phone being on or off, we have a lot of different records that show activity on the phone through the pen register, the various T-Mobile mediation data sessions, timing events. So when you have activity recorded with tower information, the phone is typically on. So you can have a gap in calls made. It doesn't mean the phone is turned off. That's a big assumption to make.
Okay, in fact, on the lower location, the middle location, we actually have a media location, data location on one in September, correct?
Correct.
the month that this crime is alleged to have occurred. Fair to say?
Correct.
Whereas the other months, we don't have anything.
Correct.
And if we were to follow this line of reasoning that this was turned off to hide some activity, that would kind of contradict that idea, wouldn't it?
Yes. With that theory, it was off on the previous months when nothing was going on.
And again, concerning the contents of these messages.
face,
that
did you
we have
see
received,
that?
there is nothing that you have reviewed or you're aware of that the actions on this phone, this receipt of these automated messages was in any way inconsistent with other months. You weren't asked to review that, were you?
No, it was not.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
One brief question based off that last. Okay. So you remember how he asked you about, let's talk about that theory if the phone is turned off, would these text messages be inconsistent with that? And you had indicated yes, correct?
That is consistent with it being
It'd be
off?
inconsistent.
Inconsistent, correct.
Right. But it would be consistent if you just left your phone at home, right?
Yeah, again, all I testify is where the phone is. I'm not testifying as to who had the phone.
Right. Because if you left your phone on in your house, you could go wherever you needed to go, and no one would be able to track your movements through your phone, correct?
Correct.
And additionally, people could still be trying to reach out to you, right?
In theory, you could, yes.
Right, so you picture, messages from your daughter could still show up on your phone. Messages from your wife could still show up, or calls from your wife could still show up on the phone, right?
Correct.
But if you're not at home, you're not able to answer any of those messages, correct?
That would be correct.
And just to be clear, when we look at his phone from 8:48 to 2:05, there's nothing outgoing from Mr. Tellis' phone on the day that Mr. Garriman is murdered. Isn't that correct?
That is correct, yes.
No further questions.
Just in response, but the majority of those messages were automated.
Correct.
No further questions. Thank you.
It's like they both want that last. Gracious alive. Pretty close. Whoever requested Megamind. There you go. Nailed it.
Received a question from a juror. It's been marked as court's exhibit number 18.
Oh, juror question.
Is there any methods of taking photos with the cell phone that would not show up on a media location map?
Sir, can you repeat that one more time?
Is there any methods of taking photos with a cell phone that would not show up on a media location map?
Yes. Yeah, there definitely is ways. If you turn the location services off on your cell phone, then you can take photographs and no location will be recorded. So the media locations are only active when your location services are turned on.
Any follow-up from the defense? The state?
Yeah, just very briefly. And you're familiar of the term the cloud, right?
Correct.
And you're also familiar with caches, correct?
Correct.
And so you could, for example, take a photograph. I don't know, I'm standing here, but you could take a picture using your camera, and maybe you could delete it, but it could go up into the cloud and it still may be captured, correct?
You can take a photograph and go up to the cloud, store it there, and you can delete it from your phone and still be stored on the cloud.
And it may not, when it's up in the cloud, it may not have, for example, location data. Would that be accurate?
It depends on which cloud service you're using. Some will strip location out of it, some leave it on there.
And sometimes if images get stored in a cache pathway, that also may not have the location information. Would that be fair?
Well, images in a cache file are temporary images. Those will never have location on them.
Okay. So it can be like you took a picture, maybe you could delete that picture, but it was cached, so it's stored away over there. So you're not going to have location information, but at some point that image was in that phone. Would that be fair?
I'm not sure we're talking the same language.
Sure.
when a phone takes an image, takes a photograph, you create one original image, and then you're going to find multiple smaller versions on either a cache file or in other directories of the phone, because the phone will utilize different size images. So only one is an original with latitude, longitude. The others are copies that typically don't have any metadata with regards to location.
Right, so if you found an image in a Celebrite report, and it says the pathway comes from a cache, you would agree that that's not the original image, that's just a stored away, maybe smaller image that was produced by that phone at some point. Would that be correct?
Yeah, a cache file can be a smaller image of the phone, or it could be if you go on a website, it stores images from a website, so those are all going to cache files.
Good example, like Google Maps, right? If you go to Google Maps, it might cache the images that you're looking at, maybe when you're in Street View. Would that be fair?
When you go on any online service,
that includes
it would
Google
create cache images. And again, those would not have any location information, would not have date that it was taken. They're just images. Again, if they're from a website, and they're just stored in the temporary cache files.
And a lot of times with those cached images, they may have in Celebrite an indication that they're modified versus maybe an original image, it might say created. Would that be correct?
No, the created, modified, and accessed have nothing to do with when they were taken.
Okay.
Those dates are only when they're written to the internal memory or when they're looked at in the internal memory. The date that a photograph is taken is stored in the metadata as a date captured.
Okay, so the key is look to see that pathway. If it's cached, you're probably not going to have location services. Is that correct?
On a cache file, you will not.
Thank you.
Just to follow up, thank you, Jim. Turning your attention to what's on the screen concerning this media locations app. Again, the questions concerning whether it was on or off. We're making assumptions. Are you able to give any opinion as to whether that was on or off, or there just wasn't use of the media locations aspect of this phone?
No, all we can tell from this is that in January, September, and March, there were images that had locations. Again, the other months, there's none to speculate that it was location services turned off or something else. It's speculation.
It's nothing more, speculation, and there's no indication of any intent based upon the review of the user or the owner based upon your review of this information before you.
No, not based on just this records alone.
Thank you. No further questions.
Anything else for this witness? Mr. Hamner, anything else?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
You may step down. You are excused from your subpoena. At this time, we're going to recess for lunch. During this recess, you are admonished not to discuss or communicate with anyone, including your fellow jurors, in any way regarding the case or its merits, either by voice, phone, email, text, internet, or means of communication, or social media.
He's like, finally, get me up out of here.
Do any research, consult dictionaries, the internet, or reference materials, do any investigation, test a theory, recreate any aspect of the case, or in any other way investigate or learn about the case on your own, or form or express any opinion regarding the case until it's finally submitted to you. And we'll start again at 2 p.m. Thank you.
2 p.m. So we got a minute. That was like a cross. I don't even know. We lost it. So they are going to lunch until 2 o'clock. That's a million years away. It's 4 my time. All right. So what are we thinking? How are we feeling? I'll give you Megamind. There you go. I need to blur the face a little bit. And then we have Willy Willy, of course. Willy Willy's one of our favorites. Him and Thami. the shark. Baby shark, do 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 do, baby shark, do 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 do. Which one's the favorite? Kind of like this one. Him and Thami. Combined and Willy Willy. There's so many good ones. All right, let's do a poll on, does anyone see any reasonable doubt? Yes or no? I don't. He's supposed to testify this afternoon. That's what we're being told. There's one more witness that they're supposed to call in between. Here's the thing. All of that stuff about this was not, this is from Macy's and this is from whatever, and these aren't things that he would respond to anyway. That's fine. That's fine. However, there was no activity during that entire time, which that was their whole point, is that there was no activity. I reasonably doubt anyone thinks he's innocent. I am on Central Time, yes. I am in that little part of Florida that's Central Time. He looks like he skins teddy bears. Yeah, we got like an hour and 15 minutes until they come back. They said that he left his phone at, well, okay, the prosecution is insinuating that he left his phone at home while he was gone to kill Jeff. So, that's the dealio. Place pinned message. All right, so we've got a little bit of time. I don't see. I think this will be a very short deliberation. But, I mean, hey, I could be wrong. I've been wrong before about juries. The Bellagio framed him. Two hours or less. I could see 2 hours or less. This one is, to me, is so, my ears. This one to me is so cut and dry. I personally don't see any, it's just too much. And I said this from day one, even without all of the DNA under the fingernails and all of the video stuff, even without that, I think there would be enough to convict him. So, 96% said no reasonable doubt. Oh, wow. Mildred said, when I was a court reporter, there was some very fast verdicts. I mean, fast one was 15 minutes, the time it took for the foreman of the jury to fill out the verdict form. That's interesting. I heard someone say that they think people like us who watch trials are more willing to give doubt to people than normal jurors, and I agree. Juries convict when I think they should not all the time. I agree with that. I do agree with that, because before I started actually like watching trials, I was a very like I generally would side on the like guilty way more often than I did after I started watching trials. So I agree with that. I do agree with that. The one that we watched, the Richard Merritt, where he killed his mama and went on the run. The guy in Georgia who lived in my cousin's neighborhood. He was less than an hour. That deliberation was less than an hour. He took the stand in his own defense too. Big mistake. All that nonsense he was saying. We're all looking at him like, as he's describing the wet bandits from Home Alone. I wonder how Roberta would vote. Well, somebody pointed out that she said, somebody in the comments, I think yesterday or the day before, pointed out that she said something about, I can't remember how, like, I didn't know it was him or something like that. So like pointing out that like she knows that it was him. Like maybe she didn't realize it yet at the time, but she knows it was him. It's so wild to me that he thinks he'll be found not guilty. What an ego. That's the thing though. I really do believe that he's testifying because he thinks that he can get up there and control the narrative. He thinks that he can get up there and convince people that all of this other stuff is just stuff to confuse them. And he's going to make them facial expressions, y'all. Everybody needs to go ahead and do some breathing exercises. Take you a anti-anxiety nap or whatever people do for that kind of stuff. Because he's going to be, I have a feeling he's going to be on our last nerves. Look, I'm ready for it. It's going to be a mess. It's going to be a mess, but I am ready for it because he's typical narcissist. Peanut butter and Xanax sandwich. Whatever you do to make yourself. I think they have one more witness before he goes on, is what I understood. Finished watching Death Penalty Case this morning, Tennessee. So I did not watch that one. I've been working on podcast when I'm not streaming and then streaming this in the afternoons. So I have not had a chance to watch that one, but I've heard that that one was crazy. I've heard. I'm always willing to be convinced. Too bad I'm not sure. Look, I always try to keep my mind open. But after the opening statements on this one, it was kind of like, because their opening statements weren't just like this is what you're going to see and this is what we're going to show you. It was like, look, let me go ahead and throw all this out there. Here's this picture, here's this video, here's this, here's this, here's this, the DNA, the, time frame, the this and this and this. Here we followed his car in these videos all the way through After that was over, we were like, do we even need to hear anything else? Hello, Kelly P. Yes, we are live. I needed a break from the podcast today, so I went live early so I could hang out with y'all today. I've been living and breathing podcast episode for the last few days. So I needed to take a little break. Hang out. Hang out with my peeps. Live. The closing ain't getting any better. Fami is going to give me... You want to swap it to Wooly Willy? You can swap it to Wooly Willy. Megamind. Do you know if the interview between Gehrman and Tellis at the Public Administration Office? I believe so, yes. Let me see. I'm pretty sure I have that in my notes. Somewhere. He said, let's see. It's on Las Vegas Review Journal website somewhere, I think, is where I have it. I have a knot on the back of my head right here. I have no idea how. I think I'm violent in my sleep. Like, it's like there's like a big knot right here, y'all. That's weird, right? I don't see it now. It's on their, I'm pretty sure it's on their website somewhere. Ow. I don't see it on there now. Yeah, the defense attorney was one of the attorneys for one of the bullies, the ones that beat that one kid to death, and for the former police officer, the retired police officer lady who shot and killed her former son-in-law when they were going through, her daughter was going through custody stuff with him, and he had just filed papers to get more visitation, and the following visitation, she shot and killed him. He was the attorney for that too. Blue moon. His head looks like a big blue moon now. All right, let's see. Let me do this. wonder why it... I want to take a little break and take Lucy, O-U-T. I can't say it out loud because she'll start going nuts. But I'm going to... Oh. I'm going to get something set up real quick. Oh, never mind. I was trying to get this set up, but it's not working. So, there's more today. We are at lunch. We are at lunch until 2 o'clock Pacific time. So we've got an hour now. And there's supposed to be one more witness and then him, I believe. Figure out what's going on right here. Yeah, Lucy can spell. So I have to, there are certain things I can't even spell anymore. The T word. Rhymes with cleats. Can't even spell that anymore. All right. I'm not sure if the defense is resting after he testifies, because I know that they had some other witnesses that they were saying they weren't going to be able to get until the end of the week. So I'm not really sure now. Yes, teats.
The trial of Karen.
Okay. Oh, that's a good idea. Start using the Spanish words. That's a good idea. She's a smart little cookie. She's a smart little baby. Okay, so I can either, I'm going to take her out. I can put on music for you, or I can put on the newest episode of the podcast, or I can put on Beach Cam, or I can put on Beach Cam and music or the podcast. Okay, we can do Beach Cam. Here's Beach Cam. All right, so there's that. And thank you for gifted membership. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Beach Cam and podcast, I haven't listed that yet. Okay, I can do that. Let me do... Banners. Okay, we'll do that. All right, and
Reed for the death of her boyfriend John O'Keefe is underway.
All right,
There are 17
I'm gonna take her. I will be
jurors,
back.
And they're coming and going with a police escort.
I've seen a lot of things. I've never seen anything like this. This case never ceases to amaze me.
The first week of testimony has come to an end.
It's a spectacle, that's for sure.
We really heard the defense highlight some of the discrepancies between what was documented and what first responders said they remembered.
There are a lot of issues in this case.
Proctor was improperly searching Karen Reed's cell phone for nude photos.
The fact that the investigation wasn't thorough provides a big wrinkle in the prosecution's case.
They're supposed to be creating this reasonable doubt, and they're doing exactly that.
Everybody wants to know, us included, why he wouldn't go inside that home on the night that the body was discovered.
There are more people here at the beginning of this than at the beginning of Johnny Depp's trial.
It's always the theories or stories that each side will put forth, right, for a jury to listen to and decide which one is more believable.
We asked Karen Reed about that alleged confession. Karen, did you ever say I hit him?
I did not.
The FBI is investigating an investigation of a murder. That never, ever happens.
Karen Reed was drunk and angry and hit and killed John O'Keefe when she gunned it in the snowstorm.
We're looking at arm injuries with scratches. We're not looking at tire tracks.
I did not kill John O'Keefe. I've never harmed a hair on John O'Keefe's head.
Defense attorneys learned in school, first class, the most important thing you can do is identify and select stupid juries.
We're not concerned about any of the witnesses. None of the Commonwealth's witnesses are concerning us.
Karen Reed is facing up to life in prison.
I just hope justice is served for either one, whatever it is, you know.
The fate of her life is not in her hands anymore. It's not in the hands of her attorneys. It's not in the hands of the prosecutor. It's in the hands of the jury now.
Free Karen Reed! Free Karen Reed! Free Karen Reed! Free Karen Reed! Free Karen Reed!
The Karen Reed saga is far from over, and on August 9th, a hearing was held for Judge Beverly Cannoni to listen to the arguments from the attorneys on both sides about the motion for dismissal. I mentioned in a previous episode that there had been multiple jurors who have reached out to the attorneys to say that they unanimously agreed to acquit Karen Reed of count 1, which is the second-degree murder charge, and count 3, which was leaving the scene. They said that the charge that they were hung up on was the second count, which was the manslaughter charge with the lesser includeds as options. The jurors who reached out said that there was confusion about how to communicate to the judge that they had reached a decision. When their note indicated that they were unable to reach a unanimous verdict, they were expecting some further instructions about where to go from here, but instead, a mistrial was declared and the jurors were dismissed. Criminal defense attorney Martin Weinberg joined Karen's defense team for the motion to dismiss. Weinberg is a Harvard Law graduate with more than 4 decades of experience as a trial and appellate attorney. He's also an educator and a leader in the legal profession, selected for inclusion in the best lawyers for 31 consecutive years, literally every year since 1988. He's also earned the Martindale-Hubbell AV Preeminent Judicial Award, which is the highest level of peer rating available. This means that his peers have ranked Weinberg at the highest level of professional excellence for his legal knowledge, communication skills, and ethical standards. Weinberg was a phenomenal choice to argue the defense's motion for dismissal. And that's not taking anything away from the other attorneys. Alan Jackson is charismatic and knows how to play to a jury. David Yannetti is likable and relatable. And Elizabeth Little is factual and concise. But this argument isn't for a jury. It's for Judge Cannoni. And choosing an attorney who is so knowledgeable in the law, so experienced, and well-respected was a smart decision and the best chance that they may have at the judge granting their motion. The judge allows the defense to argue their motions. Then the prosecution gets a chance to give their arguments, and then the defense is given a rebuttal. So first up is Weinberg. He begins by saying that there are two central issues raised by the motion to dismiss. The first, he says, is the strong and uncontradicted evidence that the jury reached a unanimous decision on 2 of the 3 counts, even if it wasn't formalized into a vote or into a polling announcement to the court. He says that the legal issue here is whether or not Karen Reed can be re-prosecuted for the same offense by the same prosecutor that failed to prove her guilt to even 1, much less 12 jurors in a trial. He goes on to say that this is now a matter of how to transform the representations that the jurors made in the attorney affidavits into hard proof that convinces the court and even Lally and the district attorney's office that the jury, the same jury that the judge referred to as extraordinary, reached a decision that was unanimous and final. And there are jurors who are willing to appear before the court and inform them of that. The second issue, he says, centers on the double jeopardy clause that deters and prohibits a second trial if the jury reached a unanimous decision in the first one. Weinberg says that we have evidence now, evidence that the judge, the prosecution, and the defense didn't have at the time, evidence that the jury was not at an impasse, at least on counts 1 and 3. In the prosecution's response to the motion for dismissal, Lally said that the note that the jury sent was very clear that the jury was hung up on all 3 counts. Weinberg explains it's not that simple.
The note they wrote to Your Honor after the 2E charge on July 1 was not unambiguous, as Mr. Lally wrote in his pleading. It was ambiguous. It was subject to 2 constructions. One, that their impasse covered all 3 counts, therefore would lead ineluctably to a mistrial declaration, or 2, that the impasse was on 1 count with multiple lesser included charges, but did not encompass counts 1 and 3. Your Honor didn't know what was in the jury's mind, what was in their mind when they authored a note to the court. Neither did counsel.
Weinberg says that the issue now becomes double jeopardy. He explains that double jeopardy is a historic and important clause enacted by founding fathers to give them some protection against simply choosing to mistrial prosecutions that weren't going well. The founding fathers wanted to protect citizens from having to face re-prosecution, from having to go through proving to a second jury that they weren't guilty after having already proven it to the first jury. He says the real issue here is legally what to do now that the jurors are declaring to the court that they believed they reached a verdict of not guilty.
What can we do on August 8th, if I've got the date correct? 6 weeks after the July 1 trial that Your Honor presided over, a lengthy trial with an exceptional jury. And I contend, Judge, that we can't just accept a fiction that the jury was at an impasse on all 3 counts when 4 jurors are saying to you through counsel they were not, and a 5th juror is saying to counsel indirectly they were not. We have to embrace the fact that these are now facts. Yes, they come after the end of the trial, but it doesn't mean that there's not some procedural pathway to integrate those facts into Your Honor's decision-making.
Weinberg arguing that we cannot just accept a fiction that the jury was at an impasse on all 3 counts when we are hearing directly from jurors that they were not. That is a strong and persuasive argument. And here's the thing. The defense isn't asking here for the judge to just take the affidavits of the jurors as evidence that she needs to throw the case out. They're arguing for the opportunity to have a procedural pathway to integrate these facts into the judge's decision-making. In other words, take these new facts that we've learned since the end of trial and give the defense the opportunity to turn those facts into hard evidence. Bring the jurors in and confirm that they reached a unanimous decision on those 2 counts. Because if they did, then double jeopardy would apply. So not retrying those specific indictments would be the constitutional thing to do. Weinberg also points out that all of the jurors who have reached out to both the defense and the prosecution have independently corroborated each other's stories. And what's equally as important is that there are no jurors who have reached out to say that's not true.
But here, what we know is that 4 jurors reached out to defense counsel. Jurors A, B, T, and E, I think is the way they've been described by Mr. Jackson, who received calls from 3 of the jurors, and Mr. Yannetti, who received a call from 1 juror and talked to somebody who himself or herself spoke to a 5th juror. We also have the corroboration, not just internally, where these 4 jurors are essentially saying the same thing. We reached a decision. We didn't announce it. Some said we felt bad about it. We didn't know what to do. But they were internally consistent and not self-contradictory. And that makes them more trustworthy. They corroborate each other. And I contend that the voicemail left on Mr. Lally phone, which he responsibly shared with counsel and shared with the court, essentially saying this is probably one of the 4 jurors, but we don't know for sure, says essentially the same thing. We reached a decision that Ms. Reed was not guilty. And murder, the most serious charge that can be brought, a charge that would imperil the rest of her life if there was a conviction.
Weinberg argues that these jurors sat through many weeks of testimony, and this was probably one of the monumental and central events of their lives. Not many people had the opportunity to serve their community the way that these jurors did. And after all of that, not one juror has called or emailed the defense counsel or the district attorney's office to say that they are having their decisions misrepresented by these juror affidavits. Weinberg says that we don't have certainty. We only have reasonable inferences from the absence of other declarations, and that inference is that Karen Reed was found unanimously not guilty on counts 1 and 3. So then we get to the legal argument. Now, Weinberg begins this by telling Judge Cannoni, this situation is not crystal clear. It's not crystal clear whether or not double jeopardy prevents another trial. This is a unique situation. But, he says, it's clear that we are not bound by labels, meaning there are court decisions that state that what counts as an acquittal isn't controlled by the form of a judge's actions. Weinberg brings up a Supreme Judicial Court case where Justice Ginsburg, Justice Sotomayor, and Justice Kagan make a point that form is not to be exalted over substance. So what this means is that the form of how something was done is not more important than the substance of it. In this case, the jury not filling out the 2 verdicts that they were able to agree on and having the chance to read them on record, that is not as important as the fact that the substance of that decision is that they found Karen Reed not guilty of those 2 counts. The substance here is far more important because Karen's constitutional rights and her freedom are on the line. And that is what the justice system is in place to protect. Weinberg said that he's done this for 52 years. And in that time, he's used to the burden being on him as a defense attorney to have to try to lay out the law to overturn a conviction when he's going through the process of appellate courts after a jury has already convicted his client. Now, that's a heavy burden, and for good reason. If a jury finds a defendant guilty, of course it'll be a heavy burden to overturn that. But he says this is different. The burden on the defense counsel here is to show that there was a unanimous decision, which they're asking for the court to give them the opportunity to do that. But then he says the burden on the prosecution would be to prove why they should be allowed to prosecute this case again if there's evidence proving that there was already an acquittal. Weinberg then explains the importance of double jeopardy.
The Warren Court in the case of Green versus the United States, and it's in our briefing, said, and it's important, that double jeopardy was designed to protect an individual from being subjected to the hazards of trial more than once. That the state with all its power should not subject a citizen to the ordeal of living in a, quote, continuing state of anxiety, as well as enhancing the possibility that even though innocent, he may be found guilty by a second jury.
Weinberg says, so now what do we do in a world where we have facts that we now know that we didn't know in July? He says this isn't completely novel territory, and he gives some examples of the court bringing jurors back in for other cases. One example he gives is the Boston Marathon bombing. It's been 11 years since the bombing, and the Federal Court of Appeals is still dealing with whether the punishment should be life or death. The court recently issued an opinion that was over 100 pages, where the decision was made to bring back 2 jurors because there is a principal basis to question their impartiality. He also references the case against Alex Murdaugh, where there were allegations that the court clerk, Becky Hill, spoke to jurors and influenced them. The judge held a hearing where jurors were brought back in and were asked very specific questions in order for the judge to make a decision. In other words, Weinberg argues, judges who receive reliable evidence that there is some kind of issue that needs to be addressed are able to hold hearings that can be done anonymously, which is exactly what they're asking for. The court is legally prohibited from inquiring into the content of deliberations or their reasoning, and Weinberg explains that's not what this is.
We have hard evidence that they reached a decision. We're not asking to have any inquiry, whether by counsel or by the court, into the content of deliberations, into their reasoning, into all of those matters that are forever private. But here we're asking them no more than Your Honor could have asked by polling them, which is, did you reach your verdict on count 1? What was that verdict? What about count 2? No. What about count 3? Yes. So there is precedent, although slightly different. We contend no less important to Your Honor making a decision. If Your Honor is skeptical in any way of the attorney's declarations, if you cannot accept them because they're not the sworn affidavits of lawyers, of the jurors, we ask, authorize them to do what they haven't, which is to reinitiate a call to these 4 or 5 jurors, ask them whether they would read the lawyer's affidavits and affirm that they're accurate, or alternatively, authorize the lawyers to ask the jurors whether or not they would execute an affidavit. It could be 2 sentences. We reached a final decision unanimously to acquit Ms. Reed in counts 1 and 3.
This seems like such a simple request. Let the jury tell the court whether or not they reached a verdict and what that verdict was. They aren't asking to get into specifics on the deliberations or why they voted a certain way, just whether or not they reached a unanimous decision. Then the court can make decisions based on the information that the jury gives them directly. Weinberg tells the judge that she has a lot of discretion in terms of how to get to the bottom line. And the bottom line here, he says, is what is the truth. He knows how important this is and says that the defense is willing to waive public trial, which isn't something the defense has wanted to do up to this point. The media involvement in this case has actually worked to benefit the defense in numerous ways, especially with garnering support for Karen Reed. But they are willing to waive their right to public trial and keep the hearing private and confidential so as not to risk the jurors' identities being exposed. And Weinberg tells Judge Cannoni, you can do that in a number of ways. Court officers can meet the jurors anywhere that the judge decides. There are responsible lawyers and responsible prosecutors in this case that he says can handle this in a way that doesn't challenge the jurors' anonymity. They're asking that the judge not close the door to new evidence and adopt a fiction that the impasse was on all 3 counts. He even says that he believes that if they are able to prove that the jury was unanimous, that even the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office wouldn't want to move forward with charges.
I am hopeful that the prosecution will join with us in not seeking a new trial if they were convinced by these jurors under oath to what they've not yet been convinced by, which is defense counsel. This was a hard-fought case, and I'm not being critical of the DA, but I've done this for a long time, and I believe in our system of justice. People say it's not perfect, but it's the best that the world has. And this, to me, is hallowed ground, a courthouse named after someone who was a friend who I deeply respected. And I want the prosecutor to get the facts in the best way we can at this point in the case, which is through your honor.
Weinberg then makes what I think is one of the most striking arguments of the day.
Order a hearing, Judge. Don't make Ms. Reed be the first person in the history of the Commonwealth to face re-prosecution for murder by the same prosecutor's office that tried her once and failed to persuade the jury she was guilty. They've not given a single case where facts like this have been ignored. Not a single precedent have they raised. Nationwide, state courts, murder cases, 50 states, federal, where there's been this kind of demonstration that we were silent, we shouldn't be, that she was acquitted.
That is a powerful statement. Don't let Karen Reed be the first person in the history of the Commonwealth to face re-prosecution for murder. We listened to Weinberg masterfully explain the importance of double jeopardy and the history of why it's so important to the justice system. Following that up with the argument that you don't want this to be the first case where it happens, that's powerful. Imagine being a judge with your name attached to the first case of double jeopardy. It's enough to make anyone stop and think. Weinberg finishes his argument strong.
I'm convinced, perhaps, through many years of doing this, that acquittals count. And if she was acquitted, nobody wants her re-prosecuted on the counts for which she's been acquitted. And form's important, procedure's important, but what's more important is substance. What's more important is to find out whether that jury, in fact, voted to acquit and it was a final vote. And then I hope there's no dispute. I hope Mr. Lally will stand up in front of you and join me in asking that those 2 charges not be prosecuted.
The argument that he makes is so important. This isn't about who did something wrong or should have done something different. This isn't about the defense versus the prosecution. This isn't about anything other than justice and the justice system. And no matter what, every single one of them, the defense attorneys, the prosecutors, and the judge, every single one of them should all want the same thing based on that common priority and goal. The way that he presents his argument with logic and respect for the law and the attitude of a common goal of justice, it's why I think he was the perfect attorney to present this case to the judge. But do you think that the district attorney's office would walk away from those indictments if the jury told them that that was their decision? Or do you think Lally would ignore the substance over form argument? I have my thoughts on that, but I guess we'll have to see. The next part of Weinberg's argument is regarding manifest necessity. So here's why this is important. The manifest necessity refers to a circumstance in a trial that is unforeseeable and overwhelming, making it impossible to reach a fair result, which makes it necessary to declare a mistrial. So if there is manifest necessity, the defendant can be retried without violating double jeopardy. So in this case, a mistrial was declared because the jury could not reach unanimous verdicts on all 3 charges. Now, to force the jury to continue deliberating would make it impossible to have a fair result, since the only way to do so would be for jurors to compromise what they are convinced of in order to agree so that they can be done. Imagine if a judge told the jury, you aren't allowed to go home and continue on with your lives until you all agree. So in that situation, the best way to guarantee a fair result would be declare a mistrial, in which case another trial may be pursued if the prosecutors decide to move forward. Now, in some cases, they may realize that they don't have enough evidence to convict and they decide not to move forward with another trial. But double jeopardy does not apply because they are allowed to do so if they choose. Weinberg points out that there are explicit guidelines set out by the Supreme Judicial Court about this, that they have to look to see where there are options, or if there are options, if the court had no other choice but to declare a mistrial. If the judge read the note as saying that the jurors were at an impasse on all three indictments, that would have rationalized the mistrial. But they're saying that they were only hung up on the second charge and the lesser includeds. So now it becomes an issue of who bears that burden. Had the note been clear that there was only an impasse on the charges related to the second count, the judge would have had a much clearer line of where to go from there. But since the note didn't specify that they had reached unanimous decisions on 2 of the 3 counts, the judge and attorneys and probably pretty much everyone watching just assumed that it was understood or had already been clarified that it was all 3 counts. But who carries the burden for that? Is it fair for a defendant to have to be tried again because there was confusion about the juror's note? Weinberg says that the Supreme Judicial Court has issued multiple opinions on the burden of proof, double jeopardy, and manifest necessity. He lists off examples and says in each one, the burden proving manifest necessity lies with the prosecution. Weinberg brings up Rule 27B. He says that the judge was not advised of this. That burden was on Lally. But 27B states that a judge may declare mistrial as to any charges upon which the jury cannot agree upon a verdict, provided, however, that the judge may first require the jury to return verdicts on those charges upon which the jury can agree, and direct that such verdicts be received and recorded. He says the advisory board is even more explicit. This rule also provides that the court may declare a mistrial in cases where the jury is unable to reach a verdict. However, it must first receive and record the verdicts which the jury can agree on.
That rule had it been brought to the court's view, provided a viable option to a declaration of a mistrial. Would have justified the courts, it would have required the court, as well as justified, to ask the jury whether or not it was an impasse on all counts, or rather than just one. So the Supreme Court not only puts the heavy burden on the prosecutor, but provides a set of guidelines, which were established back by the Stewart case and repeated most recently by the Taylor case. And they even call them 2 principles guiding our review of manifest necessity. One is counsel must have been given, and the word must implies it as a mandatory, as an imperative. Quote, counsel must have been given full opportunity to be heard. And I'll address that second. And quote, the trial judge must have given careful consideration to alternatives to a mistrial. These are the legal imperatives, and we contend respectfully, for a variety of reasons, that neither of those 2 guiding principles were met by the evidence of what occurred on July 1, where we have the chronology of Your Honor taking argument from counsel regarding the morning note, and the prosecutor didn't want a 2E instruction. Defense counsel did. Your Honor elected to give a 2E instruction. And 4 hours later, the jury sent a second note. And unfortunately, there was no convening of counsel or no request for counsel's position, no opportunity for Mr. Yannetti and Jackson to speak to Miss Reed. After all, it's her rights, not just theirs. And there was this lack of consideration, careful consideration of Rule 27B, which the prosecutor failed to bring to the court's attention.
So Weinberg points out that the defense attorneys weren't given a chance to discuss the mistrial with Karen Reed. After all, it's her rights, not theirs. And he points out that Lally failed to provide the Rule 27 instructions on providing and recording partial verdicts. He ends his argument to the court by saying that the prosecution should join them in asking the court to establish a procedure at the judge's discretion that allows the defense lawyers to supplement the declarations from the juror affidavits, or just cut right to it. Bring the jurors in, because it's the right thing to do. Compelling arguments for sure. But does Lally agree? If it's justice that they're all seeking, will Lally actually do like he said and join with the defense in asking for clarification from the jurors to guarantee that the defendant's rights are protected and the right thing is done? Here's how Lally starts his argument.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth would ask request that the defendant's motion to dismiss be denied. It was not a verdict term.
Counsel had more than adequate opportunity to be heard and object to the declaration of the mistrial in the case, and the mistrial was declared as a manifest necessity.
Well, there goes that. Lally's first words are that he requests for the motion to be denied. Lally argues that Rule 27B doesn't apply here. He argues that Rule 27B is the right of the court to take partial verdicts, which he says the court is definitely entitled to do if that were at any point in time indicated in any of the communications from the jury that they had reached a partial verdict. He says that the rule doesn't involve inquiring about a partial verdict or trying to extract or coerce a partial verdict by polling the jury, who has declared to the court that they are at an impasse. I'll be honest, I knew that Lally wouldn't want to join in with the defense on their argument to get to the truth here. But hearing the tone that Lally immediately comes out with, it's frustrating. There's no concern from him about truth or justice or double jeopardy or making sure that the confusion that was expressed by these jurors is addressed or cleared up. There's no concern for constitutional rights or a search for justice and figuring out where to go from here. He doesn't even pretend to care. It's an immediate no. They didn't tell us that they were confused, so they don't get to be heard now. I spent almost a year listening to the lawyering styles of Lally and the defense attorneys. And there are some things that I've pointed out with the defense that I didn't necessarily agree with, or things that I thought were a stretch, same as with any trial that I've covered. But this is different. This isn't just lawyering style. This is a complete disregard for truth. Lally doesn't care. He doesn't care about jurors saying that they unanimously agreed. He doesn't care that they were confused and didn't know what to do or how to go about things. He doesn't care that they could have potentially reached 2 unanimous verdicts. And he doesn't care that Karen Reed may have to face trial again on 2 counts that he already failed to prove to a jury of 12 of her peers one time. Lally doesn't care. And his very first arguments right out of the gate demonstrated that. I recently covered the case of Chad Doerman of Claremont County, Ohio, who shot and killed all 3 of his beautiful boys, 7-year-old Clayton, 4-year-old Hunter, and 3-year-old Chase. When police arrived, Doerman was sitting on his steps, the gun still beside him, with the 3 boys lined up in the yard in front of him while their mother screamed and cried. He was arrested, and he told police that he had been planning this for months. During a pretrial hearing, though, Doerman's attorneys argued to have his confession thrown out because when he was read his Miranda rights, it wasn't read in full. This man is despicable. The details of this case are so brutal and gut-wrenching. I can't make it through coverage without crying. I don't think that Doerman ever deserves to see the light of day again, and anything other than life behind bars would be way too good for him. However, even Doerman, the lowest of the low, has constitutional rights that need to be upheld. The judge ruled to throw out his confession, and I agreed with the decision, not because I think that he deserves it, but because it's the right thing to do. There are times when I really dislike a defendant, times when evidence is overwhelming and I know beyond a reasonable doubt that they're guilty. But even those people have constitutional rights, and even those cases deserve the truth, whatever it may be. It blows my mind that Lally, whose sole job is to seek justice, is so unwilling to even pretend to care about seeking the truth. After all, he represents the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. But he's adamant that he doesn't even want to hear what the jurors have to say. It seems like Lally is trying to twist the 27B rule so that it somehow doesn't apply, which is ironic since Lally's next argument is that the defense is twisting the logic into a pretzel in order to have circumstances of the case fit into the precedent. He says that there is clear and unequivocal precedent on each of those points that goes back decades, if not centuries. He brings up these cases that he says show the clear and unequivocal precedent on each of these. And one that he mentions is a juvenile versus the Commonwealth. Now, in this case, following jury deliberations, the court officers found verdict slips in the deliberation room that said not guilty. Lally says that this case is directly applicable to what has been provided to the court so far, and says that the case law here shows it's not enough to show that the jury may have agreed on some issues at some time. But here's the thing, the case that he's bringing up is different, and I personally don't think it's applicable. That case had 4 verdict slips that were picked up after deliberations, 2 of which reflected entries of not guilty. However, there was no indication as to when the entries were made or in what circumstances, and nothing determined that they reflected a final unanimous conclusion for the jurors. That's not the same thing as we see here. These jurors are saying that they all agreed their final decision was that they were not guilty on counts 1 and 3. So it's not even the same thing. He also brings up the case of Bluford versus Arkansas as an example to support his argument. Now, in that case, there was only one charge with lesser includeds. So there wasn't a count 1 and a count 3 or anything like that. There was only one, plus the lesser includeds. Now, the foreperson in that case said that the jury was unanimous against conviction on certain charges, meaning maybe they all agreed that it wouldn't be the biggest charge that they would convict on, or maybe they all agreed that it wouldn't be the top 2, but they were hung up on some of the other lesser includeds. But the point is, they were sent back to continue deliberating because the law required for them to either convict on one of the charges or acquit on all of them. Because remember, it's all one indictment. This was one charge with lesser includeds. Totally different scenario. They didn't have the option to do a partial verdict because there weren't separate indictments. It's not the same thing. Also, the juror saying that they had agreed on some of the charges on there was also not the final resolution of anything. There was no indication at the conclusion of deliberations that it was still the case that they were unanimous that the defendant was not guilty. So again, this case is different. The jurors in the Karen Reed case are saying that it was the final decision that they were unanimously not guilty on those 2 counts. Lally then says that the jury was given lengthy instructions and stated that at least 9 or 10 times the jury instruction said what a unanimous verdict was, and how to come to that unanimous verdict, and how to record that unanimous verdict. Now, look, this is true, but again, those same jury instructions specifically said not to return the verdict forms until the jury was unanimous on all 3 counts. But they never made it to the point where they were unanimous on all 3. So his argument is yet another moot point. Lally says that there's nothing special about this case and that there's no special application or procedure that needs to be developed, created, and deployed as it applies to this case or this defendant. Lally continues on, saying that the procedures suggested by the defense are completely inappropriate and in direct contradiction of what the case law states.
I can't imagine whatever the jurors have undergone since July 1st, as far as extraneous influences, whether it's personal, professional, who they talked to, what they talked about, how those things are formulated in their minds. the intense pressure that they felt, just looking at the affidavit from the one juror in regard to the comment that the court had allowed with reference to the jurors' information remaining anonymous, at least for the time being. With respect to that, that is exactly what the case law advises against and governs as far as taking this sort of post hoc, weeks or months after a verdict has been returned or not returned, and then asking people to put themselves back in a position and indicate to the court exactly what was going on in that deliberative process. Asking them how they voted or what their vote was is infringing into that deliberative process that is specifically excluded from any sort of point of contention or inquiry by counsel, by the court, at any point in time.
Again, Lally is making an argument that this is an intrusion into the deliberation process, which, not surprisingly, I disagree with. They aren't asking to dig into the deliberation process, only the verdict. That's it. He goes on to say that there is no requirement for the court to poll the jurors or to ask them if they have a vote on whether or not they have a partial vote. Then, never missing an opportunity to insult the defense, he says that their argument is disingenuous when it comes to indicating that those cases only apply to charges with lesser charges that have a multiplicity of different findings that the jury can make. Because, he says, it ignores the fact that the two charges that they are asking to dismiss were what he describes as very simple, either guilty or not guilty, with no lesser included charges. Now, again, I don't know if he's intentionally being ironic, but the fact that he's calling the defense's argument disingenuous when it comes to multiple potential jury findings is wild, since he literally just acknowledged that there are multiple potential options for this case. Sometimes I don't even know if he realizes the irony in his arguments. Yes, there are two boxes to be checked, either guilty or not guilty. But that wasn't the point. The point was that the case law that he cited doesn't apply. And they explained why. The case law that he cited was about a charge, one charge, with lesser includeds. The ones that the defense is arguing about are different. I'm not even an attorney, and I understand that. My frustration with Lally continues to grow. I haven't actually listened to this episode. I just put it out last night and haven't actually listened to it. I forgot how annoyed I was by the end of his argument. Lally does go on to say that the Commonwealth, nor anyone, wants to retry someone who has been acquitted by a jury of their peers. But he says that's not what happened here. He said there was no verdict returned, and polling the jury is what he calls inappropriate, not permitted, and he says the defense's motion should be denied. Mr. Weinberg is given the final argument, a chance at rebuttal against Lally's arguments. How great He is brings Weinberg, up the cases that Lally cited. The first one is the juvenile versus the Commonwealth, and Weinberg points out the difference in that case being one indictment with the lesser included charges. The second is the Commonwealth versus Roth, which was another one that had one charge with lesser includeds. And the court prohibited the judge in that case from asking about a partial verdict or the lesser included charges on that one because they were in fear that mentioning the lesser included charges would coerce the jury into compromising on a lesser charge. He points out that neither of those apply here. We aren't dealing with one count vertically with multiple charges. That would be like if we were dealing only with count 2 here, but that's not the case. He explains we are dealing horizontally with 3 separate charges. He also explains that both Juvenile and Bluford dealt with unanimous verdicts the defense claimed occurred before the end of deliberations, which, again, is different. He also says there's no risk of jury coercion by asking if the deadlock refers to one or all of the charges. Weinberg continues to go down the list of all the reasons why none of the cases that Lally mentioned apply here, because none of them are the same situation. Weinberg agrees it's not the lawyer's place to ask about the views of the 12 jurors or inquire into the deliberation process. But he reminds the judge that's not what they're requesting.
Would not be about the deliberative process. I understand Mr. Lavey's citation to Moore, the discomfort and the rules that say jurors should not be asked questions by anyone regarding, why did the Commonwealth not persuade you that Ms. Reed was guilty? Or what did you think of this witness's credibility? Or why did you vote a certain way? Or what did the other 11 jurors say? A deliberating jury is not a focus group. It's not a place, for lawyers to ask about the views of 12 jurors, through the interview with one juror. But Your Honor is being asked to do no more than ask them what you would ask if they came out and said we have a verdict, which is, did you unanimously determine as a final determination that Miss Reed is innocent? Counts 1 and 3. Was your decision unanimous? Did any juror dispute it? That's very different than probing the subjective state of mind or probing for what other jurors said that caused somebody to reach that unanimous verdict. If Mr. Lally's concerned there wasn't a final verdict, Your Honor can ask the question, was it a final verdict? Was there ever a deliberation again after you reached that unanimous decision?
Weinberg also addresses Lally's suggestion that the defense attorneys wanting the Tui Rodriguez charge read means that they were wanting the mistrial. He points out that asking for the Tui Rodriguez to be read simply means that you're asking for the instruction to be given for the jurors to go back and continue deliberations with the instruction from the judge to have the minority reassess their positions. The whole point of it is to see if they are able to reach a verdict. He says that's not the same thing as wanting a mistrial. Weinberg then finishes his argument to the court.
We have evidence here that the jury acquitted Ms. Reed. What can be more central to the core values of our criminal justice system than to make a judicial determination with a respected and experienced Superior Court judge, whether that's so or not, and if it's so, stop her re-prosecution, because that would be a horror to make her convince 24 jurors of her innocence, a second 12, when she's already convinced the first 12.
Weinberg's rebuttal was just as masterful as his opening original argument. He methodically just goes down the list of Lally's arguments and why they don't apply here. And he does it without insults or snark, without hyperbole or dramatics, just logical, law-based, and reasonable, and persuasive. I was highly impressed, and I can understand why Mr. Weinberg has such a stellar reputation. Judge Canoni says that she will take it under advisement and rule on it at a later date. As of the time of this recording, no ruling has yet been issued. WBZ reporter Christina Rex, who I mentioned in a previous episode, spoke to jurors from the Karen Reed case, also spoke to a juror on the afternoon of this hearing. She said, quote, "Former juror in Karen Reed trial tells me he or she spoke with a couple other jurors today and that they think it's pretty simple. If the court wants truth on unanimous final not guilty votes on 1 and 3, they will reach out to the jury and bring us back in. If they don't, they won't." End quote. It's just that simple, isn't it? If there's one thing I've learned about this case, it's that it's not predictable. So I'll keep you posted on updates as they come. Next week, we're going to discuss the 2 other cases in the area that have been getting some attention as well. One is Sandra Birchmore, which I introduced in a previous episode. And one is Justin Root, whose family filed a wrongful death suit claiming authorities used excessive force after Justin, who suffered from mental health issues, was shot by police more than 31 times in a parking area after a chase. His family says that Justin was unarmed, though DA Michael Morrissey says that he had a BB gun and 2 paintball guns were found in his car. More on that next week. Also, be sure to check out 13's Juror podcast episode released last week, part 1 of the Ashley Benefield story, the Black Swan murder trial. 24-year-old former ballerina Ashley Byers met 54-year-old retired Navy pilot and businessman Doug Benefield in August of 2016. The two were secretly married after only 13 days. Skip over that. How'd you like it? For those who haven't heard it yet. It's funny because I forgot how annoyed I was with him by the end. It's okay. For a long time, I tried really hard to hide my annoyance, my frustration. I tried to be as objective as possible, all that good stuff. You can only do that for so long. Lally drives me nuts. Absolutely nuts. So, whatever. Let me pull, while we're doing this. Me annoyed with Lally? What? I was working on the part 2 of the Benefield one this morning, but I need a break, so I'll work on it tomorrow. Baker! Hello. Yesterday at the same time, Brandi was mentioning Lally. Again today, Lally and Brandi sitting in a tree. Bleh. If we were sitting in a tree, I would push him out of it. Still no update. I just pulled up Mass Courts. Still no update. Still no ruling, which I kind of figured, but worth a shot. Worth a shot. Lally's lame. Lame ball. Not a fan. Not a fan. There we go. What is this that somebody sent me? Words on stream. What is words on stream? Oh, is this the words on stream? Is this the thing that Baker? Is this the one you do, Baker? Somebody just sent me this. Words on stream. Oh, no, it's not. Oh, wait, yeah, it is. Is that the one you do? Construction dudes are back next door. That's annoying. That's annoying. There we go. All right. You're back. Welcome back. Welcome back. What do you think Karen changing her Facebook picture means? I don't know. I saw that where she's changing it to the thing about Josh Levy. I saw that. I need a ponytail holder. Ow, the knot on my head. I think I beat myself up in my sleep. I saw that. I also saw where Turtle Boy said that he interviewed a juror and is going to be releasing the interview soon. Ow. So we'll see how that goes too. Very curious. Can't wait for this dude to testify and dig a deeper hole for himself. Is there anything he could possibly say that would help him? No, not really. No. Although I won't complain because I always love a good disaster on the stand. I was just saying that beats me up in my sleep. Zoe kicks me with her back paws. You know, actually, Lucy's kind of abusive too in her sleep. She starts like running or kicking, or she's looking at me like, why are you telling stories on me? She starts like running or kicking or dreaming or whatever. I think she thinks in her, like, I think she has dreams that she's like a big dog. And here she's finally laying in her bed. I'll give you all Lucy Cam. I think that she dreams she's a big dog. So she starts kicking me. There's the Whooshy girl. She heard me say her name. The little baby. I wasn't talking to you. I was just saying who you are. Actually, that would make sense if she thinks she's a big dog. Like I woke up this morning. Let me show you this. I woke up this morning and she had chewed the feet off of her duck. Want you duck? You footless duck? So the duck can't swim anymore. She's kind of gangsta. My dog heard that. Whose dogs all just freaked out when they heard that? Ow. I should make this work of art thumbnail. I should just do a different one for every day. Harvey tilted his head. Good point. Careful with ducks. Folks and can't get real nervous whenever they see them. I somehow got like thrown in with all that stuff by Judge Julie. She somehow threw me in with all that stuff in some post. Like, I don't even live in Massachusetts. Headset can give you that bump in the head as well. That's why it changed monitors. Oh. I do have, it's like right there where this is. It hurts. Oh. I don't know why. Look at, and I'm rubbing the knot on my head, and now look at my hair. This is, this is why I get those comments about, like, you would have more viewers if you brushed your hair, or if you wore makeup, or any of that stuff that I could care less about doing. When is that one? Yeah, I wear them while I'm recording too. Is that the yeah, I get that stuff. It's like more people would watch me if I wore makeup. Who cares? If you need somebody that's wearing makeup to be able to watch them, then you're the problem, not me. Oh, hubby just had to have his ears drained from wearing earbuds all day. Oh. Why did he have to look like Goomba from Super Mario Brothers? I haven't been on X in weeks. I'm hardly ever on there now. Hardly ever. It's a toilet bowl. I've worn makeup less than 5 times in my entire 44-year life. I can't be bothered. Okay, now I'll be honest. I am not good with it. I do wear mascara. When I wear makeup, I wear mascara and sometimes like eyeshadow. That's pretty much it. Like face makeup and all that. I don't know how to work it. I don't know how to do all that. But I do put stuff on my eyes sometimes. When I do it, when I take the time to put on makeup. But y'all, I'm in Florida. We're going to sweat it off anyway. You get what you get and you don't pitch fit. I got a complaint. I talked too much in a video where I had cut a 2-hour video to 14 minutes of me yelling at Boone. Thanks. Maybe watch Law and Crime or read the description. There you go. All we ever need is verdict brows. That's all we need in the world. Hello, Linda. Hello. Yeah, in the South, wearing makeup in the summer is useless. Yeah. I'm gonna sweat it off. Oh. Detective Dean. Is he going to take the stand today? He's supposed to. We're supposed to have one more person and then him after that, I think. That's what they're saying. Ready to see it. Detective Dean said the cameras are all camped out downstairs too. I'll tell him y'all said hi. I thought that was so funny in the documentary where they said that what they say his worst nightmare, Tommy's worst nightmare was Detective Dino Kelly. Oh, I thought that was awesome. It's like, yeah, it was. Or about the Laurie Shaver case out of Florida. That's the one that I'm going to next month. That's my friend's friend. Was my friend's friend until she found out that she was roasting marshmallows over her dead husband's body. Will they have enough time today? I don't know. The way that they take so long on everything, who knows? This is why I like speed trial in this one. I haven't seen the Thami documentary. It's called Black Widower. It's on, what is it on? Max, I think. They are not done yet. Not done yet. Didn't connect it. Oh yeah, that's the one. That's the one. That's the one that was my friend, my college roommates. That's her, that was her friend. Kids went to school together. Oh, did you hear the judge call himself the 13th juror in determining death penalty for Sean Finnegan? I thought of you, of course. No, I didn't hear that. I didn't watch it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, forget about the fashion police. Yeah, look, like you can tell, like I have bedhead but then some days I'm like, I'll feel like doing my hair and you'll have like fancy hair. Some days you can tell it's like in a messy bun and it hasn't been brushed in 3 days. And that's okay too. I could care less. Hello, hello. I love Melanie. We're just waiting for them to come back. You know they late for everything. I saw Jesse, we were talking about it and should have made the link, but my excuse was I saw it at 5 a.m. Yeah, that is the one. That's the one that I will be there next week. Not next week, next month. It starts on the 7th, I think. So I will be there for that one. It's a crazy one. Crazy one. Broken Baker, will you cover the case Brandi Church will be at in Florida on September 7th? Yeah, because I won't be able to stream it live because I'll be in the courtroom. But I'll be able to chat. I'm not sure. I'm assuming that they are going to stream it because they did the Long Crime did an episode on it yesterday, which I think means they will probably end up streaming it. It's going to be, I mean, it's a crazy one. So I don't know why they wouldn't stream it. Especially because she, like, the whole thing about trying to blame the daughter. And the daughter, like, the daughter said she was going to, like, she said she would testify and say it was her. Laurie Shaver is her name. Not the daughter, the mom, the defendant. I'm going to go to it. And I'm pretty sure my friend will be going with me for at least some of it. And then I'll just do, because I'm going to do at least a couple podcast episodes about it, maybe 2, depending on how long. He's back.
Does the state stipulate to the presence of our panel? Yes, Your Honor. And the defense?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, you may call your next witness.
Defense calls Nicole Lofton.
All right.
Nicole Lofton.
Yeah, I'll do a video on it, on all the details, because I've done a deep dive on this one, of course, because of my connection to it. So I'll do a deep dive on all the crazy stuff.
Watch your step. Step up into the witness stand. Remain standing. Raise your right hand. Face the clerk, please.
You do solemnly swear the testimony
that
about to give
face.
this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may be seated. Please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
Yes, my name is Nicole Lofton, Nichole. Lofton is Lofton.
Thank you. Ms. Lofton, do you know Robert Tellis?
I do.
You see him seated here in council table?
I do.
Is he the gentleman with the fine hair or the bald gentleman?
The bald gentleman.
How long have you known him?
Since 2021.
2021. Did you work at the public administrator's office?
I did.
When did you begin work there?
May of 21.
He hired you.
He did.
When you began your employee at the public administrator's office, how many employees were there?
I think our group may have been 9.
And what was the environment like when you began?
Well, I'll just start with Rob, and it was very inviting. He was gave me a day one tour of the office, kind of a lay of what we'd be doing, and
There it is.
a little bit about how the office was ran. Introduced me to the staff, which included the lead.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Okay. That included the lead, which was the, I forget what the title was, but she was basically the primary not investigator, but the primary, I'm so sorry.
She's
She
nervous.
was the person kind of over our group. And then there was the assistant public administrator and investigators, kind of a woman that ran the shop, so to speak. And then there was another couple of people across the street that warehouse people. So over the first couple of days, that's kind of how he introduced me to the department.
And what was the general location of the public administrator's office?
It's across the street from Valley and UMC Hospital.
No, the girl in the video testified the other day.
Okay, then you're not being asked to recall that. What was your position at the public administrator's office?
Probate administrator.
And what did your duties include to be the probate administrator?
So I was responsible for what I would call my book of work assigned by Rob, and it involved receiving cases of decedents, people who passed away in the county, and basically handling their estates. Most of our decedents' families were either not reached immediately or didn't have the capacity to handle a probate themselves.
Okay.
So we had small estate probates that would kind of entail a nominal bank account, a couple of $1,000s, and no real property. And then we had some of the larger cases that involved real property and businesses and other assets that needed to be dissolved.
Did you work at the office full-time?
I did.
Did there come a point in time where there was news of articles, talk of articles coming out that were authored by Jeff Gammon?
Probably about a year into my tenure there.
Okay. Would that have been about May 2022?
Approximately.
After the first of these series, and are you aware that there were 4 articles?
I am.
After these articles began to be published or to be known in the office, did you observe any expression of anger from Mr. Tellis?
No.
Was it fair to say that it was business as usual from the time that you started up until and through that time?
As far as business is concerned, absolutely.
Okay, and then you're
And
getting
we
to
were-
my next question. Did there appear to be a divide upon in the office once you started working there?
Yes.
And what was this
immediately.
divide? You said immediately. Please continue.
Correct. So, I don't know at what point I brought it to Rob's attention, but I definitely felt a lot of tension in the office and kind of on my own, other than the training that I was receiving from Rob, some coaching or just kind words from one of the other administrators. But the majority of the staff was upset that it seemed as if they were upset that I was there. And I had to go back as in discussions with my husband and recall, like, we were coming out of COVID and I started thinking, I was like, did I interview, not in person? I knew that part of it. But I said, wasn't I on camera on Zoom? And because I remember there was some technical difficulties. So I don't remember whether or not the cameras were completely working. I do remember having seen the majority of the people on the panel, but I don't really know that they saw me. And so I kind of immediately within the first month felt like now I'm here and they see me, a little bit taken back by whom he had hired.
Okay, when you say whom, you're talking about Robert Tellis.
Yes.
Did there ever come a point in time where you were told basically you had to choose sides?
Yes, pretty early on. One of the administrators, Alicia, told
Objection, hearsay, sustained. I mean,
her identity? I mean,
you're just gonna ask her who it was?
yes.
Okay, you can ask her.
Was it Alicia Goodwin?
Yes, it was.
Okay, and not, without getting into what she said, but basically this idea you felt like you had to take sides.
Yes.
And the sides would either be on the side of Alicia Goodwin and others or Robert Tellis?
Correct.
Did that cause stress to you?
It did.
How did it impact you?
I just felt uncomfortable choosing between, I had been a supervisor before, so I felt uncomfortable choosing the staff members over my supervisor. I didn't have enough information to make a decision on one side or the other. I just wanted to do the work.
Understood.
And it just became increasingly harder to do the work because I refused to choose.
And did it appear that your desire to do the work matched that of Robert Tellis's desires?
Yes.
Just to do the work?
Correct.
Now, in order to avoid hearsay or to draw objections, in reference to this pick sides, we had Mr. Tellis on one side, we had Miss Goodwin on the other. Who else was on this other side?
Rita Reed, Noreen, and I apologize, I don't want to butcher her last name. Jessica, at some point, joined that side. She wasn't there initially. Initially, she was kind of helpful when I would have property come into the warehouse. One person who was day one was, I think her name was Janie, sorry. And she was the office admin, but she was day one nasty.
And was it after your understanding that there was a desire that you should pick sides, did these articles then that were authored by Jeff German follow this?
Months later.
Months later. And you would testify that after these articles came out, you didn't see Mr. Tellis angry?
I did not.
You didn't see him throwing things, slamming things as a result of these articles, or anything else for that matter?
I did not.
Did he ever act hostile towards yourself or any other people?
No.
As part of your duties, did you ever go with Mr. Tellis to estates that were being overseen by the public administrator's office?
I did.
And if you could please describe for us what this entailed. What did you do with him?
So most of the time, it would involve real property. And so we would meet with the brokers assigned to, that had been charged with selling the property, or and or someone who was going to do a soft or even harder than a soft renovation. So we would meet at the property most of the time because I didn't have access to a county car. We would ride together, and then we would get out and we'd kind of walk through the property. We've already seen photos and such, so it wasn't long visits. It was just pretty quick. Mr. Tellez, or Rob, as I called him, was pretty familiar with what he wanted, what would generally be accepted by families as far as the level of work that would be done. And sometimes they wouldn't be in a condition where you could stay in there very long. Some of the real property had decedents, unfortunately, who passed away in the homes. So it wasn't something that you would feel comfortable staying long periods of time in.
So what you're saying is some of these properties were in a fair amount of disrepair. They weren't kept.
Either that is correct, or just the smell. Sometimes you would have the smell from, decaying human waste.
Human waste.
Yeah.
So if I understand your testimony, these homes or these structures would be unoccupied with homeless people coming into them, things like that?
No, not so much that they had been squatted on. Just someone, it's a pretty common phenomenon for someone elderly to pass away in a recliner.
Now I understand.
So we come in, even though the person is gone, that recliner with human waste on it is still there. The smell from it or the stench from it is still in the home on these initial visits.
Now these homes, generally the person that would pass, they didn't have a will, they died, I think the legal term is intestate?
Correct.
And there was a desire by yourself to prepare these homes and to move them so the heirs could receive monies from the passing of a loved one.
That was the absolute intent.
And did you share this absolute intent with Robert Tellez?
I did. I learned it from him.
About how many of these home sites did you walk with Rob Tellez?
I would say at the time that I left, I had had done maybe 30 to 40 cases, and I would say about half of those had real property attached to them.
Okay, so a substantial number.
Correct.
Over at least about a 1 year period or more?
Year and a half.
Were you familiar with his gait? The way he walked?
Pretty much.
If I could turn your attention to what's been admitted as State's Exhibit 338. May I publish this?
They didn't say anything about why. The court spokesperson said that she was not allowed to have her face shown. She's in witness protection, but they can use her name. That's all we know.
I didn't break it.
Your Honor. We hear you whispering.
Not sure why.
I wanted to show you just a video clip, and we're trying to get it up on the overhead screen.
Guys, just so pull that up and then hold it and slide it to the right. It's pretending as if the monitor to your right is connected to your computer. Hey, give me 1 second. So then,
So kind of on the
You're
top
welcome
of
to.
it.
yeah, I've never.
It was Nicolosi.
So let's do it this way. Magic. You're welcome. Hold on. Here. If you can.
What are those dogs with the smushy faces with all the
Thank you
wrinkles?
very much.
So you use that screen button. No. So you'll have to use the mouse pad over there and move your first. You'll have to watch that screen. It's like they're connected.
Here we go. All right. You've seen this clip, I'm assuming?
I have.
Okay, I'm going to play this for you. You testify that you're familiar with Rob Tellis's gait, the way he walks.
Yes.
Are you able to say that that's him?
I am not.
You don't look at that gait and go, that's Robert Tellis.
I haven't. I've looked at it before and I did not come to that conclusion.
Like I said, we're not getting into the substance of conversations, but did you know a gentleman by the name of Zach Schilling?
I did.
Who was he and what did he do?
He was a real estate agent. I'm not sure if he's an actual broker, but a real estate agent on a few of my cases.
Okay. Was there, fair to say, a falling out between him and Mr. Tellis?
I would say between him and myself, which I brought to Mr. Tellis's attention. I wasn't aware that it went further than, or if he had anything separate from me, but for sure, I brought some concerns to Mr. Tellis's attention.
And was that concerning the way in which he treated the property?
Personal property, yes.
Not, did you?
And some of the conversations he called me about and had.
Okay. And as a result of, let me ask you this, do you feel like he misused property or misappropriated property?
I feel like something went missing and he never gave an explanation for it.
And then you brought that to Mr. Tellis's attention?
I did.
And is it fair to say then that Mr. Schilling basically didn't have any more listings or he wasn't involved anymore concerning the moving of these estates to get the monies to the heirs?
I would say with, as far as the, at some point, the office kind of broke off from supervision. So I wasn't privy to what the other person's caseloads were. So I don't know if they were continuing to use him, but I know that people, I want to say on our side, were not using him any longer.
And when you say your side.
And I hadn't seen him in the office, which is not common. If you're working on cases, you see the brokers quite often.
So after this issue that you had with him concerning the disposal of decedent's property, and after bringing this to the attention of Mr. Tellis, your side of the office wasn't using him anymore?
Correct.
And your side of the office, meaning you, Mr. Tellis, and others, fair to say?
Fair.
And those on the other side of the office, who would those people to be? Are they the same ones that you had stated?
Yes.
They were using him?
I don't know. I wasn't privy to their cases.
Following these articles that were authored by Mr. Gehrman, did you ever witness any retaliation on the part of Mr. Tellis to anyone in the office?
No.
And is that from, and that would have been, the time of these articles was May of 2022 until Mr. Tellis no longer being there. Was it consistent, no retaliation?
Yeah, and in fact, it was quite the opposite. I was asking for things, and I'm sorry, I'm a tear up.
Understood.
I was asking for things, and because of these articles and the treatment or what he expected to get as a result of these articles, how he was expected to be treated, he kept asking me to just wait. And having been new to the county, I wasn't familiar with the process. I was asking people, and I wasn't getting a lot of answers as to how to handle the bullying. So it was quite the opposite. It wasn't that he was doing something to them, it was that it was being done to me, and he was saying, just wait. We're gonna get to a point where we can address these issues, and we never got to that point.
Who was bullying you?
Objection, relevance?
Effect on this, sir. All right. Mr. Tellis ultimately lost in the primaries.
Yes.
That would have been in June of 2022?
Correct.
Following his losing in the primaries, did you see him act out in anger?
No.
Did you see him become hostile with anybody in the office?
No, I saw him less frequently, but on a schedule. We would put together our work and we would communicate with him, and I knew what days he would be in signing things. And again, it continued in that pattern where I had to wait for signatures. I would get denied signatures. Things that needed a certain dollar amount needed dual signatures. Things would go missing.
And whose signatures were being denied from you?
Rita Reed.
So after Robert Tellis loses the primary, was it your observations that it was business as usual? You were just trying to process these estates to help those who had suffered the loss of a loved one?
Everything was the same. It was the same demeanor in handling things. I feel like he might have even went an extra step to involve people in the investigative part of our job, where we had to send people out. Again, that was a little bit of my frustration, because I felt like, hey, you're the public administrator, just make a decision. But he continued to try to involve Rita in things, even though the minute he stepped out of the office, the help that I was due stopped.
And that then was to the detriment of the heirs?
Absolutely.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Cross-examination.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
So I want to make sure I got my math right. My understanding is that you knew Mr. Tellis for about a year and a half before he was arrested?
Yes.
Okay. And during that time period, was all of your contact with him in the workplace?
With the exception of maybe like one or two, maybe one thing outside of the office, and it was just a Easter egg roll that I brought my children to.
And so when you were in the workplace, was it a situation where you worked with him every day, or some days more than others? Can you give me some
So
sense?
every day.
Okay.
We had cases to review. I had questions. I was still actively in training.
Okay.
And actively having to ask questions. And he had checklists for every phase of our work.
Sure.
And so when I got to finish one set of checklists, I would have to have that part of my cases reviewed. So every single day.
And you were a probate administrator?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever work with Roberta Lee Kennett?
I did.
Okay. Did you guys have the same job, or did you
Yes, we did.
kind of a
I
complement?
started off as a 1, and then I moved up to a 2 after probation.
Okay. And we've heard some description from her that you maybe would be responsible for one house, and then maybe she, because she had the same job, would be responsible for a different house?
Roberta was the backseat. It wasn't by house, it was just by the decedent.
Okay,
Yes.
yeah, that's a better way to put it. But how many of probate administrators were there?
If you count the lead, 4.
4? Okay. And so
And then 5, that we added someone later.
So I assume then Mr. Tellis would be working with, as the public administrator, sometimes he would be working with any one of the 4 or 5 of you on the various projects that associated with those estates?
Correct.
Okay. And when he was working on one project, I assume then you were doing other stuff on your own?
Yes,
on your own
there's
project.
lots of tasks to do outside of.
Okay. Now, you said that you started in 2021, is that right?
I believe so.
Do you remember what month that was?
May.
May? Okay, so it's about a year in when those stories start coming out about Mr. Tellis?
That sounds accurate.
Okay. And did you, I think you said on direct examination, you recalled that there was a series of them, like 4?
Yes.
And you said that you didn't observe Mr. Tellis to be upset about the stories?
No, in fact, the first story he asked me to participate in.
Okay.
And I met with
Yeah.
Mr. Gehrman.
Yeah, Mr. Gehrman actually came to the office before that first story, and Mr. Tellis sat for an interview, right?
Correct. We all did.
Yeah. And then it was after that that the first story came out?
Yes.
Okay. And then that very first story alleged an inappropriate relationship. It alleged bullying and kind of mismanagement in the office. Do you recall that?
I just recall the things that were related to me. I'm not sure if Article 1, 2, 3, or 4 alleged any relationship things. I just remember the part relating to me.
I mean, do you remember like that generally the allegations were kind of unflattering to Mr. Tellis?
The first article, no. I think I don't recall it being unflattering to him.
Do you remember if one of the articles had sort of a video attached to it in an electronic version?
I don't remember if it was attached to which article, but yes, I do remember that video. Thank you.
And it's your testimony that he never expressed any anger or upset or disappointment about that article?
With me, no.
And I guess, yeah, that kind of gets to my question. That's kind of your relationship with him, right? He didn't express that to you. You wouldn't be aware of what he might have expressed to the reporter directly, for instance, right?
No.
And you wouldn't be aware of what he maybe put on social media about that reporter, correct?
No.
So like if he was posting negative things about that reporter after he wrote the stories on Twitter, maybe you didn't observe that.
No, I wasn't following him on social media.
Okay. So it could be that he was posting things that demonstrated upset with the articles, and it's just you're not on Twitter, so maybe you wouldn't have seen it.
I'm on Twitter, just not following Mr. Tellis.
Okay, fair enough. Now, it sounds like there was a pretty stressful environment in the public administrator's office around that time period. Is that fair with these?
Prior to the articles.
Okay, prior to and then including the time of the articles, right?
Yes.
And then there was a point in time when the county made the decision to actually bring in a different manager to kind of help with managing the public administrator's office, right?
That wasn't the way that Jeff Wells related to us.
At some point, Mike Murphy comes into the office, right?
Yes.
And that was in part based on the factionalization in the office?
The way it was presented to us was that he was going to help us kind of organize the office and kind of get back to work.
As opposed to doing what? Like when you say get back to work?
As opposed to focusing on those of us that were being bullied, those of us that were crying at the copier because someone was saying things to us.
So he's kind of brought in Mike Murphy to kind of calm things down, get rid of the drama, and get back to work.
Yes.
Okay. And that was done while Mr. Tellis was actually in charge of the public administrator's office, right?
Yeah, so very early on, that was it, and then they didn't like that, and then they split the office up even further.
Now, are you familiar with all the vehicles that Mr. Tellis owned?
The vehicle he owned was a brown BMW.
Did you ever know him to drive a maroon Yukon?
That's the only vehicle I'm familiar with, is the brown BMW.
Is the BMW, so you never saw the Tesla either?
No.
Okay. And so the BMW would be the one he primarily, it sounds like, drove to work?
Correct.
Okay. When you, Mr. Droskovich showed you this video that was a Metro release, and you said that you're pretty much familiar with it, and then you don't recognize this gate as being unique to Mr. Tellis. Is that fair?
That's fair.
Okay. I assume you don't have any personal knowledge as to who is actually in this video.
I do not.
Okay. And you don't know any of the, from personal knowledge, you don't have any personal knowledge of who was walking down Mr. Gehrman's street on September the 2nd, correct?
I do not.
Okay. And you haven't seen all the video evidence associated with this case or the vehicles. Okay. Mr. Draskovich asked you about Mr. Tellis's dealings with Zach Skilling. You recall that on direct?
Yes.
Okay. And you said that there was a point in time when there was a conflict with him, and then he wasn't used thereafter. Is that right?
That's correct.
When was that conflict?
The dates?
Well, I mean, can you just give me a rough time? Like, was it, you know?
About halfway into my tenure. I only had maybe 1 or 2 cases with him. And the reason why I specifically remember this one is because of the decedent was a Jet Beauty. So African American magazine. I grew up watching that, looking at that magazine. And so I was kind of in awe when I went to walk her home prior to putting it on the market and seeing all of the African American artifacts and various memorabilia.
So was this, when you say it's about halfway through your tenure or your time there?
So maybe fall.
Okay, yeah, that's what I think, like fall, you know, November,
Fall,
December of
somewhere around there.
21.
That's a
though.
guess.
Okay. Now, it's your testimony that there were no other dealings with Mr. Tellis and Mr. Skilling after that?
I don't think that was my testimony.
Oh, okay. So explain that to me.
I said that I did not believe that our side of the office was using him after I had this concern about the missing personal property.
Okay. Could there have been other, could he have been used on other cases and you just maybe weren't aware of them because they weren't the ones that you were personally, it doesn't sound like it, you know, it sounds like you had a unique caseload that was just yours.
Right.
So he could have done a whole bunch of other houses or other decedents, as you say, but you didn't work with him after that.
I think the one thing that needs to be kind of clarified is that he did have a partner.
I'm sorry, just 1 second.
Okay.
You just have to answer the question.
Ask it again, please. I'm sorry.
So it sounds like you had your own caseload, correct?
I did.
Okay. It could be that he was working with other estate coordinators and you might not have been aware of it. Is that?
Highly unlikely.
Okay, so you believe he didn't do any, didn't work on any projects into 2022?
What I believe is that he was not getting new books of work.
Okay. When Mr. Tellis left the primary, you said that he started limiting his time in the office?
That's correct.
And it was Rita Reed who won the primary, correct?
Yes.
And then once she won the primary, did she institute any changes in the office while, you know, Mr. Tellis was sort of a lame duck public administrator?
No.
It was all still his?
Because she won the primary, she hadn't won the election.
Right. So she kind of followed his rules until, I guess, she became the public administrator?
I wouldn't say so, because I don't think he had a rule that it was okay to continue bullying staff members, so I don't think she...
Well, I guess what my question is...
talking about with respect to the work, was she still following his rules?
Yeah, sure.
She was still running the investigative team.
Okay.
The investigators.
And then sometime after that, she actually becomes the public administrator, right?
I was gone by the time she became the...
Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
Briefly, in reference to Mr. Murphy, I mean, Mr. Murphy came in while Mr. Tellis was still in charge.
Correct.
Did Mr. Tellis welcome him?
He did. He, in fact, offered that as one of the solutions to some of the problems I was having with Alicia and Rita and Janie, and saying that they were here and that they were going to make sure that things got back to the business at hand.
So the office would then run efficiently?
Correct.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Any cross?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony here today. You may step down.
Okay,
You are
good.
excused from your subpoena. Thank you for being here.
So, I think they're wanting...
Yes, Terrence Jameson.
Dang it. He was supposed to be next. I'm so mad right now. I think that they were the whole point of her was to show she was talking about being bullied and like how the other people in the office, you know, were the bad guys and he wasn't, and whatever. I mean, nothing that makes him any less guilty. Dang it, he was supposed to be next. I guess they were able to get one of the other witnesses to be able to come in. Detective Dean said that there's cameras and stuff everywhere downstairs because they all expect him to testify this afternoon.
No, that's fine.
There's more than usual.
Just remain standing, raise your right hand, face the clerk, please.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
You may be seated. Please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
My first name is Terrence, Terrrence. Last name, Jameson, Jamison.
Thank you, Mr. Jameson. How are you employed?
How am I employed?
Yes.
I'm employed by Planet Fitness as a general manager.
Okay, are you over a particular store?
Yes, the club that I run is off West Charleston Boulevard.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Is it one that's off of basically West Charleston and is it Fort Apache?
Yes, sir, that's across from
next to a Whole Foods?
Mm-hmm.
Did you receive a subpoena?
Oh, yes.
Did you receive a subpoena in reference to documents or records that may be at your store?
That is correct.
Let me approach the witness. I'm showing you what's been marked. If you could please review this document.
They showed the cell tower stuff.
Okay, you recognize this document?
Planet Fitness
Yes,
earlier.
I do.
What is this document?
This document is a report from DataTrack, our operating service for Planet Fitness. And this is the remote check-ins from September 1st, 2022 to September 3rd, 2022.
Okay, when you say remote check-in, please explain to us what this is, what that means.
So a remote check-in is anybody that is not based out of the specific location out of West Charleston signing in to the club. And so the reason why it's a remote check-in is because it is not the club that they originally signed up at.
Okay. What is the, and I'm going to direct your attention to more specifics within this document, but just trying to make a clear record concerning what this document is. This is a remote check-in, and this basically is when people go in, I'm assuming they have a fob or some other, maybe a gym card. They go in to sign to go in to work out in the gym. Fair to say?
That is correct.
And this document captures their signing in.
Yes, this document gets the time of what they checked in, their first and last name, their barcode, and membership type, along with if they're allowed to enter.
Okay. When a person, and you would agree with me that this is a business document?
Yes.
And this is a business document that's kept in the ordinary course of business?
That is correct.
Following the rules and procedures that govern the keeping of these documents for Planet Fitness?
That is also correct.
Now, you had said it was a remote check-in. Now, if a person, let's say, goes and signs in for a membership, let's say in the Decatur location or something with that, that would be the primary place where they filled out the paperwork. Is that correct?
That is correct.
But when you say a remote check-in, let's say a person buys a membership at Planet Fitness, let's say years before, but then lives near the Charleston site where you work. When they go in, they sign in, it shows as being a remote check-in, but it doesn't mean they're checking in remotely. It means that they're just going to a different location from where they originally opened up their membership.
That could be Yeah, essentially, depending if, the person moved from a different location where they originally signed up. For example, if someone was from, Wyoming and they recently moved to Las Vegas and they didn't transfer their membership, it would still show up as a remote check-in.
Understood. But in reviewing this document, which you've testified is kept in the ordinary course of business, this signifies that the names that are on this paper checked in at the club on between September 1st, 2022 and September 3rd, 2022.
That is correct.
I move for admission of Defense Exhibit T2.
No objections.
All right, so this is showing if he checked in.
Do you have this document in front of you? If you could flip through it with me. Page 1, we have a list of names, and it shows the check-in times of those that checked in and basically worked out at your location. Fair to say?
That is correct.
Page 2, same question.
That is also correct.
Page 3.
That is also correct.
And page 4.
Totally
That is also
jazzercise.
If you look at the bottom, and no need to say that person's name, it's not part of this case, but that person, it appears, was denied entry. You have to say yes.
Yes, that's correct.
So would we presume, and based upon your knowledge, this person tried to get in and work out, but they were not able to do so?
Yes.
And there's a couple others, same question, that were denied.
And that is also correct for them.
You could flip to page 9.
Did he clean his machines when he was done?
It would be September 2nd, 2022, at 12:09 p.m.
Yes, I see it.
Who checked in?
Can I get the time again, sir?
Yes, 12:09 p.m.
That is going to be Robert R. Tellis.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Examination.
Oh, that's smart. That's smart.
Mr. Jameson, maybe you can help me out. What page did you just look on?
I was on page 9 of 30.
Thank you.
That's the only smart thing he did.
I'm going to put defense exhibit. What number is it?
What is it,
The-
Planet Fitness?
Uh-huh.
That's T2.
Oh, thank you. T2. Sir, can you see that on the, well, you have a copy, I know, but can you see it on the screen in front of you as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So you're reading this record as, see my finger here, it says 9/2 at 12:09 p.m. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And then it has the name of Mr. Tellis and then the barcode associated with his membership. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Now, I think you said this on direct examination, but your location is Charleston and Rampart?
Charleston and the crossroad is Fort Apache.
Fort Apache, sorry. And there's a Whole Foods, Barnes and Noble in there, and
That is correct.
when people, I think you said, do a remote check-in, it means that their primary Planet Fitness is not the one they're going to at that particular day?
Correction, it's going to be not their home club where they originally signed up
Oh,
at.
were they, okay. But if they happen to work out there a lot, that would be okay as long as they're still a member of Planet Fitness?
Yes, if they're a Black Card member, they have access to any location.
Okay. And so when you come into Planet Fitness and this kind of record is produced, is it a card that you use to check in, or when it's the remote check-in, or any kind of check-in, I guess?
So for check-ins, we have multiple ways of checking in. One would be through our Planet Fitness app. The second would be a key tag. And if the barcode is a phone number, they would be able to just give a phone number to check in.
Okay. And so you mentioned an app. I would assume you mean an app on your phone?
Yes, the app, Planet Fitness application that you would find on Google Play Store or App Store.
Okay. So that's a way that you can remotely check in from your phone?
Yes, it would access a QR code that is basically your barcode for you to check in, that pulls up your information.
And then that QR code, that's like one of those squares that we see, they would have to show that to you or one of the people you supervise as they come in the gym?
Yes, ma'am. They would scan in at the front desk.
Okay, and that's one way you can get in is if you have that app on your phone, that QR code will tell yourself or your employees that they're allowed to come in and work out.
Yes.
And then another way, I think you said, is if there's, like, they have an actual Planet Fitness card?
Yes, it was discontinued a while back, but we did have little key tags that you're able to attach to a keychain
Okay.
to check in.
And those two ways, do they show up the same way on this record?
Yes, but also there could be a discrepancy from the barcode. If you look at the document, specifically on page 9, you see that there is some that look like a phone number and some that are just a long series of digits.
Okay.
Most likely, we would assume that everybody has the app, but there could be a couple of members that do have a barcode still
Okay.
and never originally changed it.
Okay, and you actually got to my next question. I would assume in 2022, most people are doing this with their phone on the app because that's easier to do?
That is correct.
Thank you very much, sir.
You're welcome.
Just so we're clear though, based upon your review of these documents, you're unable to say how Mr. Tellis checked in, but that he checked in?
Yes.
And you have to appear in person physically and scan it or be viewed, inspected basically before you go in?
That is correct.
Thank you, sir. I have no further questions.
You need me to cross?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Oh, I'm sorry. You just stand by.
Question from the jurors. I love the juror questions. Okay, here's what I'm thinking. All right, look. Here's Planet Fitness, right? Here's Jeff's house. If he's needing to go, Planet Fitness has showers. If he's needing to go wash stuff off, he's not going to want that at his house. And if he didn't, even if he didn't do that, looking for alibi. Oh, I love a jury question. I love a jury question. I love a jury question.
Okay, I have a question from a juror. It's been marked as court's exhibit number 19. Does your location have cameras that cover the check-in area? And if so, has that footage been requested by authorities?
We do have cameras at the front desk where you're able to see. To my knowledge, I know that we have, so much space that where we can go back in time to review footage. And since we're talking 2022, we do not have that footage.
Okay, thank you. Is there any follow-up, Mr. Draskevich?
Are you aware of a request that was made by the defense in this case to get that footage?
Yes.
And it was not available?
Yes.
Thank you. No further questions.
Ms. Berkeley?
Sir, when was that request made?
I do not remember the day.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much for your testimony here today. You may step down. You are excused from your subpoena. Thank you very much for being here.
You're welcome.
All right, at this time, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a short recess, probably about a 5-minute recess. During this recess, you're admonished not to discuss or communicate with anyone, including your fellow jurors, in any way regarding the case or its merits, either by voice, phone, email, text, internet, or other means of communication or social media. Read, watch, or listen to any news or media accounts or commentary about the case. Do any research, consult dictionaries, the internet, or reference materials. Do any investigation, test a theory, recreate any aspect of the case or in any other way investigate or learn about the case on your own, or form or express any opinion regarding the case till it's finally submitted to you. Thank you very much, and we're in recess.
Thank you all. Rise for next meeting.
Dang. Okay, so what do you make of that? I think, hold on, I'm about to look at one more thing. Red Hills. Okay, so look at this. Looky here. This is Jeff's house up here. Jeff was seen, I'm gonna put all this in a chart, in a little map, in a little thing. This is Jeff's house. He was seen, he went back, it was sometime after 11:30. Because on 11:30, at 11:30 he was seen on video. The Yukon was going north on that one road, and then he's seen on the video going back to Jeff's house and walking over to the body and then leaving again. Okay, at 11:48 he's seen by PF Chang's. 11:50 going south on Apple. 11:51 on Red Hills, and then north onto Silk Tassel. So Red Hills onto Silk Tassel is right here. So he's made it from over here, allegedly, down here. This is closer to where he lives. So at 11:51, he's seen right here. And then at 12:09, checks in at Planet Fitness right here. Let's do a map. Let's do a timeline. You know I love a timeline. Screenshot this. Be the easiest thing. I never had PF Chang's. Let's see here. I think he's supposed to be testifying next, allegedly, hopefully. Let me get out my little notes. His testimony is going to be Whoa. Let's see. So 11:20. Where's my timeline? I've got about 400 tabs open right now. I love how I'm keeping the mega mind on there. All right, what time did I say that he? Where's my notes? So at 12:09, 12:09, he gets to Planet Fitness, right? At 11:51, he's seen right here. What time was the last time he was seen at Tellis's house? When at 11:29? I think. I mean, not Tellis's house. He is Tellis. And then 11:30. Oh, what is this? 11:30. Video of the Yukon going north. So it's like around the same. Oops. Like in that neighborhood. So he's still all up around here. This time, let's see, Tellis goes back to Jeff's, walks to Jeff, then leaves again. Okay, 11:48 by P.F. Chang's. Let's find P.F. Chang's. P.F. Chang's. No, they're taking a 5-minute break and then they're coming back. Okay, P.F. Chang's is right across P.F. Chang's is like right over here, so it's like the same area. What time did I say? P.F. Chang's, 11:48. Oops, not 84. It's not 11:84. 11:50 south by his house over here. Oops. This isn't exact, but because it's too zoomed out to be exact, but it gives you the idea. 11:50 over here. Then he's 11:51 right here. 12:09 back at and that's after leaving his house at 9:12, and Jeff was at the taco place at 9:04. Oops. So the last time that he leaves is 11:30. He's back in his neck of the woods. $11:51. And then checks in to Planet Fitness 12:09. It's really weird, right? Man, I wish they had cameras. Yeah, I bet the prosecution would have asked for the video of the gym. Back then, if he would have told them he went there. We were on a break. I'll see if I can make it a little bit clearer, more exact tonight. I have to go pull up some of the... What did he use to check in at the gym? Well, he didn't have his phone with him, right? So... the dude said that they used to have the key fob things that you had on your keychains. Unless he went home and got his, because he's in his neighborhood before he made it to Planet Fitness, so he could have gone home and gotten his phone. He just didn't have any outgoing anything on his phone until 2 something. What makes me wonder, though, is, okay, let's say he's been a dumb criminal the whole time, right? But let's say that he's thinking, and this is just pure speculation and talking, but what if he was like, okay, I don't want to clean up at my shower because if they come and search my stuff, you know, he doesn't want Jeff's blood in his stuff, in his house. They have showers at Planet Fitness. We don't know where the knife ended up. Planet Fitness trash gets taken out every day. There's all kinds of stuff that could have been happening. Could have been just to try to get an alibi. Because he had that gym bag with him, remember? He's walking around with that gym bag. So if he had... I'm trying to think if I was a weirdo criminal with Bert and Ernie eyebrows, what would I do? He had that gym bag with him. If he took other stuff with him, if he goes into a Planet Fitness with a gym bag and takes a shower, he's not going to look suspicious because people go into gyms with gym bags and they take showers. So that wouldn't look suspicious. Bye, Mermaid Mary. Enjoy your dinner. And then they have, you know, he could have done like a Photos Doulos style Latour de trash cans or gotten rid of stuff there. They don't have the checkout thing. Once you check in to where they know you're there, you can just leave. He even could have stashed a bag in a locker at Planet Fitness. That's a good point too, because didn't he have 2 of those bags? Because when they searched his house, didn't they find 2 of them? One of them had like soccer balls or whatever some kind of balls. You know what I mean? One of them had some kind of sporting balls. And then one of them was empty. Is that right? He had 2 of those bags. They do have lockers at Planet Fitness. The only reason for him to be carrying around that bag is, like, you know, to cover his tracks. It could be extra clothes, extra whatever. The neighbors noticed the garage door on the 2nd, but they had tried to call him and stuff like that. They didn't actually walk over there until the following day. So he wasn't found until the 3rd, but he was killed on the 2nd. Around 11:30 a.m. I'm thinking to keep from getting blood on the bag, he would have had to have like some kind of like trash bag, you know, plastic bag type thing inside of that. Thrown that in there. And it wasn't...
Okay, the record reflects that the hearing is taking place outside the presence of the jury panel. Mr. Draskovich.
Your Honor, our final witness is Mr. Robert Tellis. I've confirmed with Rob Bear, and we're going to ask the court's permission to allow him to testify by narrative.
Okay, that is fine. Anything else before we bring the
By
jury
narrative.
panel in?
Of course he wants to do it by narrative.
Okay, Mr. Tellis can take the stand.
Of course he wants to give a narrative. Here we go, guys. This is not a drill.
Jury panel. Right, we'll swear. We'll swear in front of the panel.
May I get a copy of the papers so I can look at them on?
A copy of what? What do you need?
He wants
All
the exhibits?
Or
this is our copy of them.
then never mind.
State have.
Okay, diva. You don't get to make.
Exhibits go, I mean, if he needs to use the exhibits that we've admitted by stipulation, I don't have an objection to him using those exhibits. It seems like he may have notes though in front of him. Well, if he's using those notes, we're gonna need it.
And just so the record's clear, Mr. Tuss, are you intending on referring to your notes in the course of your testimony?
Yes, I am.
Then I'm gonna need a copy of this.
He wants to tell a story. I'm already grossed out.
Does Mr. Draskovic have a copy of the defendant's exhibit list with him that I provided earlier? Okay.
Yes, thank you very much. I appreciate
Mr.
it.
Tellus, you have a copy of the exhibit list?
I've written those exhibit numbers next to my, so I'm good on that and I think, as long as I can read my writing.
When he's ready for them, I will pull them.
And Your Honor, in order for this to proceed smoothly, when he refers to it, when Mr. Tuss refers to an exhibit, shall either myself or even...
Okay. That she will make sure the record's clear.
I am already annoyed. Excuse me, can I have notes and some sparkling water, please?
Thank you. Well, please be seated.
Okay, does the state stipulate to the presence of the panel? Mr. Draskovic?
Thank you.
Yeah, you'll stipulate?
We'll stipulate.
All right, Mr. Draskovic. We're gonna call Mr. Tellus.
Your Honor, the defense calls Mr. Robert Tellus.
Please raise your right hand. Do you do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may be seated. Please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
Robert Bayes. The first name is R-O-B-E-R-T. The last name is T-E-L-L-E-S.
Liar!
Mr. Tellus, the state is going to allow you, or I think the court is going to allow you to testify by way of narration. So please tell us. Begin with your story, sir.
Thank you, sir. So, first of all, and excuse me, I'm obviously a little nervous. This is
Oh, shut up. Oh.
it's a day I've been waiting for nearly 2 years. You know, this thing's been kind of a nightmare, frankly. And again, I want to thank you for being here. And right now, I want to say unequivocally, I'm innocent. I didn't kill Mr. Gurman. And I've got a lot to share with you all. There's been a lot of testimony, and my concern is making sure that you hear what I think about all these things, and you know what would, you know, the concerns that I have with some of these things that have been brought up. So during my testimony, I'm going to be sharing opinions. I know that, you know, folks like Zach Schilling and Mr. Mogg shared their opinions with you. And these opinions were, you know, almost, I guess you could say, argumentative in a sense, right? Basically, Zach Schilling said, well, you know, I'm an expert on shoes, and, you know, I think that those shoes that the killer was wearing are the same ones that I've seen Mr. Taylor's wearing all the time, right? So he's arguing that he's an expert and you should believe him. And I think the same goes for Mr. Mogg, right? So I think that when I share an opinion with you, someone might say it's argumentative. And when I say something, I guess I specifically mean the state. But I think that when I share an opinion with you, that's my right. And it's your right to decide whether or not you agree with my opinion or not. Whether
Oh my
you want to adopt
gosh.
my opinion or not. So I'm just hoping that, you know, I'm not stopped from sharing with you what I have to say. And when I guess right off the bat, I'll share an opinion with you. The medical examiner testified about how Mr. Gurman was murdered. And, you know, I had to see pictures of Mr. Gurman's body, you know, in preparation for the case. And it's obviously it's ugly. But when the medical examiner testified, that's the first time I'd learned how Mr. Gurman was murdered. Now, you know, I think it's the way that he was murdered speaks to, I think, something or someone who knows what they're doing. You know, the idea that Mr. Gurman's throat was slashed and his heart was stabbed. You know, I think that's I mean, I don't know if anybody could just do that, right, without some kind of training, without some kind of expertise. So, I mean, and I'm personally not combat trained. I've, and none of that. So it seems to me that when I heard that, I thought, my God. So that's, I guess, one example of like the type of opinion I'll be sharing with you. And I want to also provide relevant facts, the truth, and things that I think are going to tend to disprove a lot of what has been said. And also when it comes to some of the witnesses, some of the documents that I'm going to try to get in are going to kind of go to whether or not they're being truthful. So again, I'm hoping that I'll be able to get those documents into. I guess we'll see how that goes as well. First, I want to kind of go into my background a little bit. So, out of high school, I got a job at a small computer store, and building computers, that type of thing. And then I got an opportunity to work in IT, right? Information technology, working as a network technician. The .com crash occurred, and from there I ended up going into property management. And I enjoyed that. I became a leasing agent, then an assistant manager, then a manager. Then I took a strange turn and got into maintenance, fixing stuff inside apartments, that type of thing. And from there, started to get involved in air conditioners. So then I became an HVAC technician, an air conditioning technician. And it was all, self-study. Right? I took a course for the EPA certification, which is, the license that you're required in order to handle like refrigerant, like Freon, those types of things. But I kind of learned like the basics of air conditioning on my own. And the only reason I say it is, like going along is like I've kind of developed this analytical mind, right? So that led to me becoming an attorney, and so then that even built more on that analytical mind, where I think about all the things like all the things wrong in this case, and you add to on top of that the fact that I've been sitting in a cell for close to 2 years, so I've had a lot of time to think about a lot of these issues. So again, I think I'm going to point out some strange things about this case.
Oh, good.
But anyway, going back to my background. So became an HVAC technician. I started working at the College of Southern Nevada. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to name check I was going to say local community college. Sorry, I'm very nervous. Excuse me. So I started working at CSN, managing a team, and I was doing that by day. And I went to law school at night. They have a part-time program at Boyd School, or they did then anyway. I don't know if they still have it, but I went through law school at night. But before I got into law school, I met my wife online. We started dating. I got into law school. We got married. We had our daughter together. So by this point, I had a stepson. I had my daughter from a previous marriage, and then my wife and I had our daughter together. When I got out of law school, I opened my own probate firm, or my own law firm, and I focused on probate law. Now, you heard this term earlier from Detective Jappy, probate, and also, of course, a couple of other witnesses. And, I do have a correction for, I guess, the way that Detective Jappy characterized probate law, but I'll get into that as we discuss further Compass Realty. So I want to go from here, from my probate work, into how I became the public administrator. I was, again, a probate attorney, working cases for families, and John Cahill, the public administrator at the time, he saw me in court, and saw that I was kind of a new face, and so he started giving me a couple of cases here and there. He worked with various attorneys throughout town. So I started doing some work for him, and I can't remember exactly how long I've been working for him. At least a few months, maybe 6 months. But I was part of this volunteer group. you know, we had these weekly meetings where we would bring people in to speak, right? And the group was very interested in learning about things happening in Vegas, right? So I thought, well, gosh, you know, getting the Clark County Public Administrator in to speak would be really great because nobody knows what this guy does. When you hear the title Clark County Public Administrator, a lot of people think that we're talking about the guy who runs the whole county or something, right? I mean, that's oftentimes when I was in the office, I had these emails from people telling me to fix this on that side of town or this, that, whatever issue, right? So it's the public administrator, is the probate administrator for the county. And again, it's basically the office that safeguards property until family can step in. Because again, when the coroner got there, the coroner couldn't find the family. So it's our job to do the safeguarding. And if for some reason the family can't or does not want to do the administration, our office takes over and does that administration. So, you know, I got in there, hit the ground running, we're working. I find out at a certain point as I'm going to court that there's a situation with some of these private administrators. Now, a private administrator is, when we talk about them, is anybody who is handling administrations, or really, I'd say private corporate administrators, because any family member could be a private administrator, right? The probate commissioner, who is basically an appointee of the probate judges, he had these concerns with some of these folks. Right? And I was in a hearing one day where he asked me to take a look at a case. And, the attorney for one of these guys, or one of these firms was there, and, we were talking. And, he told me that his client had been doing these things for so much time. And that the prior public administrator didn't have a concern with it. And I asked him, well, where are the, this is the first I'm hearing about this, He said, well, we've been mailing your office notices every time that we come to court. And so just FYI, the fact that these folks were required to send me notices was ordered by the probate commissioner because he was very troubled by what he saw going on with this firm. And so I told him, no, I've been at this for maybe 7-8 months, and this is the first I'm hearing of it. He said, oh, no, I promise we're sending you every notice. So I get to the office, and I find out that, at the direction of the prior public administrator, the office had been throwing away all of those documents, and they just basically continued on with that process of just throwing the documents away. And I told my staff, we're not doing that anymore. I need to look at these. I need to see why the probate commissioner was so concerned. So I did an analysis, and I found that there were some troubling concerns. I created a spreadsheet, and I guess at this point I want to see if
Don't you do spreadsheets like that?
I could share X2.
Don't you do spreadsheets? Don't love you, sir. This is bizarre.
Yeah, I just approached it to see whether I don't have the name because it's coded with the numbers.
I bet your spreadsheets are messy. I will not stand for spreadsheet slander.
Or if you need me to build any foundation, I can do that.
Maybe just approach on this.
Your sheet sucks, sir. You know what? This is bizarre. He's already given me a headache. However, you know that the prosecutors are like, by all means, sir, yes, go ahead. talk yourself into an oblivion in front of this jury who is all probably looking at him the same way that I am. They are like, by all means, go ahead. Talk away, sir. We'll catch you on cross-examination. You do you, boo. We'll catch up in a little bit.
Okay, okay.
Is it hit or? So then.
But I assume you're going to lay some foundation.
Yeah, of course, absolutely, Your Honor. And again, this goes to the theory of my case, right? You know, somebody framed me for this, and I believe that it's Compass Realty, and I believe that it's for the work that I've done against them. And this document here shows the start of the work that I began against them. You're going to hear much more about the things that I did and the things that they did. And so, again, this spreadsheet, I think really, it's the beginning.
Yes.
And so I'd ask if I could please have it admitted.
X2 is being proposed. Is there any further objection?
I'll stand by my prior argument.
It's admitted.
So when you view this exhibit, or X2, you'll see that there's a spreadsheet attached to it, and I just want to go over a few of the cases with you. And well, generally, first I'll tell you that, you know, again, it was about 60 cases. And let's see here. And there was, for about 60 cases, there's about a $6 million difference between, and this is total, this is not each, but, you know, obviously. For those cases, there's about a $6 million total between the time that the estate sold the property to the time that the person who purchased it sold it to another person, right? And so that's quite a bit of money for that. I'll say that originally, the estates in total sold the properties for $8.5 million. And later, the people who sold it after, they sold it for about $14.5 million. Right, so when you're talking about $8.5 million and then making $6 million, I mean, it's nearly double, right, from one sale to the next sale. And if you look at some of the homes on here, you'll see, for example, there's this one, Prince, Bobby. So the deceased's name is Bobby Prince.
Oh my gosh, is that what that means?
The state sold the home on December 31st of 2018 for $232,000, and the next sale was done the same day. So the person who bought it resold it the same day for $50,000 more. Now, as administrators have a fiduciary duty to get the maximum value that they can for the estate. When I see a situation, and again, this is the most extreme one. I mean, I'm not saying that all of them are like this, but, you know, all of them are, there's a significant difference between the one price and the other price. But this is just the most extreme one, is, you know, for someone to be able to resell a property the same day for $50,000 more, it's just not right. And again, you'll see that, again, anywhere from 30 to 50% between the two sales when you review this exhibit. And so this floored me, right, to see that this is going on. And immediately, you know, all I knew was that there was something funny going on here. And what troubled me too is that the prior public administrator said, I'm not going to deal with it. I'm not going to do anything about it. Throw them in the trash. And I think that disturbs me because that's really the role of the Clark County Public Administrator, right? I think Compass Realty has made this argument that, oh, you know, that's not the jurisdiction of the public administrator. But if you think about it, you know, whether we are trying to secure property so someone can't jump through the window and steal everything in the house, or we're trying to stop somebody from stealing equity, I believe it's the same thing, And so that's, I absolutely disagree with John Cahill. So we've got a duty to protect these estates, right? Whether it's, again, stopping criminals from getting into the houses and stealing stuff, or unscrupulous real estate agents from trying to work the system. So I started to object to all of these petitions. And as I told you before, it was the probate commissioner who told me, look, I need to start looking at this. This doesn't seem right. And I asked him, I said, well, why can't you stop these? Not that I was saying, like, I don't want to do it, but out of curiosity, why can't you? And he told me that the law, and so I'll tell you right now that, sorry, just coming backwards a bit, this, because I think now is a good time to talk about this independent administration. So independent administration is not a generally used form of probate. It's, rarely used. What independent administration allows somebody to do is to sell houses without going through the regular court process. You basically circumvent the whole process. And so the reason that I didn't, really look into it is I never had a need to use it. Because normally during the probate process, when somebody's selling a house, you've got to ask the court for permission. You give everybody notice. And you allow, when you do this, for the estate to get the best value. Because what happens is, all of these folks out there who are interested in buying and flipping properties, whatever, they scour all of these listings. So if you ever go to probate court on a Friday, you'll see that, they're real estate investors just all over the place, right? But, so by publishing it, you ensure that you're going to get the best value possible. These people are watching and they're going to say, oh, you know what? Maybe there's an extra 20 grand I can squeeze out of that. I'm going to get in there and I'm going to go after it, right? And so like I said, it's good for the families, and it's transparent. So when somebody uses this Independent Administration Act, and they're a corporate probate administrator, that's concerning. Because basically what they're trying to say is, well, I want to sell this property out of this estate, but I don't want it to go through the regular process. I want to be able to sell it to this guy at this price, and that's it. And when they would use this type of law, the law says that if nobody objects, then the probate commissioner has to grant the petition. Right, so his hands were tied. So one of the things I did do later was I actually went to the legislature and raised my concerns. And there are folks in the legislature that agreed. And so we were able to change the laws so that I had greater watchdog capabilities in these situations, which I think only made this situation more dire for certain folks. And again, I'll get further into that. But so, I began to go ahead and file objections to these petitions. And the probate commissioner pretty much granted my objections just about every time. Because in the regular law, again, not independent administration, just generally, the public administrator has higher priority than all other people, except for family, right? And we would never step in the way of family. Family member wants to handle the estate, great. If we're in the middle of getting ready to handle a probate estate, and I'm sorry, I know I'm talking as though I'm still there, but I think for the purposes of what I'm sharing with you, I'm just going to continue to do that. We would say, okay, you know what, great, maybe we have this fee or that fee that you got to pay. Could be a couple $100, but we don't want to, we're not here to take away anything from you. Happy to transfer it, right? And we got to, per the county's codes, or we've got to charge the fee, right? It's not something that we just say, well, we're going to waive it and you can go. But like I said, it was never any like real burden to pay the $150 to take over, especially when they're done liquidating, they're looking at thousands of dollars in the family's pocket. But again, it's their money, right? But when it came to, again, third-party administrators, if I saw that there was something strange going on, I stepped in. Now, if there's a third-party administrator who was, when I reviewed the petition, appeared to be above board, wasn't doing anything fishy, I didn't get involved. right? If they were utilizing the regular court process, they weren't, again, trying to hide anything, then great, more power to you. But the one company that was doing this over and over again, more than anybody else, was Compass Realty. And they were doing it through Thomas Moore. And so anytime one of Thomas Moore's petitions came through, the probate commissioner said, you've got to give it to the public administrator's office. And I think that's where that whole thing started way back, right? So as they were, as I was going at this and filing the objections, they started to fight back in various ways. First, they started to threaten to sue me. They said, well, you're messing with our business, right? And I wasn't afraid of them because, what they were doing was not right. They started making complaints to my assistant county manager, or, county management, trying to get my assistant county manager to stop me. And, we had meetings, he and I said, this is not okay. I'm not going to, I can't agree to that, no. So despite their complaints over and over again in the county, my assistant county manager said, I can't do anything. He's the guy in charge. Sorry. Then they started filing these false claims about me in court pleadings, saying that, I was trying to steal their business, that I was trying to steal it for myself. Now, at the time I was a salaried employee. Like some of the smaller counties, they have a setup where the public administrators, all they earn is a commission based on the estates they put through the process. Okay, but not so with Clark County. With Clark County, you get a paycheck and that's it. So I never received a commission off of any of the estates that we administered, ever. So to say that, I was trying to do this to get something out of it was just false. Again, just trying to sling mud to see if they couldn't scare me off or do it. I don't know. Then in early 2022, about March 2022, I approached Steve Wolfson. Now, he and I and other elected department heads, we would have regular meetings and we would coordinate and, elections were around the corner, so we started talking about, what ideas do you have? What ideas do you have? That type of thing, right? And during one of our meetings, I had mentioned that, I had this concern with this company. About a year before, I had raised the issue with the Attorney General's office, and apparently they didn't see where the wrong was. But, the weird thing about that was that they took less than a month for the investigation. And so I don't know if the Attorney General thought, well, we don't get it, we don't see how this is crime or what, but I think about a month later, Compass Realty had a letter in hand saying that they didn't see any wrongdoing. Like I said, to me that was just weird. And again, I will get into why this is not just about mail. I think Detective Jappy said, oh, this is about mailings. No, it's way worse than that.
It's about murder, sir.
Oh, jeez.
So I told Mr. Wolfson about the situation. He's got these guys who are again, from one sale to the next. I mean, we're looking at anywhere, again, close to 50%. And he's like, well, okay. Like, and I asked him, well, can you do an investigation? He said, well, that's not our department. I mean, we don't do investigations. Because, I thought, well, the AG does investigations. Maybe the DA does too. He said, no, we don't do that, but I know someone who can help you. There's this guy I know in public corruption, Derek Jett, and I'll put you in touch with him. Mr. Jappy, I don't know if it was a day or two later, calls me. We discuss the case on the phone. We set up a meeting. I go down there with a package with all of my materials. And I actually included a letter to him with that. A letter to him that kind of highlighted some of the concerns. And so I'd like to share J1. It was a letter to Detective Jappy.
If you were a juror, put in the question that you would ask in chat.
Camera, do you want to approach?
This guy. This is the most bizarre, like, prosecutors are loving this. They are loving this. They're like, yes. Keep talking. Does he need water? Sparkling water, flat water?
J1 has been admitted.
Thank you.
Cucumber water. Give him what he needs.
So
Keep him talking.
One of the things that I had noted in this letter, and again, it's a 4-page letter, like I said,
I'm sending you a 4-page letter.
into detail about what had been going on and what, you know, I guess you'll see it. But one of the issues I noted was this estate of James Clark. And I noted that in this case, we found that Thomas Moore had removed everything from the kitchen before any sale of the home. Removing the kitchen, and of course this also involved the flooring, but it doesn't say that here, but removing the kitchen before the sale would devalue the property in a way that would allow Moore to get a lower appraisal value before making the sale. There are photos that we took on 5/1/2019 showing that the kitchen was in place at the time that the decedent died. So what had happened was that
What happened was...
we had taken over because family wasn't found. Family came in, they took over. But apparently something happened where they couldn't administer it. And in the meantime, Thomas Moore stepped in. So we came into the picture, got out of the picture, family stepped in, then Thomas Moore stepped in. Because I think a notice of default was filed with the recorder's office. Because the mortgage had gone into arrears. And so maybe I'll explain that just a little bit. So when somebody dies, oftentimes, the way that these private administrators get word, I mean, I think these guys have a different method, but a lot of the ways that, one of the ways that they typically do is they watch for these public notices that the homes have gone into default. Because the mortgages have lapsed, like somebody stopped paying the mortgage, right? And so now at this point, the mortgage company is getting ready to do a foreclosure, right? So they do this, thank you, sir. Oh, sorry. They do this notice of intent to default, right? And this is the signal to some of these folks, okay, well, I should go check this out and see why this is a default. Maybe I'll go knock on the door and see if anybody's home. Look through the window, see if, you know, if it looks like it's lived in. Then they might do more research and try to find out who it was that was there and whether they died or not, right? So then based on that, they'll file a petition in court to take over, to get this administration so they could sell the real property. So when they had taken control of this property, from that point to the point that family notified us again that, you know, this estate had been taken from them, we stepped in. I filed an objection. We got into the house and found out that Thomas Moore had ripped out the flooring in the kitchen before a sale that he was preparing for.
Dang it, Thomas Moore!
And so that was in this first note to Detective Jappy. Early on. This was March 6th of 2022 that I raised that particular concern with Detective Jappy. But so about 2 weeks later, Detective Jappy told me, hey, you know what, excuse me, well, I learned from Detective Jappy that they've discovered that Compass Realty or Thomas Moore, they were not reporting on the closing documents for the estates, any personal property at all. So, you know, when somebody dies and they have a house, you've got stuff in the house, right? Given that Vegas is a commuter city, most people have a car, right? At least one car. So, you know, for someone to die with a house, but zero property of any value inside the house or any car, Detective Jappy thought that was really odd. He's like, no, there's something wrong here. So we're going to, it is my understanding that they were going to go ahead and do stakeouts. Now, I don't know if this was supposed to be with like some type of static car that like just sits there empty with a video camera, but basically my understanding was they were going to do observation on some of these homes when they still had property inside them, vehicles in front of them, and see what exactly happened with all that stuff. Because again, you know, if you've got a house that's worth $500,000, you should probably have like property inside the house that's kind of like commensurate with that, right? Like, you know, you might have like $5,000, $10,000 worth of property that can be sold. For the public administrator's office, oftentimes there was personal property to be sold, recovered and sold in apartments, right? I mean, people, there's very, very often stuff that's worth, you know, at least $3,000, $4,000, right? And so it's the probate administrator's duty, whether you're the public administrator or a private administrator, to ensure that those items are sold and the benefit is provided to the estate, right? So when, you know, these guys have done hundreds of estates and no personal property has been reported and no vehicles have been reported, it seemed that was a concern for Mr. Jappy. But after that, I really didn't hear much more. And I understand that he said that he and I were buddies and we talked often, but that wasn't the case. That was kind of strange. We, you know, I never considered him like a friend per se. Not that I'm, you know, trying to say anything about that, but for him to say that he thought we were good friends, I couldn't understand how you'd characterize it that way. I guess when he's claiming that, we'll get to the ambulance situation later. But so he said again that we're going to do these things and then we're going to do title research, you know, and again, still I didn't hear anything about the concerns with the James Clark situation or even the Reggie Abdul situation, and then I'll get into that situation here in a little bit. But you know, that same month, Rita Reed, you know, my assistant public administrator, who's now the current public administrator, she filed for the position, and also a Compass Realty realtor filed to run for the position as well. So again, to this point, Compass Realty it seems like doing everything they could to try to stop me, even running one of their own employees to try to take the seat from me. It was in the end of April. Now, again, I'd like to, well, at the end of April, I guess I'm not sure how the conversation went or how this interaction went between Rita Reed and one of the folks from Compass Realty, but Rita Reed, for her campaign, received $10,000. $10,000 from, $5,000 from Adam Fenn and $5,000 from Compass Realty. And I would like to, if I could, share L1.
This is bizarre. I'm texting Detective Dino Kelly.
Thank you.
Do you want to, are you offering it?
Yes, please.
Could you imagine if they let Thami do this? Could you imagine if they let Thami testify like this?
The document here again is Rita Reed's campaign contribution report from the Nevada Secretary of State. And I'm turning to, oh, you know what? I think we might have to admit a different exhibit for another day. My apologies, but this is report number 1 and the contributions from Compass Realty and Adam Fenn are on report number 2. So my apologies. So, so.
I mean, it's
And so-
submitted. That's just not the document you want.
That's correct. So if you would note that.
I've never seen this.
We're going to be looking at, when I bring that back tomorrow, we'll be looking at report number 2 that has those contributions.
I've never seen this.
So I end up, I guess after this happens, about 2 weeks later, Mr. Gurman's article, his first article comes out. And, I think we had those text messages from me from the day that I saw the article where I was upset. And I think, anybody who's the subject of an article that says certain things about you, I mean, could reasonably feel upset about it, right? I'll note that later, as we go through my tweets, you'll see that, that same demeanor from that day is not exhibited in any of my tweets later. And again, we'll go over that later. But, so the articles come out and all that, and read, and I'll show you in the campaign report, or you'll be able to review the campaign report. She didn't get too many contributions other than this $10,000 from Adam Fenn and Compass Realty. She ended up running 2 different text message campaigns, publicizing to voters the articles, right? And that cost about, I think, $9,000 or so. That'll be on later campaign reports how much was spent. So you'll see that this $10,000 that was given by Compass Realty and Adam Fenn went directly to this text message campaign, and I lost the primary. It was a bummer. I mean, sorry, I don't know what, it was unfortunate, but I continued to fight against Compass Realty, and I think that's something that they didn't expect, right? And I did it just because I thought it was the right thing to do, right? I didn't, I could have just gone home and put up my feet and done no work at all anymore, but I continued that particular battle. I had nothing to gain from it because, in 7 months I was out anyway, right? So there was nothing for me to gain other than just doing what doing the job, right? And then, as I mentioned earlier, there's a state of Recep Abdul where we got some headway on something. I had been discussing with one of the heirs what Compass Realty was doing in that case. And so we were, she was concerned, and she asked us to intervene. So I filed a petition, and we had a hearing, I believe it was on June 29th of 2022. And I'd like to see if we could play the hearing video from that hearing. And this is
Maybe approach on this one.
Sure.
What is happening in this life? What could you imagine if they let Thami do this? He'd still be going. He'd still be going. He wouldn't have even been convicted at this point because he'd still be going. Is there a limit? Do we have a limit? Is that a discussion? Have we talked about this? Is that part of the plan? Do we have it? Is there a time frame? Or are there going to be breaks? Are there snacks? I'm worried about the jurors at this point. I really am. This is a new one. This is a new one for me. What is happening in our lives right now? He truly believes that he is up there winning the hearts of these 12 jurors. He has been the whole narcissist checklist. He's been the victim, he's been the hero, he's been a target.
district attorney wants an opportunity to review it, and so I'm going to reserve on that. And you can probably talk about it maybe tomorrow morning.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. I was really, I'd like to have the jury see that video. I guess I'd like to go ahead and then, if I may, share the Rajab Abdul inventory. And that is, excuse me, M1, sorry.
Stop it right now. This is really happening. This is real life. This is not Saturday Night Live. This is not a drill. This is not, this is real. This is happening. This is our lives.
And this document is an inventory filed in the estate of Rajab Abdul, for which I filed an objection. On the Elmo, or is that?
This right now has been admitted.
Okay, is it possible to put it?
M1 is
Can we
admitted.
put it on the Elmo?
Court's permission after he explains it, I went to put it on.
Sure, no problem.
So again, this is so basically when somebody's doing a probate case, by the end of the case, they've got to report everything that was found on the date of death of the person. If they have a house, they put that, they put the house on the appraisal, on the inventory, and they attach an appraisal for the house. Vehicles, they'll list vehicles, bank accounts. If there's personal property and they have appraised the property, that'll be listed on the inventory. So I have here the inventory that was filed by Cynthia Sauerland, who was the probate administrator for this case, who ended up taking over for Thomas Moore. So he had been the administrator for them for some time, and then she stepped in and continued their practices for them. As it turns out, she was also a real estate agent for them, whereas I don't think Thomas Moore was both an agent and the administrator. But there's the appraisal attached to this was something that was of concern to the heirs, and that I found concerning as well. Mr. Eskowitz, do you mind?
Is there a particular page?
And unfortunately, they on the appraisal, they didn't mark the pages, but I guess, you can see, I don't know why the appraiser didn't actually do page numbers on his appraisal, but it would be certainly this page. I'd like to show that, and then the following page.
Okay, so I'll show these two pages.
Yes, sir.
I think I want to go back to snow. What happens if none of the jurors come back tomorrow?
Thank you, sir. And so when you do an inventory, it's supposed to be the state of... Yes, sir.
Is that... You see that? Okay.
It's supposed to be the state of the home on the date of the person's death. So when you see here, the appraisal that they've got for their inventory shows a kitchen that has no cabinets, I hope you can see that. If not, certainly when you review the exhibit later, you'll see there are no cabinets, no sink, no counter. It's the bare walls in the kitchen. And the floor is missing.
This is Thomas Moore's trial.
So, and you'll see in the bottom left-hand corner, same thing. The picture's not great, but you'll see the floor is missing there too. And sir, may we go to the next page?
This is what we're doing.
In the hallway, missing flooring. In the bedroom, missing flooring. And so it costs money to do this process, right, to rip these things out. So it's interesting that, yeah, well, I guess, I'm not providing that document for you, so the fact that they didn't show that they paid for these services to me seems strange. But this is apparently what they were claiming as to how they found the home. And you'll, thank you, sir, very much. Thank you. And you'll find that, again, like I said before, James Clark was in a similar condition. So, and later, after this property, I'm sorry, I'm fidgeting. Later, when this property was resold, it was sold by and I'm sorry, like I said, I'm a little nervous, but if you look at that appraisal, you'll see that the appraiser said that he believed that it would take about $20,000 in repair costs to bring the home up to fair market value. It was about 3 months later that the buyer resold the home for $70,000. So as far as I'm concerned, that extra $50,000 should have gone to the family, not these other guys.
Oh, you're a hero.
Right there, I thought, when somebody is ripping property out of a house to sell it to another individual with whom they've had these purchases or these transactions over and over again, that should be looked into seriously. Because
so should his murder.
Theft, right? I mean, it makes no sense otherwise. So, an interesting thing. So I wrote Jappy an email after the hearing that we had, and I really want you guys to see, want you folks to see the hearing, because I think it certainly put Compass Realty on notice. The judge was very concerned, and so you'll see that tomorrow, I hope. Jappy, I ended up, it was that same day, I believe, writing Detective Jappy an email saying that we went to court and there were these issues with this house as well, just like with James Clark. I don't know that I said that as like James Clark, but I certainly noticed those issues. May I share V2?
Oh my God, we're still sharing. We're still sharing. We're still sharing. We're still talking about houses. We're still talking about Compass.
This is an email from me to Detective Jappy. I can't recall the date, but it was in regard to the estate of Recep Abdul.
Somebody get Thomas Moore on the phone. I'm not okay. This is how. What? Sir, you are not running for office. You are on trial for murder. Focus. Focus, sir. Your spreadsheets are stupid and nobody cares. Focus. How did your DNA get under his fingernails, sir? That's what we care about. Not cabinets. How did the hat get torn up in your garage, sir?
It's been admitted. V2 is admitted.
Thank you. And so this is actually to Derek Jappy and one of the other folks that was on his detail. This is hello, gentlemen. I'm not sure if you all had a chance to catch the hearing. I will get the video for you. Also, I'm not sure if you had a chance to view the response. It had an appraisal with the kitchen torn out. Today, Deborah Erbach testified that the photos of the house in the appraisal were not representative of how she had left the house. She had cleaned the house before she had returned home. She also said, and again, I'm sorry that, I guess this is hearsay, but also the kitchen was intact when she left the home. It seems that the kitchen in this case was also potentially ripped out to reduce the value of the real property before the appraisal. So Detective Jappy was on notice of this concern as well, But and so despite all that, Detective Jappy, I'll tell you that at a certain point, I was, during the course of this case, you probably were aware that you may be aware that I was representing myself, and I was fighting for certain evidence. And I requested the case file for the case that Detective Jaffe had built against me. When they gave me that case file, they also gave me the case file against Compass Realty as well. And so I was able to observe what was done in the investigation. So despite the fact that Detective Jaffe had said that there would be these stakeouts, there were no stakeouts. There were no vehicle title searches to see what was going on with these vehicles. Despite the fact that I raised concerns about what we found in the appraisals, at least the one appraisal, Detective Jaffe didn't seek appraisals from any of the other cases. Right, so it seemed odd to me that he would get up here and say that this was all about mail. Right? He said, "Oh, this is just
Objection in this case for testimony."
Yeah, I guess I can't recall what the to my knowledge, the issue that was raised according to Detective Jaffe was that this is about certified mailing. I can't recall what the other issue was.
His opinion is proper.
So, but I guess you can go
Quit
back
cutting
to your
the judge
notes
off.
and see what Detective Jaffe said to you, what this was about. Because that's, in my opinion, that's clearly not what this was about. This is my opinion. Okay.
Go ahead, get snappy. Get snappy with the judge in front of the jury.
So
Go on, sir. Go on, sir. I'll wait right here.
I believe it's likely that, based on what I'm going to discuss later about what Detective Jaffe did, I believe there's some type of compensation to him for all this. So, I'm a witness.
Just ask you to move on.
Sure, absolutely. And again, like I said before, I can have my opinions, right? And it's up to you to decide. I'm not the lawyer up here.
What is happening in our life right now? What is happening? He does not like when they don't give him his way. He does not like objections. He wants to be able to say whatever he wants. And he just got snappy with the judge twice in front of the jury. Twice. Sir, you're a moron. There's nothing going on in that big old head of yours. You're a moron. They just saw that, sir. They just saw. Put that on your stupid spreadsheet. You're a moron. They just saw that. Shake your head, sir. You should be ashamed of yourself. What is happening in this world right now? What happens in Vegas makes it all across the country, sir, and we are watching you, and you're an idiot. This is insane. He just got snippy with the judge twice, and then with his little sassy pants on, told the jury, I'm a witness.
Testimony to your personal knowledge and
I'm allowed to have an opinion.
Your opinions are not really relevant, and so I would ask you your personal knowledge and things that you observed, and any inferences and arguments that can be made, your attorneys will be able to make those at the end.
And if you don't mind, for clarification's sake, again, when
your opinions are not really relevant.
Giving his opinion about circumstances.
But if you want to have a hearing at the end of the day, that's fine too. But again, I would just ask that you limit it to the facts and your personal knowledge and any of your observations.
So if I have a particular opinion on some of the testimony, can I share that?
Your opinions are not relevant at this time.
Put that on your spreadsheet, sir.
I ask you to limit your testimony to facts and observations that you made.
Put that on your spreadsheet, sir. Your opinions are not relevant.
So the attorney for Compass Realty began to stonewall me after the hearing, because what happened during the hearing is that I was granted this authority to engage in investigations against them. The judge, you'll see what the judge decided about the situation. Yeah, I think that they had a lot to worry about. And
so do you!
June 29th that hearing occurred. So, but after that hearing, there still has to be a paper order that is entered, that is filed in order to grant the power. that was actually given during the hearing, right? So you got to have that written order in hand in order to act. I had to basically, as part of the process, you have to send the order to the other attorney, and you all have to try to agree to the terms of the order, and both sides sign it if they agree upon it. The attorney for Compass Realty just would not, and things got delayed, and then finally,
Let's add that to the list of people we're blaming.
The order got filed. It was on, I believe, August 29th. My apologies, but I do have the order that I drafted in the estate of Rajab Abdul that I'd like to share as N1.
And is Nancy?
N as in Nancy.
Your opinion is not relevant. She said it 3 times. Thrice he was told. His opinion is not relevant. That was the highlight of the day. It sure was. That was the highlight of the day. Your opinions are not relevant, sir. Put that on the Elmo. Juror question. When you say there were no cabinets, does that explain how your DNA got under his fingernails, sir? Nobody cares about the cabinets. Nobody cares about Thomas More. Nobody wants to hear your long list of the people that are to blame and how you're a hero. Nobody cares. Your opinions are not relevant. How did all of that evidence get on your computer?
Thank you. My apologies. It was actually filed on August 31st, 2022. And as you all know, Mr. Gurman was murdered on September 2nd, 2022. But I guess I also want to mention at the same time that I was fighting Compass Realty in probate court, and also beyond trying to work with Detective Jappy on that criminal investigation. I had also filed a complaint with the Nevada Real Estate Division as well. And I'd raised the issues that I've discussed already, and also I raised issues about some of the other codes related to real estate that were being broken, because Compass Realty was selling properties to Adam Fenn, one of their own agents, using the same, it appears, using the same scheme. And when Mr. Gurman was murdered, a couple of things happened. One, the new public administrator did not finish acting on any of the investigation in Rajab Abdul. There's been no activity. So any of the investigating that I was going to do is not being done at this point. And the complaint I made with the Nevada Real Estate Division, I got documentation that it closed in November of 2022. And so, I believe that this was, it'd be quite a coincidence if, the fact that Mr. Gurman was killed and was put on me, that they just had a serendipitous benefit from that all these things that were coming to a head for them, just, it's done. No repercussions, no nothing. So, that's, I'll leave it to you, to think about that. And then in early August, and you heard Detective Jappy saying in early August that Rita Reed and Alicia Goodwin approached him, and that, after they approached him, that Kimberly McMahon approached him, and you heard that Kimberly McMahon was somebody who worked as a real estate agent for me at the public administrator's office, and she again was a lieutenant in Metro, and that she had raised these allegations of a bribery scheme. And you know, I can't recall the date. I think it was August 7th or so. But and I'm gonna get that information for you here soon. But later, it was August 17th that Detective Jappy had an interview with Kimberly McMahon at, I guess, the Department of Homeland Security, I believe. And the statement from that is, oh, one, I don't know if we want to do two I mean, I got one document coming right after the other. I don't know. I'd like to try to also, because I would like to show you that, you know, the facts that are embedded within Detective Jappy's, or I should say the probable cause statements embedded within his statement that don't match up to the statement from her interview. And that's what I would like to share with you. So we'll see if I can get that done. I believe it's 01 and the search one, I believe. Yeah, I'm working with a grease pen. The writing's kind of thick. I don't know if it's S1. I'm so sorry. Thank you. No, I'm sorry. It was the search warrant that Detective Jappy had done. Yeah, my apologies. Yeah, because unfortunately it could be. It could be.
Is it either Q2 or Q2 application affidavit for search warrant?
If it's by Derek Jappy, yes, ma'am.
You know why I want to just pray for him? He just said it's quite a coincidence that after Jeff German was killed, then all of a sudden the stuff he wanted to look into against Compass Realty was no longer being looked into. He just showed with that one sentence how self-important he thinks he is. Could you imagine being Jeff German's friends and family and coworkers and the people who loved him and respected him, and hearing this loser get up here and say, oh, well, after he was murdered, all the things that I wanted to look into were no longer being looked into. Isn't that coincidence? Yeah, it's not a coincidence, moron. It's because your ass got locked up because you murdered him. Oh my gosh, the self-importance is like just, oh, the Jesus is leaving me. Let me get you back in and give me strength, give me love, give me peace in my heart. If I were Jeff German's people and I saw this buffoon up there making it out to be like Jeff was killed because Compass Realty, what I would be, oh my gosh, I would be, oh, I would have to, yeah, that is one of those moments where I would not be able to fix my face or my fist. Oh. The level of self-importance he has is disgusting. I bet prosecution, I cannot wait to hear what the prosecutors have to say about this once it's all over. Oh my gosh. Oh, Rita Reed's to blame. James Clark's, Thomas Reed or Thomas More. Everybody but him. Oh my gosh. Isn't it convenient he gets murdered and now the stuff I was wanting to look into isn't big. No, that's not called convenient. That's called you're wanting to look into other things and you went to jail.
This time 01 is not admitted, and we can't find the other document, but I think at the end of the day, after the jury is excused, we can go further into that.
So, Kimberly McMahon had provided again, an interview, and in it, I guess I can speak to it. I'm hoping I can speak to my personal knowledge at least on it. I understand that she had alleged that.
Objection, hearsay.
You're not gonna, you can't go into any hearsay or what somebody else said.
Okay, well, supposedly I had requested a commission from Kimberly, and
Objection, hearsay?
I believe he's referring to the testimony that had been elicited from Detective Jackson in his cross-examination.
Okay, so you can, I mean, if that's what you're talking about, you can just offer whatever relevant testimony you have.
so, it was claimed by, that I asked her for commissions and, or for a referral fee, which would have allegedly been in March of 2019. But she ended up making a claim that
Objection, hearsay.
so she
said.
so
Listen to him talking over them.
I guess you can do the math. She was interviewed by Detective Jappy 3.5 years later on that supposed issue. So, I think that, and also at the time I only had 4 months left on my office, right? So why would, personally I'm not sure why someone would wait 3.5 years to make a claim.
Proper opinion.
Okay, sure. Okay, Your Honor. That's okay. I'll go on. So, Detective Jappy obtained the search warrant into me, being able to now from that point forward track me starting August 17th. And it seems to, at least until September 7th, right? I had requested all the surveillance logs when I was representing myself. And originally I'd received only 3 from that whole time.
Objection.
Sure.
Sure.
I'm not sure why that would be relevant, so I'm going to sustain the relevance objection at this point.
Sure. Oh, and I guess this goes to a comment that Detective Jappy had made, Your Honor. Detective Jappy had said that they performed.
The objection was sustained.
Oh, okay, but
if you want to take it up at the end of the day, I'm happy to.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was just going to explain. Okay. So can I speak about what he had said?
No, shut up.
I mean, as far as, okay, well, I mean, I thought that if it was testified in court that I could repeat his testimony in court. Is that still hearsay?
Well, generally, I don't like witnesses to say, this is what another witness said.
Sure,
I mean, the jury will be the ones to determine what the testimony was, but if you have something to add based on his testimony.
Exactly right. So in order to provide context for what I want to provide next, I just have to remind them of what his testimony was. That's all. Is that okay?
Well, that's exactly what I don't allow witnesses to do, is tell the jury what another witness testified to. You can say generally, but it's not appropriate to inform the jury what another witness testified to, unless you have a transcript of that testimony.
Right, so what I'll do then is I will ask if we could share now. So it came to my attention that from reviewing the file into the investigation into Compass Realty, that Cynthia Sauerland was surveilled 2 days in a row. And so hopefully you can remember why that is important. And so I would like to introduce, if I may, M2.
He is talking about everything in the world except for what he is here for. Oh my gracious alive. What is this life? How is this even real? How is this a real trial? You can see, think about how he gets snippy when they interrupt him and he doesn't want to, he does not like when he's told that he can't say what he wants to say. He gets pissed and he doesn't even let the judge finish talking. Imagine the jury is seeing that. We are seeing that. They are seeing that. Think about if he will act like that, if he can't even control that to the judge in front of the jury who has his life in their hands, if he can't control that, think about what else he can't control. Think about how bad he is when there's not 12 people with his fate in their hands watching every move he makes. Think about how he can't control himself if there's not a judge right there. He's interrupting the judge. He's talking over her.
At this time, the objection is going to be sustained. However, if Mr. Draskowitz wants to call Detective Jaffe back and go into this, that is fine as well.
Thank you. And so, because I've got other items I want to review in advance of, certain exhibits to make sure that I can get them in for what occurred on 9/2. I'm going to go ahead and go forward, and then I'll save that discussion for later. So, the Sunday after Mr. Gurman was murdered, I learned, and I was shocked. I think that, it was unreal. Then the following day, I know there was testimony about, I'd like to see if, I know there's been an exhibit that's been admitted, and it's regarding a discussion between me and Roberta Lee Kennedy. I don't know if we can publish that. That would have been a discussion a text message discussion we had regarding the killer's SUV. It's a state exhibit. Correct.
We're finally going to get to the actual day of what's happening, and then they're going to send everybody home. This dude, what is even happening right now? He's like the narcissistic, the narcissistest of all the narcissists. He's got him beat. He wanted to get up there and give a narrative, y'all. Not just direct his attorney to ask him a question which requires a narrative type answer. He's like, I got this. Just when I tell you put something on the Elmo, you do it. But other than that, I got this. You just get me some water and fire up the Elmo, and I'll let you know when I need you. That's what he did. What? Who would be worse? Let's do a poll. Who would be the worst to do this type of testimony, this narrative thing? Who would be the worst? We'll go with Tellis. Let's go with Thommy, because y'all know he bad. Who else? Who's just
something else, and then when we have find the exhibit.
The state's exhibit. Okay. I'll keep looking. All right. Thank you.
Sarah Boone. Are you new Sarah Boone?
When we were having that conversation, you might have.
And Daryl Brooks.
I mean, she had shared a picture of this SUV, and in the picture, in the comment above it, it said something along the lines of, the front rims don't match the back rims. And I looked at the picture and thought, oh, well, you know what, that's, okay, that's not, that's clearly not my vehicle. And so that's what I was, that's what I conveyed in the text messages that have been admitted. So I don't know if it's correct, which I would think you'd normally call it hearsay, but they've been admitted, so.
Okay, sir. Oh my gosh, Letitia. I forgot about Letitia. She'd be the worst. I quit my job. I quit doing this.
Thank you, sir.
I was like, nope.
Okay, sir, I'm sorry, did I?
Nope, can't deal with Letitia.
Can I ask you to,
The lack of self-awareness.
So
Ooh, Dominique would be so fun up there.
here, this General Bob Custer, I'm not sure who the gentleman is, but he says that the Las Vegas murder suspect vehicles have a different spoke pattern. Most vehicles have wheels with matching patterns. So when I saw that, I thought, oh, okay, well, obviously it's not my car because my rims all match. And so that was the substance of that conversation. But later, I thought, well, holy crap. Excuse me, sorry. I thought, my gosh, it still can't be a coincidence that the killer is driving a vehicle that's like mine. So I started to get really scared. Right? It couldn't seem to be any kind of coincidence that this person was driving a vehicle that was just like mine. Thank you, sir. And so I went outside, just double check, make sure I'm not losing my mind. I looked
you are.
Okay, well, my rims match, okay. And so I went ahead and started washing the cars, trying to just take my mind off things, And I washed the 3 cars, but there's been a debate about whether or not law enforcement knew 1 or 3, and that is what it is.
He gets those little digs.
After dinner, I started making, cooking for my daughter's lunches. My one particular daughter, she won't eat like the school lunch, or she didn't at the time.
Don't try to get
so
sympathy.
I'd make her chicken fried rice.
Should have thought
off
about
like a
that
Google
before you were.
recipe. And I was distracted, I inadvertently cut my finger.
Good. Hope it hurt, loser.
And I cut it across the tip of the finger, right? And if you look at the picture, it was, is that something we should do, or? So basically, you'll see that it may be difficult to see, but the way that I cut it was as I was chopping right across the tip. And so, I don't know what
I don't mean to interrupt
No,
you
sure.
because we do have a photo that was taken.
Okay. Sure, please.
You're sure, please. You're so fake. Nobody likes you. You're going to prison. How did he turn hurting his hand from stabbing and killing a dude into, my daughter only likes a certain kind of food, so I was making her lunch and I accidentally cut myself because I'm such a good dad. I was making her lunch because she... No, sir. No, sir. You should have thought about that first. Trying to get sympathy. We're on to you. That was so fake. That was so fake. We see through you. We see through you, sir. This guy. This guy. This is... You are... Sir, you are on trial for first-degree murder, and you're going to pretend like you just got so offended that you accidentally said holy crap. You are full of holy crap, sir. Loser. Yeah. this even? How is this even? There's.
Tell you about this other related situation. So while I was being self-represented, I attempted to seek these surveillance videos that included the video of me washing my car, or videos of me washing my cars. The judge granted the production of that. However, I never received the videos. Oh, okay. So
The motion to strike is granted.
I believe the videos show that I didn't have the finger injury.
Do they,
if you
though?
think about it, if somebody has a serious finger injury, would they be washing?
Objection argument.
I mean,
You are so.
I would not be washing.
Testify about your own
Sure.
experience.
Oh, sure, Your Honor. I believe I would not be washing my 3 vehicles if I had a serious finger injury. And as you've probably already gathered, you're going to hear about the fact that I was at the gym at around noon. And I believe I would not be working out with a serious finger injury. Sir, you have that?
Yes, I'm, of course, permission, I'm going to publish. It's been admitted.
A serious finger injury.
So, I mean, it may be tough to see that again. Like I said, it was a lateral cut, or, it went across the tip.
You see it close up.
Okay, please. So you can see I still have the tip of my finger, if you can see it there.
Just the tip.
I had put super glue on it, and they pulled the super glue plug out of my finger, and so that's, and the reason it's all gunky like that is because, again, the super glue mixed with blood. So, thank you, sir. But so when I cut my finger that night, I had used scissors to cut, the super glue bottle had actually, the tip had dried. Sometimes when I have an open super glue bottle, the tip dries and I have to cut the tip. Right? So I had to grab scissors in order to do that. And I inadvertently left blood on the scissors that I forgot to clean off. But once I cut the tip off the super glue bottle, I super glued the tip of my finger together. I believe my healing process is such that I would not have had such a nasty injury for 5 days. Again, I can't speak to anyone else's healing process, but, that is what it is.
Sir, you got blood on there when you were cutting out them shoes. I can't.
I think we're going to discuss the situation of the surveillance log later, is that right? Okay.
That is correct.
Can't.
Based on the judge's ruling.
Okay. So you heard that a search warrant was obtained, and I got pulled over early in the morning on September 7th, 2022. The officers came at me with their guns drawn.
That's what they do to
yelling at me.
murderers.
And I was basically coming from dropping off my stepson at school, getting ready to go home to pick up one of my other daughters and then take her to school. And so they just, out of nowhere, 3 police cars just run up on me from the back, and I just scared. I had no idea what was going on. I mean, they basically yell at me to just stand. I can't remember exactly what they said, but they're yelling at me. They patted me down. They handcuffed me. They threw me in the back of a patrol car. I asked them what I did. I asked them, can I call somebody? Can I do anything? I mean, I did this for over an hour and a half. Just tell me what's going on. Tell me what's, I mean, obviously at this point, I had my suspicions because of like the whole, all that thing.
All that thing.
But
You mean the man's
they
life
wouldn't
that you
tell me what was
took?
going on. They just left me there. And the whole time, my family didn't know where I was. My as far as I know, my daughter was expecting for me to come home and take her to school. I was distraught already by that point.
You poor thing.
I believe you've heard how distraught I was about my family and, you know, what they were going through at that moment that I could imagine. It was my understanding that if I went to the Summerlin Area Command for them to just take this DNA and to take photographs of me, that I would be allowed to just come right back to my vehicle and go on my way. That was what I was led to believe. And then it kind of get, and I was led to believe that, and later I found out that 5 minutes after that, my vehicle was towed away. May I get YouTube? Yes, that should be a CAD log from a traffic stop.
I don't even. I don't even.
YouTube is admitted.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
This poor man.
And throughout this, you can see how they're mentioning that I'm going to Palo Verde to drop my stepson off at the bus stop for LBA. On page 9 of this CAD log, it's about the 6. The 6th line down says on September 7th, 2022 at 8:09 a.m. request tow. So I was led to believe that I'd be able to come right back home, but you know, when the tow was called in, or when you see a tow on that report a few minutes later, I don't know that was really what was intended.
You murdered a dude.
So then
You
I
don't
was
get to
held
go right
there at the Summerlin Area Command. You know, they did the swab, they did the photos, and then they took my jeans.
Not your jeans.
I don't know how we're doing for time, but we show with my jeans and.
Can we show my jeans?
Also, there's a photo as well.
I never got my jeans back. You don't need jeans where you're going, sir. You'll have a uniform. Oh, this is real life. He thinks he's doing a great job. He thinks the jury is hearing him and thinking, he is Father of the Year. The jury's going to get out of here and they're going to go write a strongly worded letter about Compass Realty. That's what he's thinking. Can we show them my jeans? I did not get them at Ross with my shoes. They were from Target. Two very different things.
You want Mr. Draskovich to hold up the jeans?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Draskovich, here's the bigger glove.
Jinkos. What brand do you think they are? Let's go. Jinkos is my favorite so far.
Could we also publish that? Is that photo good?
Yes.
7 jeans. Children's place jeans.
There should be. I'm sorry. Go on.
Is this the photo that you'd like?
No, sir. It's one that shows the front of the pants.
Gentleman on 92, yes, he wants to show these pants and the photograph that has a capture apparently.
Jordache. Apple bottoms. They're jorts. Daisy Dukes.
Actually, it may take a few more minutes, Your Honor. So I don't know if you want to just end it.
All right, so it's probably a good time
This
to
would be a good time to break.
conclude. All right, so at this time, we are going to end for the day. During this recess, you're admonished not to discuss or communicate with anyone, including your fellow jurors, in any way regarding the case or its merits, either by voice, phone, email, text, internet, or other means of communication or social media. Read, watch, and listen to any news or media accounts or commentary about the case. Do research, consult dictionaries, internet, or reference materials. Do any investigation, test a theory, recreate any aspect of the case, or in any other way investigate or learn about the case on your own, or form or express any opinion regarding the case until it's finally submitted to you. We'll be in recess till tomorrow morning at 10:30. Thank you very much and have a good evening.
Thank you, all right, we're actually very good.
He thinks he is nailing it. He thinks he is nailing it. I had my violin music to pull up to go with his sad story, but he thinks he just did something worth something. He is wrong.
That Detective Jaffe probably was the appropriate witness to get those in, and I did indicate that you could recall Detective Jaffe if you wanted to.
Thank you.
All right.
I'm leaving the violins for tomorrow. We'll have them on hand. That was the most bizarre testimony I think I've ever seen from a defendant. Y'all, okay, narcissism is a thing. And it's one of those things that, like, people will say, you know, like, some people mistake it, like, you know, like, oh, they're, anybody, like, if they've ever dated somebody that was selfish, they'll call them narcissist. That's not the same thing. Narcissist is not the same as selfish. Like, it's two very different things. You can be a selfish person. You can be going through a selfish phase. You can just not give a crap about other people, you know, or a relationship or whatever. And, like, you know, behave that way. That's something totally different. Narcissism is like, there's like textbook, like textbook stuff that people all over the world who have never met, they don't have meetings, they don't have a rule book, none of that, but they do the same exact things. And it is textbook. It is not learned behavior. It is just ingrained in these people. And he's got it all. He's got all of it. He goes beyond the just selfish. All killers are selfish, right? Oh, like it's a selfish act to take another life. But he is all of it. He is all of the textbook. Like he is all up in that definition. All of it. The way he thinks he's in control, the way he tries to come across as the hero, but also the victim, the way he gets really pissed off and it throws him off if he is not in control. When he has those moments where he loses control and they don't let him show the things he wants to show or talk about things he wants to talk about, and they get, like, they stop him, he gets mad. That is textbook. Everything about him, everything. He wants to show his stupid genes that he never got back. A man lost his life and sat out there in his side yard in the Las Vegas heat, deteriorating for more than 24 hours. And bro's worried about showing the damn jury his genes. Excuse me, sir, what? We have not heard about anything that mattered. How long did he just ramble on? How long? And we did not hear about anything that mattered. He used every chance he got to create a narrative to make himself appear like he's not a total scuzz bucket. The whole thing about the finger injury, a serious finger injury, he said. He had a serious finger injury, y'all. This poor man. Oh, would I be washing cars with a serious finger injury? No. He said, my daughter only likes certain kinds of lunch, so I have to cook her lunch. And I was cooking her lunch and I was chopping and I hurt my finger in the line of duty making the baby's lunch. You're so full of crap, dude. You're so full of crap. Oh, well, I had to open the super glue. And you know, sometimes the super glue gets stuck and I had to cut it. That's why my blood's on the scissors. It's not because I was cutting up that hat and those shoes that were under my couch and in my garage. No. What? That's crazy. It was the super glue. It was the super glue. Isn't it convenient that all the things that I wanted them to look into, as opposed to looking into me, are no longer being looked into? I'll let you think about that. Yes. Yes. Dr. Evil, yes. Let them think about that. That's what they're going to be thinking about when they go home tonight. Raise your hand if you think that that is what they are going to be thinking about when they go home tonight. Raise your hand if you think that the jury gave two... Let me get Jesus back in me. Let me watch my language. If the jury cared about his stupid genes, it's everybody else. It's everybody else. He just used his whole testimony, or whatever you want to call whatever that was that just happened. He just used the whole thing as like a Mean Girls burn book. He's mad at James Clark. He's mad at Jappy. He's mad at Thomas More. He's mad at Rita Reed. Or whatever the name, I can't remember. Cynthia. He's mad at everybody. And then all I was trying to do was help. That money should have gone to the families. That's what I wanted. Well, aren't you just a hero? Unfortunately, that hero ain't gonna wear a cape. He's gonna be wearing state-issued government breeches for the rest of his life. Eating ramen noodles. Talk through the vents to Tommy. Marie Moss with our official stats. 4 witnesses. 16 sidebars. 19 objections. The most we've had in this trial so far. Time of narrative, 1 hour and 25 minutes. Bro just rambled on for 1 hour and 25 minutes and said 0 things. That was 1 hour and 25 minutes of our lives that will never be the same. I won't say we won't get it back because Lord knows it has changed me. It has changed who I am as a person. It was an experience. It was an experience. He entered 13 exhibits. And my favorite quote of the day, the judge told him, "Your opinions are not relevant." Thrice he heard that. That was my favorite part. Put that on your stupid spreadsheet, sir. Judge is going to call in sick tomorrow. So is the jury. They gone. They're in Vegas. They're going to be out in the casinos tonight. They're going to be like, nope, can't deal with this. Nope, this is too much. It's not what I signed up for. Not what I signed up for. Jury ain't going to show up tomorrow. How late you think they're going to be? Can you imagine being the jurors? They're not even allowed to talk about it. Could you imagine going home to your family after this? Like, sorry, I can't tell you what happened. But he never got his jeans back. Where are the jeans? Jury's calling out sick tomorrow. Every one of them. Every one of them. He contradicted himself so much once he got to talking. Because it was just, he's just a. I honestly thought it couldn't get worse than Thommy. When Thommy gets to yapping in the... They didn't let him do it in the trial, obviously, but when he gets to yapping in the hearings, he's worse. He's worse. Camilla gets 5 memberships. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I can't believe that. I can't. What? What? He didn't even get his jeans back. Let him go! His poor finger. He was just cooking that baby supper. Let him go! They came at me. with guns drawn. Yes, sir, you are a murderer. That is what they do. Hello? Oh my gosh, the jury questions. Oh my gosh, the cross-examination. Oh my gosh, all we got to do is make it through whatever the heck it is he's doing. I mean, hopefully by September he'll be. Cross-examination is going to be amazing. I cannot wait for jury calculations. I was reading calculations for jury questions. Thank you for the super chat. Thank you. Love this channel. Love the humor. Makes this stuff so much more fun to get through. Thank you all. Thank you. Thank you. He had healing powers. I don't know how you heal. You know that jury's sitting there thinking, tell us about the DNA. Tell us about that cut up dad's Nike from Ross. Tell us about the hat. How'd you get into Planet Fitness? Why'd you go to Planet Fitness? Why'd you go without your phone? Who goes to work out without their phone? Today's episode was sponsored by Compass Realty. You know that Pam and Chris, the prosecutors, Pamela and Chris, you know that they were sitting there like, keep on. Somebody get him some refreshments. Don't give him his jeans. Give him some water. I never got that video, but if I did, it would have showed that my finger. Okay. Okay. All right. We know you are your biggest fan. His mannerisms give me rage. Like, it's like road rage, but like but there's no road. It's just his dome and his mannerisms. The faces he makes. I rage. The jeans hanging out with Chloe in a new farm upstate. Long live the jeans and Chloe. He and his wife are still together. But Backseat Roberta, he and Backseat Roberta called it quits. Bless it. This is going to be a very short deliberation. Thomas T, thank you. Oh my gosh, you're right, Thomas T. You're right. He's going to lose it on cross. He got that snippy with just this stuff. Thomas T, you are right. He is going to lose it on cross. He is not going to like. Oh, and I bet Chris is going to do it because, you know, Chris gets that snarky, like that snarky attitude too when he's questioning, and he gets that sarcasm to him. Oh, he is not going to like that. Oh, I can't wait. Oh, that's going to be some fireworks. No, he can't plead fifth. If you take the stand, then you have to, that's part of it. You have to answer questions. He can take the fifth and not take the stand at all. But if you choose to get up there, then you are subject to cross-examination. Roberta be questioning her choices. Let's hope that Roberta has learned a lesson. Audacity rage. Yes, Christine D. That's what I have, audacity rage. Audacity. How dare you, sir? And he gonna bring spreadsheets into it. No, sir. No, sir. There will be no spreadsheet slander in this chat. Period. And I bet his spreadsheet sucks. He couldn't even read it. My psychology mind got tripped on him. Yeah. He is... Well, we'll be live again tomorrow instead of speed trialing because can't miss this. I can't speed trial this because I have to watch this live because I need those breaks to be able to rage appropriately and get it all out. And you can't do that when you're speed trialing. So we'll be live tomorrow to watch this Hot Mess Express continue on. What a buffoon. There ain't not one thing he said that came across as genuine. And he has zero self-awareness. He thinks he's up there killing it. He's all leaned back in that seat. And then he makes those faces like, and does that stupid voice with his stupid head. That stupid voice where he's like, okay, 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 okay. No, shut up, no. Ugh. Rage. So what I'm hearing, Brandi cannot sit stone-faced on this jury. I cannot fix my face. Never have been able to. You can see on, I think actually, was it Dateline or 48 Hours that showed it? When Charlie Adelson said something and I made a face, I was like, I watch the jury most of the time. Rage fans. I want some pictures of his attorney while he's testifying. Here, let me tell you what's going on. His attorney's thinking, how can I get my name off of this case? That's what he's thinking. Or maybe his attorney's thinking, why did he never get his jeans back? That's not what his attorney's thinking. Ain't nobody thinking about them jeans. Okay, way back when I started looking at this trial, I thought maybe he is being framed because who would leave that much evidence at his house? But after the narrative this afternoon, he's guilty. Yeah, see, that's the thing. It's like, the thing is, it's like with all of that evidence at the house, plus all of the evidence on his work computer, plus all of the evidence on his phone, plus the DNA under the fingernails, plus whatever the heck that hour and 25 minutes was. Oh, he gone. He's going to be eating beef sticks and ramen noodles for the rest of his days. He ain't never getting them jeans back. Hate to tell you, Buster. Hate to tell you, Buster. You know what we're going to do tomorrow that'll be fun? We're going to have a name that face moment when he's going again. I want to have everybody put in the emojis of whatever facial expressions you think the jury is making right now. Did y'all notice that Tellus was on the stand before the jury came in? I'm guessing the defense didn't want jury to see him walk to the stand. Yeah. Hubby told me to stop talking. Brandi will say what you just said. Fact. Call out of work. Yeah, everybody take off work tomorrow. We have jury duty. I would love to have, if they're going to do split cameras, they need to do it during his testimony. I wish I could see the jury's face. I wish I could see the prosecutor's faces. I wish I could see his defense attorney's face. The judge's face. I just need everybody's face. I don't need to see his ugly mug anymore. I just want to see everybody, literally everybody else, except for him. Everybody, except for him. Just a thought. Robert is a narcissist who had an affair with a female named Roberta. Coincidence? Good point. Good point. Dia said, thank you for a super sticker. Their face is probably just yours. I saw some of the screenshots that people took of some of my face. Can't fix my face. Let's see what, gosh, that was so stupid. Okay, so let's see. Vanessa Murphy tweeted, she was in there. She said, see if she says anything about what the jury says. Tell us, oh, sorry, he says it, Taya, whatever, tell us. Nobody cares how you say your name. He tells the jury, I am innocent. He said, I had to see pictures of Gehrman's body. It was ugly. Okay, that sentence alone, I noticed that. That sentence alone, I had to see pictures. No, sir, you are not the freaking victim. I had to see pictures. Seriously? That shows you the level of self-absorption this dude has. I had to see pictures. How about what the neighbors had to see when they went over there and found him? How about what his family is dealing with? How about his nieces and nephews that he was so devoted to? How about literally everybody else except for you? I had to see pictures. It was ugly. He says that he first learned how Gehrman died from the medical examiner. Raise your hand if you believe that. Literally nobody. And then he goes on and on and on about himself and his analytical mind, and he does this and he does that and he does AC and he and then somebody framed him for this. He wants to show the work that he began against them. Blah blah blah. Let's see. Talks about the articles. He lost the primary. It was a bummer. It was unfortunate. Okay, so when he's talking about all of this stuff about the money and the appraiser cost and all that stuff, she said one juror yawned. Some jurors were taking notes, and some were looking directly at him and listening. That's the only thing that they said about juror reactions. Ridiculous. I bet on Court TV tonight, Matt will have some stuff to say about it. I would love to see what he has to say about the jury reactions. So we'll see. I was planning on working on the podcast some more after this is over, but this has drained me. This has drained me. So I think I'm going to... So happy you're objective. I am not. Nope. Nope. He guilty. He guilty. Matt Johnson reported jurors were taking notes at first, but quickly crossed their arms and stared at the ceiling. Oh! Oh yeah, Laura might go live. I'd like to hear what she has to say. That's so funny. Thank you, Silver Swag. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. All right, well, I will get the stream set up for tomorrow. We will be back for this train wreck tomorrow. Lauren was in the back. It was Kristen. Not Kristen. Vanessa. Who's Kristen? I don't even know. It was Vanessa Murphy. I don't know who Kristen is. And then Lauren, and then Matt. They were all sitting right there together. So, what a crazy day. All right, I will get the stream set up in just a few minutes. So we will be live tomorrow to watch all of this and rant and rave together. How ridiculous. How ridiculous. All right, y'all. I appreciate it. If you have not hit the like button, please do so on your way out. I'll have the stream set up in just a couple minutes so you can hit notify me so that you get notified tomorrow. I love you all. Thank you for hanging out. I will see you tomorrow.
Yeah, I gotta go. I can't stick around here forever.
Everybody was wonderful. Everybody behaved. Everybody's always so nice to me.
Just love your channel and
Goodbye, good people. Now, how the heck do I get out of here?